My name is Cale Laviska from St. Paul, Minnesota.
Okay.
The owner and designer of the Airborne Disc Golf Preserve, both the Lynx and the Timberwolf, and now the Black Bear Championship course. Just absolutely fell in love with the property. You know, we're right here on the Mississippi River. There's so much wildlife and nature here.
Have you ever seen anything like this? They just swam out of the water.
You know, having family and friends and so many people up here working with me on this place and making it all of ours, it's a pretty special thing.
Wow, that was cool.
You know, the way things have gone this year, putting in all this work and then seeing like all the best players in the world enjoying themselves and smiling and throwing bombs out here, it's been a surreal day.
Turn that down just a hair.
I've always just
I would
been,
even just
you know,
the
in
mic.
love with the outdoors, so you know, naming this place the Preserve, because to us this is like a wildlife sanctuary. Well, it might not technically be one. You know, it's something that's so important to us. The people who appreciate the outdoors are just in love with this place as much as I am. I think a lot of people when they walk up to this hole are just kind of just blown away at the majesty of it.
I love that word, majesty.
This is my wife's creek I named after, Victoria's Creek, and now you can see it's like dried out. When the river was high out here in the springtime, this pond was literally halfway up that wall right here. We were jumping off it. Now we have the running joke that it's now Victoria's ditch, so. I wanted to create a course that doesn't need to put out artificial out of bounds out there because the land itself is the challenge. Shaping shots to this fairway is just something different than just throwing big old wide open bombers. Like, you have to be precise but also throw with distance, and that's what a lot of this course is. This is such an amazing canvas, you know, I just make sure I didn't mess it up. Let's make history. It's Sunday at the Preserve Championship on the Disc Golf Network.
Fireworks were on display in Clearwater for the second round of the 2020 Preserve Championship, but the leaders continued to march further away from the rest of the pack. Calvin Heimburg dueled to a draw at 30 under par with Nikko Locastro in his spectacular display of putting. Paige Pierce emerged from moving day with a bogey-free effort. Catrina Allen's putter came to life. She's one back of Missy Gannon, who is looking to build upon last week's finish, while Paige Shue tries to crash the party and record back-to-back podium finishes. It's Sunday at the Preserve. And welcome to the final round of the 2020 Preserve Championship here on the Disc Golf Network. Jamie Thomas, Nate Doss in studio. Valerie Jenkins going to join us in just a little bit. We hope all of you had a wonderful 4th of July celebration yesterday and are ready for some disc golf. Nate, I know I am.
Yeah, I am too. We definitely had some fireworks yesterday on the course from Nikko Locastro dropping those big bombs from outside the circle and Heimburg doing his normal thing. I think it's going to come down between those two guys, but it will be interesting to see if anybody can do something special and put some pressure on the two leaders.
We're seeing James Conrad right here, part of the 140 local time tee-off. That's the chase card. Will also feature Ryan Sheldon, Jordan Castro, and Drew Gibson, and of course the lead card coming up just at the top of the hour. Let's take a look at the current Disc Golf Pro Tour standings right now. As we just come off of a week down in Emporia, we saw Paul McBeth take down that victory. He does remain in first place. Look at that, a podium finish at every single event he's entered so far. Calvin Heimburg, though, pretty close on his heels. This would go a long way towards eliminating that gap. You see Philo Brathwaite, Eagle McMahon, they're a little bit further down, and everybody else, they need a couple victories or a couple really high finishes, but everybody benefits because McBeth not in the field this weekend.
Yeah, McBeth and Heimburg on a class of their own here in the early goings of the 2020 season. But yes, it is a long season, Jamie, and these players will have plenty of opportunities to earn points as the rest of the season continues on. We have Ryan Sheldon, who really surprised us yesterday. Jamie playing extremely well, making that 150, 200-foot shot on hole number 2.
He's 25 under par. We saw this big sidearm yesterday. It looks like he likes aggressive here.
Yeah, if you're Ryan Sheldon, there's really nothing to lose at this point and everything to gain. So I think staying aggressive for him at double-digit round under par is going to give him a wonderful opportunity to get some of those Disc Golf Pro Tour points as well as a nice paycheck.
Yeah, Ryan Sheldon is already qualified for the USDGC with his performance at the Majestic roughly a month ago. Here's James Conrad.
James with a disappointing performance yesterday, as after round 1 he felt like he was really going to be in the hunt and wanted to get those juices flowing. Came back nicely towards the end of the round with a respectable performance, but still left a lot on the course yesterday.
Another Minnesota local from just a couple hours away here from Clearwater. This is Jordan Castro. 10 down on the back 9 yesterday.
You know, in his post-round interview, he did mention how he didn't even know he was shooting that 10-down round, just feeling it and really vibing with the rest of the group as they all played the back 9 very well.
Drew Gibson. We saw him on the feature card on the Friday round.
Sort of the pseudo-defending champion, as this would have been the slot for the Portland Open. But Cale's team stepping up in place of that event.
This guy can crush a disc. Ooh. Flirting with that left edge there a little bit, but still looking very good. Let's stand by for a message from our tour director, Jeff Spring.
Hey folks, my name is Jeff Spring. I'm the CEO and director of the Disc Golf Pro Tour. Thank you so much for joining us for this live broadcast of the Preserve Championship presented by Prodigy. We hope you enjoy the coverage, and I'm here today to share a message of equality. We're here nearby Minneapolis, not too far from the killing of George Floyd. In the spirit of equality and denunciation of racism, we would like to have you join us in raising money for the NAACP, as this event is dedicated to that cause. If you go to DGPT.com, you can find the link to donate. Thanks for watching, and we really appreciate your support of the tour. I'm going to kick it back to the booth. Nate and Jamie, take it away.
Thank you, Jeff. Of course, on Independence Day weekend, it is very prescient to think about the ways we can continue to improve this country and continue to make our sport a very inclusive place for people of all walks of life, something that Nate, I know you're very proud of. I'm very proud of to be a part of that sport. So thank each and every one of you for any contributions you do make to that cause, and of course, continue to do everything in our power to make disc golf a better place and an example for the world going forward.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Jeff. All right, let's get out to hole number 1 here. Jordan Castro sizing up this second shot into the green.
We talked a little bit about it, Jamie, yesterday in the Bevel Breakdown, how important it was going to be for other players in this tournament, in these last 3 cards roughly. We talked about points, we talked about pride, we talked about USDGC spots, so still quite a bit to play for here for all of our competitors, and really it's more just confidence than anything to help continue carry them forward through this 2020 season. And what a shot there by Castro.
Good bit of confidence there. He hit the gap perfectly from off right fairway. He's going to look at a birdie. Very good point you're making there, Nate. There's a handful of people that can still win this event, no doubt. If our leaders continue to play like they did yesterday, they're going to make that very difficult, but there's a lot on the line still. Here's one of your co-leaders right there, Calvin Heimburg. He has, well, that's about the emotion he shows on the course too. Same on the practice green.
Yeah, he just won the lottery, and this is how he's celebrating. Just kidding, of course. He's just a very cool and calm type of competitor, and really a juxtaposition to his closest competitor, Nikko Locastro. We see Simon Lizotte here, but Nikko wears his, sort of emotions on his sleeve, and so maybe between the two, we will get, one person's worth of normal energy.
Nikko definitely brings fire for the entire card. That's one of the things that makes him so much fun to watch. Here's James Conrad. He found the right side rough as well. Just launching one of his signature putters right there. Made that look easy.
Yeah, he did. What a nice shot there for James. And really, James started off hot yesterday, birdieing the first 2 holes. Birdieing the first 3 holes, and then actually derailing with a bad upshot on 4, and really just never got it going for the rest of the round.
Here's Ryan Sheldon. He's taken pretty much all of the challenge out of this hole. He just dropped the little hyzer between the trees here.
Right, just think we haven't even got to Drew Gibson's disc yet. Sheldon asking for it to come around, and it does just nicely. He's there on the green with a great opportunity for birdie.
Yeah, very makeable look there. Gibson just so far up the fairway. Hey, look at this. You can almost jump putt this here.
Still going. There you go. He's putting his bag down now.
And here we see the 4th member of our lead card taking flight at the top of the hour. That's Eagle McMahon. Eagle has had his ups and downs a little bit in this tournament. He's just been able to bounce back from the small mistakes and really put down some quality stretches of golf to earn his way into a tie with Simon Lizotte for back of the lead.
See just a tiny breeze there, maybe just a little bit more than the previous 2 days, and Drew able to handle that nicely. Yeah, what a battle we're going to see between Lizotte and McMahon. McMahon was on an insane run yesterday. And speaking of those wins, here is the weather. We're going to bring up a little slide here, and it's been really beautiful, Jamie, but look at that, maybe just a few miles an hour more. I think for this level of players, anything below 10 essentially feels like nothing.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of a swirly wind yesterday towards the middle 6. We'll be interested to see if that makes its appearance again. Remember, Nikko was saying, hey, there was a left to right on hole 8. All of a sudden, he gets up to throw. It's a right to left. So.
Yeah, it was definitely that. And compared to last week's championship round where we had sustained winds of 20 miles an hour, this is a pleasure here for our competitors on Sunday. And it's always nice when you get to go out on Sunday and perform at your best, take a lot of the elements out of the game, and you're just able to stay aggressive. And as we've seen, the course is set up for that aggressive play.
All right, Sheldon here first to try to knock the birdie down. Oh. Just leaving it a little bit short there. Big guy gets a lot shorter in his putting form there. Very forward in his stance. Castro. He makes good on that. Start his round with a birdie. Always feels good. Only way you can do better is if your name is Colton Montgomery. Shout out to the Waco Annual Charity Open champion. He threw in from about 100 feet or so to start his round with an eagle.
Yeah, 101-foot throw-in. But think about what that means, Jamie. It means he actually threw over 550 feet to get to the point off the tee to be within 101 feet of this 667-foot par 4 hole number 1. And there's Ryan tapping in his par. They'll head over to the second tee.
Oh, Ryan's a little disappointed, but just a day ago, he had a pretty nice throw in on that second hole himself. So good vibes all around. Enjoying some Sunday golf here. The family is out. Speaking of spectators, some people have been asking, hey, why do you have limited spectators at this event? Well, the Disc Golf Pro Tour is, of course, trying to be a good steward in the larger social environment and social fabric of this country. So Phase 2 of the reopening plan for the Pro Tour allows for limited spectators. All passes were bought in advance. The players are allowed to play in foursomes. There's no longer a field size limit, so you can fill up the field, which was not the case in Phase 1, and still trying to put some of those social distancing guidelines into place. Back to 2, James Conrad here.
Should be one of those signature James Conrad putter shots here, as this hole is under 300 feet. The main challenge here, Jamie, is sort of the stand of trees towards the middle part of this fairway. If our players can get through that gap, all lines run to the basket, and it is a hole that I believe, with the distance, these players are certainly looking at as a must-get.
Ooh, Castro toying with that group of trees, drifting it right. He'll be on the dance floor.
Interesting statistic here. Drew Gibson did win that Portland Open from the second card. Now, I think today's scenario is a little bit different, and Drew ended up in the playoff back at the Portland Open with Eagle McMahon, who is on the lead card. So sort of similar tracing there. But again, a lot different story, a lot different course as well. Not quite as much opportunity to come back from deep. But what it's going to take for a player like Drew, and really for everybody here on our chase card, is going to be essentially a perfect round, somewhere in the realm of 15 to 17 under par. I'm not going to say 18 or 19. Because
we don't want to be ridiculous.
Of course not. But 15, 17, that would be a pretty respectable score, wouldn't it?
That would certainly be, I think I'd use an even stronger word than respectable, but given the way people are going off all weekend. All right, let's take a look at the scoreboard. Look, there's a lot of players here. They're going to pop on during the early part of the broadcast today. Like Nate is saying, the pace is so hot that we just got to take a moment and shout them out because they're not going to be here for long. It's kind of like summer. It's going to give way to fall. But in that spirit, let's give a shout out to Ben Calloway. He's your 2011 U.S. Amateur Champion. He's 10 down through 13. He's made a nice little climb for himself. You see there's Colton Montgomery, who we just mentioned the Eagle a little bit ago. Anthony Barella, who's having a great year. And you can see the 4 hash marks by the round. That's your lead card. Just about 7 minutes away. There is Simon. And Simon, the human highlight reel, as he is known on the scene, because he finds a way to throw it in from anywhere and everywhere. Let's take a look back. This was on hole 8. After throwing out of bounds, Nate.
Yeah, Jamie, we had a lot of fun here in the booth because I actually reacted to this in live, and we saw it on replay. What a shot by Simon. Look at this. I mean, it's just one of his trick shots. So perfect, landing high in the chains and catching so beautifully. The guy just has an absolutely uncanny ability to make star-studded throws.
Undoubtedly does. And that's the thing, is it's not only counts, it looks so good going in.
And every time it's, wow, I can't believe that went in, sort of shoulder shrug by Simon. That's just Simon's personality, sort of a very normal guy, and he just certainly loves throwing Frisbees and putting them in the basket from all over the place. Let's head back over to number 2, Jamie, as we'll see James Conrad here with a birdie opportunity on 2. While we see James lining up, we were looking at the scoreboard just a few minutes ago, and there's James for his birdie. And we were talking about, you were mentioning the kind of the deceiving look there of, you know, seeing some of these players jump up the board. But when we start to watch these players come through and they've gone par free, essentially birdieing all of the holes, those are going to be scorecards that we keep our eye on. Emerson Keith has birdied the first 4 holes. And Anthony Barella has birdied 5 out of the first 6. So definitely some hot rounds, but yes, very deceiving.
Yeah, you have to start out hot, and the hardest part is to maintain it. Castro in for his birdie as well. Drew is attempting his.
Interesting, Jamie, we've seen a few eagles happen on hole number 8 today, so it looks like the Eagles landing is open on hole number 8, something we have not seen any of our players come anywhere near to this point.
Yeah, Kevin Jones is predicting a whole lot of them. That hasn't really been the case yet. There's Nikko Locastro. He's making his way towards the practice area. Certainly would be a spectacular finish if he can hold off the red-hot Calvin Heimburg. We're going to be right back. Stay with us all afternoon. Here, you're watching the final round of the Preserve Championship on the Disc Golf Network.
Today, we'll be talking about the Nuke. The Nuke is a wide-rimmed, fast, maximum distance driver. When throwing on a wide-open course with the Nuke, I'm using it to unleash maximum backhand distance potential. Due to its slim profile and wide rim, the Nuke also fits really well in the hand when throwing sidearms. If I'm looking to throw down some boom sauce, I'm going with the Nuke. You can pick one up at discraft.com or your local disc golf retailer.
Welcome back. Just a few minutes away from the top of the hour where we're going to see the lead card. Once again, Nikko Locastro, 30 under par today. Pair of 15s, and kind of had the wry smile after the round yesterday and said, pair of 15s isn't good enough, huh?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, let's get those commercials out of the way early because we're going to be seeing fireworks. And these two guys we're looking at have set the pace, Jamie. Look at that, 30 under par by both of them, averaging 15 under for the first 2 rounds. And definitely near the top. One interesting thing there, 40%, putting himself in 14th position of the averages there for Heimburg from C2. And Nikko at 71%. Incredible. Nikko has putted very well at this event.
It's been a show to watch him. Let's go over to 3. Here's Jordan Castro.
Jordan got that on a nice line, a little left. He's probably going to go down the hill just a bit. He'll be inbounds and have a birdie look from there.
Well, the tougher putt on that side of the green, certainly not impossible. Here's Gibson.
Jamie, I don't know about you, but I kind of get the sense that we're not going to be able to unglue our eyes from these shots today because really there's going to be so much on every single hole. And coming down the stretch, I mean, a tie could be in play here very easily with you know, some scoring separation on 18 with the eagle birdie scenario. So, man, everybody just needs to buckle up and relax after that long 4th of July celebration here in the United States because we have really the best players in the world, all very close.
Gibson leaking off to the left side there as well. Completely in agreement with you there, Nate. They're we might see the first playoff that we've seen all year on tour. Let's take a look at what the players are going to deal with as they begin their final round.
Hole number 1, 667 feet, OB along the entire left side. Nothing to worry about on the right. And a very nice start to the course as it gets the players kind of going, right? They get a nice tee shot out there. They put a nice upshot here into this green. And just remember we were talking about Colton Montgomery. A 101-foot throw-in, which means he threw it well over 550 feet off of the tee.
There we see our 4 lead card competitors. Nikko just off frame left there. Let's listen in as the group gets final instructions before they begin their round.
All right, for your lead card, first up on the tee box, shooting a blistering 17 down yesterday to be co-leader from Safety Harbor, Florida, Kelvin Heimburg.
Just a casual 17 on moving day. He's already got 1 win this year on tour. He'd like to be the first man this season to grab 2 of them.
No worries there. And for these players to keep up with Calvin, they're going to have to take their birdie boats out of the safety of the harbor and really get out in the choppy water and really just get at it from the very get-go.
From St. Louis, Missouri, Nikko Locastro.
I was holding on to that one.
I like that one, Nate. That's good.
And here we have Nikko Locastro. What a performance in the first 2 days. Man, yesterday was a lot of fun to watch him play. It was so different from Calvin with all the long putts and entertaining shots. We saw Nikko working the flex shot all day long. Let's see if he starts on here on 1 with the same.
He flexed that one hard. Make sure to give it the room. He's found the right side of the fairway as well.
This whole card, you're in for a treat, but this guy has been throwing some of the craziest rollers that I've seen, and don't get a chance to see that on a ton of courses, so I'm super excited to see the final round from Boulder, Colorado's Eagle McMahon.
Arguably the best roller thrower in the game right now. Huge sidearm, huge backhand.
And it sort of is an interesting thing to be a good roller thrower. It's more just the willingness to throw the rollers and trust them. And Eagle certainly, with his upbringing in Colorado, trusts those rollers. He's going to throw an air shot here. Can't wait to see the roller he throws on hole number 4.
Oh, he's got this one kicked over, and that's going to rob him of a lot of distance, but still within range of the green. Big question for Eagle is, can he get going today?
Probably the most viral shot of the tournament so far with his throw-in yesterday from Bremen, Deutschland, Simon Lizotte.
What a treat for all of us. We've gotten to see Simon play all 3 rounds here. It's been a real pleasure. And let's see if Simon can finally put together that perfect round.
He said he was going to switch up a couple of his plays for the final round to do stuff that's worked. That's got to sit. And it does, using the entire width of that fairway to find the left side there. Let's take a look at what's at stake today. Obviously the win, still a big goal for all of these 4 players, but here's the standings for tour points. And this is what, I mean, Heimburg we talked about a little earlier on the graphic. He could overtake Paul McBeth potentially, take that #1 spot. Nikko Locastro, this would be a big opportunity right here if he could get the win.
Yeah, definitely. And really, no matter where Heimburg finishes, I believe he will overtake McBeth. But you're right, Locastro and Lizotte, they basically have a great opportunity here to move themselves into the top 10 of those tour points, and it's extremely important to end the season in the top 8, Jamie, as those players get automatic buys into the quarterfinals of the Pro Tour Championship. that will take place in Charlotte in October. And there's a lot of early jockeying for position. As we get later in the season, it's harder to move as the points start to really gather up.
Yeah, certainly Paul Macbeth doing everybody in the field a favor. Taking the week off, allowing that gap to close. Now we're going to look at Jordan Castro. This is on 3.
We saw Jordan's drive just peel to the left off the tee, and that's that sort of uphill putt to that flat. As we move over to Eagle here, and Jamie, you said he lost a little bit of distance, so he's left quite a ways back. And it'll be interesting because he didn't throw a great tee shot, but if he's able to find a nice shot here that could propel that confidence forward and calm him down just a little bit, as he seemed a little revved up there on that number 1 tee shot.
He's going to have to go forehand here.
We know how good Eagle is with the forehand. Brings the pine tree into play. He's hit said pine tree, but bounces through nicely, and he'll give himself a nice sort of mid-range birdie look. And again, if he's able to make that, save the birdie here on 1, that could be the confidence that he needs to continue to have a hot tournament and a hot round, which is one he desperately needs if he's going to pass this guy or Heimburg.
It's going to be a very interesting battle, like you said. Locastro wears his emotions on his sleeve. If there's any criticism of his career, it's that he takes himself out of events at times with the mental game. Didn't happen yesterday. There was no weakness. Even when he missed a relatively makeable putt late in the round, he still recovered and birdied out. So we'll have to see. The other players are going to try to put pressure on Locastro, get him out of his rhythm mentally, especially on the putting green.
Yeah, watching Nikko test the grass here, it's a little bit of a tailwind. This is something we haven't seen the players do at all, which is test that wind. As Lizotte mentioned, how it was almost like playing indoors until that putt on 18 yesterday. And here's Nikko in air, overstable, plays it very nicely. So he has a nice shot in the books here into hole number 1. And isn't it a gift and a curse, really? Nikko Locastro, that energy, that fire, that's what really carried him to so many victories and still continues to this day, as he's one of the most decorated champions on tour with quite a few victories, but also the curse of that fire and that energy sometimes taking him out of tournaments a little earlier than he would certainly like. And this guy is the exact opposite, as I think he's got a resting heart rate of 3 beats per minute.
Here is Heimburg. A little more of a straight attack, looking for a bit of fade at the end.
Boy, the tree helping him there very nicely, Jamie. Otherwise, he would have faded off.
Man, these trees are being kind on this number 1 green so far today, just kind of letting you filter in.
Now out to Lizotte. Probably in the range of 100 feet, just where Colton Montgomery made a shot earlier today. And wouldn't it be fitting to see Simon throw one here on number 1?
Simon trying to give it a run. It was on line, nestles nicely. Zott, an explosive amount of power here. All right, let's go to Calvin Heimburg. He was talking about whether his game plan is going to shift going into Sunday with a tie.
I don't think there's any change in game plan. If I shoot 17 again, I'm pretty confident I'm going to bring home the win. But if I don't, more props to whoever beat me.
Can't really argue with that logic.
The one thing I take away that is how he's talking about it. It's somebody would have to do something special to beat me. If I do what I need to do, I will win. Those are certainly great thoughts for a guy who's in the lead to have. And he's certainly focused on continuing to put the pressure on the rest of the field. And look at that. They're still at the top after all of these players playing 10, 5, 3, 4, 7 holes. So obviously in a class of their own in this week's event.
Back out to 1.
This is an important putt. 33 feet. He's right at the edge of the circle, Jamie. And again, like I said, bad tee shot, okay upshot, and a great putt could really propel Eagle forward here on number 1.
These shots go down so much easier on the practice green. Ooh, hangs on the left side there. Eagle McMahon is in for birdie on 1.
And then, you know, there's been a lot of criticism of the course itself. We've said it all weekend long. This is the first year of this course, the first few months of its existence. And I think it's really shown itself extremely well. But it's really the ability of the players. Think of that. Eagle way out of position, leaves himself circle edge, and still cashes the birdie look. So it's just the ability of these players matched up with a very forgiving fairways. And we're seeing such low scores. And Heimburg able to tap in his birdie. So calm.
Just looking for any notion of nerves, any, unsuredness in his step. None of that so far. Nikko's got 20 feet or less here to deal with. This should be routine.
Nikko was very deliberate yesterday all day long. He needs to continue to keep his same routine.
Oh, just a little adrenaline there. Trying to make sure he follows through.
You know, Jimmy, he has that little hitch there as we see Simon just tapping in for his birdie. Let's take a look at that putt again from Locastro. He has the little hitch. That's a timing hitch for Locastro, but he just elevates too much and right into that front rim, or excuse me, front chastity belt, I guess is what we call it.
Yeah, it looks like he just stood up quite a bit into the end of that putt. Here's number 2, opportunity to birdie, get that right back, but it's a shorty.
Yeah, already in the early going, Heimburg able to take that stroke. Just 284 feet. This is that stand of trees. The gap goes down to about 12 feet wide. But 284 feet our players are able to throw slow, very controllable discs. We've seen mostly birdies on this hole on our live coverage, and I would expect nothing different here with our lead group.
Yeah, the way the first few holes play out, you really do have to start fast and stay fast. Let's go to Heimburg.
Maybe one of the only real disadvantages to a putt like Nikko's is from close with that big swinging putt. Sometimes going high can happen, and we saw that right there on 1. Ooh, he's got it on the left side. Can he sneak through? Oh, he does.
Heimburg going local. Getting rewarded right there. Left side of the green. McMahon has found circle 1 in regulation nearly 70% of the time this weekend.
We saw Eagle take the standstill all 3 days and able to handle it nicely.
Just kind of sails by chain height.
Yesterday we saw Lizotte make a 100-ish foot throw-in. No, he was about 80 feet there on number 2.
Well, he's going to have an opportunity to make one longer than that. He's in Ryan Sheldon territory right now. That was just a misfire.
Yeah, first available for Lizotte.
Nikko needs a drift. Oh my good. Do those trees even exist?
Doesn't seem like it, does it?
Those are some holograms right there. Both Heimburg and Locastro Little nervy shots. Fortunate recipients there. They're going to be on the dance floor nonetheless. Simon. He's just seeding the par here.
Yeah, that's all he really needed off of the tee. We're going to take a quick look at his shot from behind here with our replay. And it almost just seemed like he was just maybe a little loose. But he's done this a couple of times, Jamie, as we've seen every shot from Lizotte. He's pulled a few. And that's what he did right here. He just got onto it a little too heavy and just pulled it immediately.
All right, let's take a look at the scoreboard momentarily. You see Colton Montgomery still playing hot. He's 9 down through 11 right now. Emerson Keith and Thomas Earhart repping as well, 5 down through 6 for each of those guys. Again, still nobody except Colton above that 30 under par mark, and we expect that to be in the rearview mirror by the time we get to the back 9.
Yeah, after a really weak performance by Colton last weekend, he's stepped up here and playing extremely well, as he's only our 3rd competitor to get to that 30 under number this weekend at the Preserve.
Here's Eagle. Short look for birdie.
Boy, 2 for 2 on the left side. Both putts kind of jamming hard on that left side. Keep an eye on that as we progress forward.
All right. Nikko, a couple steps closer than he just was. He might be going to the spin putt here.
Mm-hmm. This is a very similar length to on 1, and that's what I'm talking about with that swing putt. You can definitely miss high, and I like the spin putt from Nikko from that distance for that reason. You can kind of take all those factors out, just jam it there into the basket. It looks like he made that quick adjustment after the miss on 1.
Heimburg, he's going to birdie, 2 for 2. Lizotte and Locastro left out of the party there. Let's go on to hole number 3.
Just as a correction, Locastro did birdie there on number 2.
Sorry.
I got you, Jimmy.
Good call.
Don't
Good.
worry.
That's why you're here.
I don't want everybody at home confused. Let's take a whole flyover here of number 3, 426 feet. Really, the only trickiness here is falling off to the left, as it does slope away and eventually hit a cart path, which is OB. We saw Locastro make the mistake here, throwing that overstable shot and not really getting over on it. So playing the full flight, leaving it left, and immediately going out of bounds. But hole number 3, distance is, I think, a really nice distance for all 4 of our competitors at 426.
Certainly, we've seen Simon Lizotte not have to putt on this hole yet this weekend. He's just pinned it twice. Both. What I meant to say, he and Locastro are 1 under par.
Correct.
That's what I was trying to get
go.
to.
Okay.
The other 2 competitors, 2 under par, looking to go 3 for 3. Again, hot start required. Heimburg currently with a 1-stroke advantage. All right. This is Calvin Heimburg's ready.
That's that beautiful line, that straight fading shot. The speed coming in, he takes a little bit of a skip, and it's going to run away there. So first, really challenging look here for Heimburg on 1. He's shown a great ability to make all those putts throughout this event. So, probably better than average for most, but it is going to be a tougher look here on 3.
Yeah, Locastro with an opportunity to find himself with a shorter putt than Heimburg, if he can take advantage in a moment, but Eagle will go first. Oh, that's high left.
It is immediately high left, but look at it holding on straight, Jamie, with that snap of Eagle, able to get it to carry out. That was impressive there by McMahon.
That's what spin gets you.
Look at the breeze. This is something we definitely have to take note of today.
All right. Yeah, it looks like a little bit of a left to right might have helped eagle there a little bit, just nestle on the hillside.
Our U-disc statistics are letting us know that we have roughly a 9-mile-an-hour wind happening. So a little bit more than our predictions earlier in the week. But again, these players have not had to deal with any wind. We see wind speed up there, 12.7 miles an hour here on number 3.
Oh, that's stable, huh?
Nikko just yanked on that one a little bit.
Jamie, that seemed to me like an adjustment after yesterday's miss left. He just way overcorrected. See if Lizotte can replicate his first 2 days. Oh, and it looks like he's got it on a beautiful line. Would it be anything else but a drop in here for Lizotte? What a shot.
That's the furthest he's been away from that pin all weekend long. If you haven't been watching the first couple days, this is the course that we are tackling this weekend. It's called the Black Bear. It's a special layout here at the AIRBORN Preserve for the Disc Golf Pro Tour. It's a really long course too, 9,800 feet for MPO, over 9,100 feet for FPO. So big bomber advantage. You see the par there, mid-60s. That's a tour level course. And one important thing, Nate, greens and bunkers of this defunct ball golf course are not OB.
Right. It'll be interesting as the years go on to see if that does change. I was riding with Cale earlier today and telling him how excited I was to see this course in 3 to 5 years, as all those golf sentiments will be gone and it will be a pure disc golf course here in about 3 to 5 years. And I think that will be when this course starts to hit its stride. We saw Nikko just make the adjustment. Remember yesterday, he did not turn it enough, goes OB left, over adjust today, and has left himself well back. And that
he did bogey the hole yesterday, so look, he got a little kick out or a little fade out. And then this is a long look, but it's still better than the OB stroke.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Looks like he's not really thinking about this. This looks like a layup. A good one. He's still on pace, because with the bogey yesterday, even though he's going to take his second par in 3 holes, he's still pacing the same, though a little bit of stress on that 15 down number already in the round for Locastro.
We have to remember, too, that our back 9 has played significantly easier, with Jordan Castro shooting a 10-under par for 9 holes. Most of our players finishing with an eagle on number 18. So you got to get these more difficult holes, because as we get to the back 9, Jamie, there's really nothing left to do but just streak birdies all the way to the clubhouse.
Speaking of birdies, Calvin Heimburg's got one on the table here.
Challenging elevation as it goes up to flat, and that can be hard to dial in that height.
Oh, first miss from Heimburg today off the top band.
And as I mentioned, Jamie, because he's coming uphill with that swinging sort of push putt that he has, he more has a hybrid swinging push spin, but he just got it a little too high here, and a huge opportunity for both McMahon and Lizotte to pick up strokes on our leaders. And for 3, Eagle barely able to get it into the basket. I don't like the looks of that, but if he can get past these with birdies, it might not really matter. And I'm really excited to see Eagle take the tee on number 4, as we've heard some stories about his phenomenal rollers, both going long off the tee shot on a 700-foot par 4. And speaking of that 700-foot par 4, let's take a look at it. Number 4 here coming out of the gap. This hole is really gettable by our players. It's a kind of a tough tee shot because you do got to throw the turnover, Jamie. You got to come out of this gap. And really, we saw yesterday for the first time both James Conrad and Simon be on the far right side, and they had beautiful angles into this pin. If you leave yourself left, there's some more trees in the way, and there is also OB out there. But I really love this green complex as it goes down the backside of this hill to an elevated basket. And with those little breezes today, we'll see if there's a little bit more challenge here on number 4.
This place certainly is beautiful. An epic course like you're talking about, Nate. We're still in the very early stages of the development of this property. I mean, imagine we could be looking at something like Yarva from 20 years ago right now. If you're watching now and you continue to see this course develop over the years, you're going to see the adjustments being made, the trees growing up, the land being reshaped specifically for disc golf. It's a very exciting time to be a part of the growth of this game generally.
Yeah, course development is really like a tortoise and the hare type scenario. Everybody wants it to start off hot, but really that slow and steady is going to be the key because holes get developed. The design changes a little bit. And here we go. Eagle has thrown rollers on this in the first 2 days, but let's see if the wind affects the decision making here on number 4. He got a little too hyped up on hole number 1. Can he calm himself down and execute? That's the roller, Jamie.
Oh, he's going for it.
He's got it a little flippy. So he's going to be on that right side. There's the hill, up and down.
That's ridiculous.
So not long this time. It did seem like when it landed, it was a little bit more flipped up. But either way, I think in very good position to have an easy birdie here on number 4, which is important. But it'll just be a chip.
You think Kale calculated for that when he designed this hole?
Probably
I mean,
not.
Come on. Simon does not like to be outdone in scenarios like this. Let's see what he wants to do.
Yeah, you can hear. It's an audible breeze, Jamie. Simon's got it on that right side just like yesterday. He was over there yesterday, Jamie, and it was a really nice angle. He's a little bit further back than round 2, but he should be in okay position.
Yeah, either way, not that challenging of an upshot from that position on the fairway.
As a player, the winds were always the disc golf gods punishing us, but doesn't this seem like a real treat from Mother Nature, giving us a small breeze today to just make it just that much more difficult for our competitors?
Oh, Heimburg's got this nice and high up in the air.
Wow, Jamie, that's almost as far as McMahon's roller. What an incredible drive by Heimburg.
I mean, if he has 100 feet left, I'd be surprised. That's huge.
Got the full flight.
Nikko's going big flex as well. This is a great correction from his shot yesterday. Not very big distance there, but not too much of a problem. He's looking straight at it. Here's Simon talking with us after his round yesterday about how he is going to try to catch the leaders.
They have 4 strokes on us?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Nikko went on a freaking heater. There were like 12 birdies in a row or something. It was crazy to watch. Calvin, obviously, being Mr. Robot and no emotion. But yeah, crazy stuff. 17 is going to be hard to beat. And I think I'll have to shoot like a 19 or 20 under tomorrow to have a chance.
Can you do it? That's the final question.
It's possible.
All things disc golf are possible when Simon Lizotte is the one handling the Frisbee. Here is what Calvin Heimburg did yesterday, nearly popping an 18 down. We talked about it on the breakdown after the round, how that wouldn't have even been 1,100 rated. Seems kind of crazy to think.
Yes, very crazy to think indeed. But look at that. Similar start to today. He birdied the first 2, parred hole number 3. We see our competitors walking together. And again, with the limited spectators and no caddies, the guys are out there all on their own today, just players and cameramen. Let's take a look here at the chase card. This is Drew Gibson in the fairway of 5.
This little bold green here, it's going right towards the basket. Ooh, was on a pretty good line right there. He just got a slightly downhill look. Not the exact angle you want. Look at Drew here. He's rocking the old school fade bag. Hadn't seen one of those in a while.
That's a Revolution disc
Oh,
golf bag.
that's a Revo.
Yes.
Wow.
We saw him carrying it back in round number 1, and I carried that bag for many years. It's a phenomenal disc golf bag, and Drew bringing it back as most all the players have switched over.
Trying to get a little bit of that old school cool, and that's a mistake from Simon there. He's going to have a tough birdie look. There's really no reason to throw that short.
Yeah, a little army golf here for Lizotte. He's going up and down. He birdied 1, parred 2, birdied 3. Now he's going to have a difficult, long look at an elevated basket here on number 4.
You just saw that angle. That's the camera down by the ridge line. Here's one by Nikko.
Just think, Jamie, Heimburg is at the front end of that golf green, roughly 80 feet ahead of Locastro here. What a drive. Calvin does have some distance, a sort of sneaky distance, as we don't think of him as one of the biggest throwers.
Nikko was out of position yesterday and was still able to birdie it.
That's that right side I'm talking. Oh, wow, grabbing that. I mean, boy, Jamie, had he just missed that, he would be having a drop-in birdie. He catches it, and it kicks backwards. And he can't even see that from where he's at right now.
Right now, it just looks like he's thinking, just thinking a little too much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's very true. He does sort of have a different feel to him today, doesn't he?
It just was so fluid yesterday. Even when he made the mistake off the tee on this hole one day ago, he put this huge spike hyzer up over the right side and dropped it down next to the pin and just started flowing from there.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good-sized putt here that he made on 4, but then a huge putt on 5, and that was what really got him going. And maybe this putt from under the tree will do just that for Locastro, give him the boost he needs. I mean, look at how easy that is, Jamie.
Yeah. Heimburg sidearm. Right close.
We can see Eagle back there. That's where his drive ended up. Now, I am going to go ahead and pull out my caddy book here. Here on number 4, there is OB to the right, Jamie. I just saw, yep, here we are. Here's our camera angle. Wow, so Eagle has gone out of bounds here on number 4. So this is going to be his 3rd shot.
How does he keep finding out of bounds on this hole by the pin? This is crazy.
Yesterday he made the birdie. Oh, and giving it one heck of a run, just a little bit short. He made the birdie from going out of bounds long.
And that's how this course can start to punish. Let's go over to 5. Here's Gibson's putt. That's not going to do it. Gibson. He's at 27 under par currently before completing this hole. Looks like that'll be a par. He'll stay there.
Now we see Lizotte right at circle's edge. He's got to make these mid-range looks. And that's the wind affecting his, he's thinking it's a tiny little headwind. It should have picked it up, and it did not do that. And again, our players now having to make adjustments. They haven't seen any wind, even during the practice rounds. So almost a blind look on some of these holes.
This is a very interesting dynamic we're seeing on this card right now. Calvin Heimburg is not really being challenged. He's kind of just playing steady game he usually plays. I mean, he missed the one putt on the previous hole, but other than that, we're seeing the other 3 guys really trying to force things in a couple spots here.
This is a huge putt for Locastro's confidence as he missed the putt on 1. This could go a long way. Again, very deliberate.
That's a really good putt.
It is. And did you notice there, Jamie, he had a few extra of those timing pumps that we've seen him do. We could see him getting a little bit sort of, this is what Nikko does. He fires himself up. That putt is a good thing here. Those few extra timing pumps were important for Locastro to swing that one into the chains.
Definitely. He's varying from his rhythm right there, which could be a good thing, but it could also be a bad thing. It depends on if they keep falling, because Calvin Heimburg, he's still just looking so steady, so solid right now, and that's what could be dangerous. All three of the other players on this card are streaky momentum players. So if nobody can get into that rhythm and establish all of that, this is the guy that is going to be able to kind of just, I don't want to say walk it in. It's still very, very close, but advantage Heimburg nonetheless. All right, Terry Miller is greenside on hole 4. Good afternoon, Terry.
Welcome, everyone. Terry Miller, the disc golf guy, checking in with you after the green of hole number 4. There's a couple of things I want to briefly touch on that you may not be necessarily feeling at home. First of all, we feel a little bit of that wind out here. A moment ago, we saw Simon Lizotte pull back on the tee. He actually collected himself, and then he had an issue with the putt here on the very same hole. All right, sorry about that. It sounded like he had an issue with the putt. He misread the wind. As soon as he released it, he said that he was expecting for it to go up into the air, and said it dropped on him. The other thing that we're going to have to keep an eye on, the very first putt of the tournament that I saw by Calvin Heimburg, he was making sure of his grip. And we know that Nikko talked about having a chalk bag of sorts earlier in the week. Still very hot, still very humid out here. So you're going to want to watch the players and if they're going to maintain the grip on their disc. It seems like it's going to be an issue out here. When I was talking to Simon earlier about the wind, however, the other thing he had said is, I don't like the wind. I said, why not? It'll help you throw farther. He just shook his head. He said, no, it'll only help on about 2 holes out here. So Simon, again, he's going to continue to watch that. Last thing, which is possibly the most exciting, quick shout out. Thank you to all of you for being here for the Disc Golf Network. We have just eclipsed 10,000 subscribers. We just can't say thank you enough. Everything that is put into the Disc Golf Network comes back to you guys in terms of viewership and you enjoying our coverage. So again, thank you from the Disc Golf Network, 10,000 subscribers. Let's get back to the action.
Huge. Thank you all so much. Let us echo exactly what Terry just said, and thanks to Terry. Let's look at James Conrad here on 6. We just saw Gibson throw a minute ago. There's definitely some wind there, Nate. I'm seeing it affect disc flight more than we have all weekend. James Conrad is nice and close, but lead card back here on 5.
Probably my favorite par 4 here is hole number 5 due to the length of it, 910 feet. It really challenges our players off of the tee, as this landing zone is a little bit too far to the right. The players want to sort of push it out to the left, and then the hole turns to the right. It goes down towards the golf green, and I really like this green complex because what we saw from Drew, while if you got it into the perfect zone, you're going to funnel to the pin, certainly, but you put it a little long, you put it a little right, you got a downhill putt to a flat area. Just like what we saw on 3 with an uphill putt to a flat area, it can be very, very challenging. And so 5 is definitely one of the best par 4s out here at the Preserve.
Calvin Heimburg is going to be first. His lead is currently 1.
Now he's got it way too far left. This is going towards out of bounds. Oh, that is well OB there. So first hiccup here for Heimburg in the early going, and that could be the wind affecting the play.
Yeah, trying to figure out if the wind made it fade. We did see a few of the players on our lead and chase cards yesterday, try to play that corner and then leak towards the too far down to the left side. So Nikko's flex ought to benefit him here.
Yeah, but does he get it out hard enough? He's got it on that left side on a nice turn, and this should be in very good position for Locastro, and that's the shot he needed. Turn that pressure upside down and put it right back on Heimburg.
That's a veteran move right there. When your opponent goes OB far left, You don't need a 100% shot. 85% will do. Eagle just rolled this disc a minute ago. Same shape of the fairway, left to right. Plenty wide, plenty of area to work it.
He's got to be throwing the roller. I've never seen a professional player have a disc that's good for air shots and backhand rollers. And look at this. Oh, just getting into the tall grass. Oh, he's in bounds, but look at Jamie. He's found one of the only places on the fairway where there's going to be a couple of trees affecting his upshot there. So it could be a little bit of a challenge.
Eagle's going for broke at this point.
I think he kind of has to.
Simon taking a different approach here.
Oh, so much control. That disc was just in the air for 8 seconds. I mean, look at that drive. Incredible.
Fantastic drives there from Simon Lizotte. The rest of the card still in a little bit of trouble. Stick with us. You're watching the Disc Golf Network.
Actually getting to help design a disc the way that you want it to fly is, you know, I feel like I'm on top of the world. With the FX, it fits a spot in between the F and the H. I wanted something that was torque resistant and it had a little bit of finish on the end. It's a very usable disc all around.
Disc golf is a relatively young sport, but its popularity makes it one of the fastest growing pastimes in the world. The PDGA is a not-for-profit, worldwide player organization dedicated to promoting the sport. Like a long drive off the tee, disc golf is soaring. So don't just be a witness to disc golf's explosive growth, be a part of it. Join the PDGA.
Welcome back here to the fairway of hole 5.
So some conversation here about the out of bounds. I'll go ahead and pull up my caddy book here. Take a look. There is a point where the OB does go hard to the left, but it actually just follows. Oh, yep, we see it there on our screen. Thank you guys in the booth. And you can see it follows the cart path there. So if they're over the cart path, they're OB. So a little conversation here, but we know that we know Calvin is OB, Jamie. So we'll let them sort of conversate. And we'll take a second here. I do want to thank all of those 10,000 subscribers, but I also want to apologize because you got to listen to me talk about disc golf. But I'm very thankful for that opportunity. I've had a lot of time on the course playing against these young guys, and now we get to be in the booth calling this phenomenal golf. So welcome everybody here on July 5th. What a wonderful weekend and a wonderful weekend of golf it's been.
Certainly is. I like sitting in the booth with you, Nate. I'm sure a handful of our 10,000 subs like hearing you. Here's Jordan Castro ahead on 7.
Just a handful. Oh, nice skip there by Jordan. Beautiful shot. Nice smile by him.
I think he likes that little soft skip. He may have faded too far left if it didn't take some of that energy off. Here's Drew Gibson. He's only missed 2 holes so far today. Talked about grip earlier, Nate. It's trying to get a good grip here on this disc.
And he got perfect grip. That's the shot we want to see. We want to see him kind of chip into that hill and just creep over and sort of stay on the upper side of that hill, as this is the hanging basket on number 7. And now we see Heimburg taking his mark. There was quite a bit of conversation. They were looking for the tournament director, Jeff Spring. They now have it official that the cart path here on number 5 is OB. So Heimburg is throwing 3. And with Nikko in a good position, There's a lot of pressure here on this shot because a bogey is not something that Heimburg needs on his scorecard here in the early goings.
No, he needs to put this inside of circle 1 right here. The old golf green, though, allows a big slide potential if you land a little short.
Wow, what power. He's got it way over to the right. Look at the wind affecting it. Oh, he sneaks through. Are you kidding me? But he's still left well back. That was very fortunate to get through that tree. He's going to be roughly 75 feet from the pin for his par.
The single biggest effect on a shot that we've seen all weekend from the wind there, it pushed him straight into that tree. And like you, I'm surprised that he punched through. Like we're saying, if he just gets to the golf green there, that's going to slide to probably circle's edge at the worst. Suddenly, Nikko Locastro with a big opportunity here.
Checking the wind. It was a headwind there from left to right. That probably is the wind that held Heimburg's disc out to the right, not allowing him to come back in to this green. And this is why I love hole number 5, because of the distance. These guys still have 380 to 440 feet into this green here on number 5, and that is a big challenge, especially with the headwind. We've seen the winds creep up as high as 13 miles an hour with gusts around 15 here. So again, the disc golf gods and Mother Nature getting together and giving us what we want, which is great disc golf.
Oh, Nikko's made the mistake here. He didn't trust the flex into the left to right wind, so he kept it flat, but he also started it out left. No OB over there. The OB runs away, but an opportunity blown.
How we see Eagle just in the background there. He has found sort of a very difficult side of the fairway as there's a whole stand of trees that he's going to be dealing with.
Is he really going to try to go underneath these? Does he have that? I know he has power. This is the play I expect. Forehand out the right.
Yeah, it's going to be tough because a standstill forehand at 360, 380 roughly is going to be difficult for him. He might be looking for that hyzer look. The consistent thing, that I saw between Heimburg and Locastro is their inability to get to the pin. They were both short, and that wind, I think, affecting this more than we realize here in the booth.
And you look at this, he's thinking forehand roller or something pretty unstable. It's the same disc that he's been off the tee on the past few holes. He may have thrown more rollers than air shots if you exclude putts at this point.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have to use this disc because he needs to flex way to the left and then come back towards the right. Boy, anything inside the circle here would be miraculous from McMahon. He's got it on that line. It's not going to flex. Circle 2.
And that's an improvisation shot there. That's not one you really go out and practice.
Yeah, right, and something that we really have not seen here at the Preserve is the players having to improvise, you know, because the fairways are very forgiving. They've been very accurate off the tee, but these breezes affecting it just that much.
Yeah, different scenario. You get to play 2 rounds where you can pretty much do what you want to the course as long as you do it well. And now all of a sudden, there may be some adjustments to the game plan. Simon seems to have made some adjustments before the final round. He's played position golf so far.
Advantage Simon here on number 5. Has an opportunity to take the tee. All right, well, that will be a look there as we'll see the putt coming right there, probably about 35 feet, just outside the circle. Not a great shot there by Simon.
Not really great upshots by anybody on the lead card there. Tough looks. Here's Conrad for birdie.
Oh, what a nice putt there by James. Downhill, hanging basket, and the bounce. You know, the one thing I always ask James when I see him is, hey, man, what are you listening to? He goes, what are you talking about? I go, you got that nice bounce, man.
Just rhythmic walking.
I love James Conrad. What a great guy and a great putt there. And we see now what Drew is going to be dealing with. We see Drew using the chalk bag similar to Nikko, who mentioned in his post-round interview after the first round how important that chalk was. Roughly 50% humidity here. Our players needing to keep their hands nice and dry. Here's Drew, 25-footer.
Yeah, that's a good hit.
Very good hit. And just to give him another shout out, Colt Montgomery has made his way to the solo lead at this point. He's 13 down through 16 holes with just 17 and 18 to play. So nice final round by Colton. He will eventually get passed, but he certainly is going to earn his paycheck this week.
Nikko, another up shot, hits the padding right underneath the basket, stays there.
Could you imagine, Jamie, if we played an entire course of 900-plus foot par fours? It would be an insane experience. And that's one of the things I hope Cale does adjust. It's just the length. Make some of these par fours a little longer. Even 50, 100 feet would go a long way. Oh, he's got it on a float. Oh, my goodness, what a run by McMahon.
Both McMahon and Locastro in a little better position than I expected. Calvin on the other side of the green. This is an extremely safe run. The berm behind it will catch if he runs far.
Well, this is the first time I've really seen Calvin from 70 plus going with the straddle look. Yeah, it was going to be an outside chance no matter what, Jamie. That'll be the blemish that Heimburg really needed to avoid. But it brings Locastro right back into the fold as he will tie with Heimburg. But again, Colt Montgomery is 34 under par with 2 holes left to play. Can get to 37.
This is the kind of opportunity that Simon has to take advantage of if he wants to jump up.
For sure. Oh, baby. And let's roll the replay. Look at, he's so good with the spin putting here for Simon Lizotte, and he gets it high in those chains.
You like this here, confident, he's loose.
I like how high it ends in the chains right there on the right side of the pole. Really a no-doubt putt from 38 feet for Lizotte. So he'll have that opportunity to take the tee as well as maybe some momentum as we're going to see Heimburg take the bogey.
Yeah. Rolling on to 6 here. Ace runs on the hyzer line.
Yeah, well, 414 feet for our players, not much to worry about. It's over water the entire way. It hasn't been a problem to this point, but with the breeze here today during our final round, the open water can certainly affect the drives a tad bit more. Again, we see the statistics from the entire weekend here, I believe, on hole number 6, so hard to tell what our competitors have been dealing with, but 414 straight away with just sort of a straight flex or sort of a straight hyzer finish here on number 6.
All right, as you just said a moment ago, Colton Montgomery has moved into temporary possession of solo lead. Right there, 34 under par. Calvin Heimburg, Nikko Locastro now deadlocked at 32. Keith and Barella making a charge. They've gotten most of the holes they've played so far. They're at 31. Some people suddenly in the mix here, though they are a few holes ahead. You see Simon Lizotte currently tied for 8th after his birdie on the 5th.
Yeah, we're still eyeing up that 42 under par number as the number you kind of need to be near to be a factor. Comes back 9 in the last few holes. Simon's got a nice hyzer, but what's it going to do? Is it going to miss those trees? He's got past them. Going to be a tricky putt.
Yeah, that was an extremely wide swing there.
From the looks of it, the wind over the pond is negligible at best. Nikko going to make the adjustment. There's that chalk bag.
Nikko's going to If you line the hyzer up, line it just at the edge of where the sunlight meets the shade there on the right side. Simon was outside of that on the line. Nikko goes outside of that too.
A little bit more stability, so he should stay inside the trees, but not enough length here for Locastro. Remember, this hole is still 414 feet, basically flat.
6 holes in, Lizotte and McMahon have cut the 4-stroke lead to 3. 5 holes in, rather, on the 6th. These guys really like that wide shot today.
The wind is just not letting him come back across the fairway, across the face of the pin. Can Heimburg make the adjustment? All 3 of his fellow card mates have gone too far to the right. Needs to take a little bit more of an aggressive straight line here on 6.
That's money.
Yeah, it's on a straighter line, higher. What's it going to do ground play wise? Oh, it takes a big skip. That's going to be an outside look as well here on number 6.
Wow. All 3 of the 4 players at least much shorter than expected on this 414-foot hole. It's going to be a putt-off on 6. Plenty more holes to play. Stay tuned to UDisc. Stay tuned, all of our 10,000 subscribers right here to the Disc Golf Network. Go tell a friend. You're going to watch some commercials and come right back to see the lead card here on the Disc Golf Network.
Back here on the green of number 6, we see the Crush boys walking together, and nobody in great position here on number 6. As you can see, both Locastro and McMahon are outside the circle here. Going to be a long look. These are both makeable looks here on number 6.
Yeah, would you rather have the longer open look or the shorter guarded look that Simon has?
For me, just because of where I grew up, I'd always take the closer, more complicated putt. But with Eagle's spin putt, this is a great opportunity to maybe chip away at that lead. Could hear it in his voice right away. He knew he pulled it. See what Locastro has for us. Now, Nikko did make a few of these yesterday, Jamie. And it was one of those, it was actually one on the 5th outside the circle that really got his round going. And it looks like he's going to go for that jump, spin, look. Sort of that full body putt. We've for years seen Nikko around the practice baskets, pre and post round, practicing just this very putt. And he uses all of his senses to guide it in there.
He's starting to get fired up, and you know, maybe he needs to right now. There's a sort of lack of a sense of urgency on this lead card right now about getting under par. And I know there's still a lot of holes left to play, but the longer they let this go today, the more of those other names start creeping up and those scores become more and more of a threat.
Heimburg having to stretch out to the right. Looks like he has a clear path.
Kind of a herky-jerky little
Yes.
pre-putt routine from Heimburg. We don't usually see that either.
Yeah, great great eye there, Jamie, because that's exactly what I was looking at. He usually is very calm over the putt, and that time he had quite a few extra pumps there. And now we see what Lizotte has here.
If Lizotte can make this,
Two in a row.
Exactly. Suddenly the momentum shifts in his favor. He kind of becomes the guy who starts to set the tone.
The leader, Montgomery, has parred hole number 17 to stay at 34 under. There we go, Simon. That's a little fist pump for him. The crowd likes it, and 2 holes in a row, Lizotte is able to take a stroke on his group. A day ago, we would have said that was basically impossible. Simon steadies himself. He is just inside the circle. He can't fall forward. But that snap that he has with that wrist on that spin putt was the advantage.
So hard not to fall forward and end up foot faulting on a lie like that. Eagles got his par. You're going to see Heimburg and Locastro tap theirs in as well. They're just right by the pin. Simon, the only guy in the last few holes to take advantage of these opportunities. Hole 7's tee is nearby, so let's go ahead and do the flyover here.
Yeah, just right around the corner from that 6th basket. We have 294 feet. We just saw our chase card attempt this one. And the key from the tee, as we look at it, is to just sort of play it into the side of the hill. Right there, that big stump, if the players can get just right over that. It's a very quick, no grass type green. They get it up and over that hill and slide it down here into good position. It's a dangerous basket as it's a swinging basket with an sort of big downhill slope away behind the green.
All right, Simon Lizotte going first on our Savage hole number 7. Savage keeping the booth and the whole media crew outfitted.
Oh, sneaky, sneaky Simon Lizotte, able to get past on that left side. He's going to have another great opportunity to spin his 3rd putt in here on number 7.
I don't think he knows that he got a pretty gentle push to a good spot there. Here's Nikko. Look at him work this flex.
Yep, that was the area that we were eyeing up as the perfect place to hit in the hill. And he's going to have that nice flat look. But it is a death putt here on number 7. All of a sudden, all the pressure has really swung onto the back of Heimburg in this position, as he was seeming to look very comfortable in the early going. And now all of a sudden we're in a little bit of a dogfight here between this 4 men on this lead card. Boy, Eagle taking an interesting line there. Way too much hyzer. He's not going to get up and over that hill.
Yeah, that shot, it looks like Eagle just never really found what's comfortable for him on this hole. Just was trying something. Didn't work out as well. Let's see how Heimburg responds. And I don't think he made the crest of the hill either. The top of the gap knocked him down as he sawed off a little bit of a branch. Simon Lizotte has taken 3 strokes from Calvin Heimburg on the last 2 holes, suddenly in contention. Heimburg back at 32. Look how many other people are suddenly at 32 under par. Barella, Earhart, Keith, and Locastro as well. Montgomery suddenly, here's the updated. Keith has moved to 33 under par all of a sudden. He's eclipsed Heimburg and Locastro. We're starting to see only 5 strokes separate that top 10. It's about the mark we saw, about a half a stroke between the players all day yesterday on moving day.
Yeah, this was something that we had talked about early in the week. And it's sort of coming all to fruition now, but our lead card still has so many holes to play, and the back 9, as we talked about, is open for business.
Eagle trying to do a little half floaty run at it to keep it close.
Now just think from that position, look how high the basket is above the position of Eagle. That's going to be a difficult putt. He is a spin putter, so he'll be able to sort of spin it up and in. But that's why this hanging basket is so dangerous.
Oh, and Calvin's finding the short left side. That's layup city. We saw Simon do the same thing yesterday. And look, remember we said Simon laying up on this hole during the Saturday round could pay dividends, and all of a sudden he's on the right side of a big swing as he makes his way closer and closer to the leaders.
This is danger town for Locastro. He made a great putt here on 7 yesterday, but again, a miss here can go quite a ways past the pin.
All or nothing putt.
Yep.
That.
And now we really see the frustration on Nikko's face, all those long putts, and in his voice, to be honest, all those great putts that he made yesterday, he has been unable to cash in on any of them besides the putt that he made back on number 4 from under the bush. And look at Nikko as the wheels and the gears are continuing to turn tighter and tighter. Let's see if Lizotte can take advantage. 3 holes in a row. Yes, he can. And now all of a sudden, Simon Lizotte has found himself in position, just 1 stroke behind, as he's made up quite a few shots on his entire card over the last 3 holes.
It's exactly what we needed to see from this lead card. Somebody has to step up and say, I'm taking this tournament. I'm not going to let it come down to a putt off on 18. I'm going to try to assert my will.
Extreme uphill putt here from about 15. All right, able to get it up and in. That was a lot more difficult than it seemed. And Heimburg, this is tough too for Heimburg just because he has that big swing. But he's so close. He should be able to just get it up and in, as he does.
Definitely disappointing. Everybody ceding yet another stroke to Simon. 3 holes in a row. All of a sudden, it is a ball game. Now, if you'll remember yesterday, Simon had to make some magic happen to save his par on hole 8. He might be changing his strategy for today. Let's see what he had to say after the round.
I parted yesterday as well, and I wasn't even close to getting a birdie. It was like a good par save. I threw a beat both rounds.
Yes.
I don't know. That first shot, I think I have to change my strategy tomorrow to throwing the straight hyzer flip instead of the big Annie flex around, because that shot hasn't been working. I'm going to throw a roller tomorrow or the straight line, depending on the wind.
And let's look at how he could potentially throw that roller here on hole number 8. You can go around the left side. You can go around the right side here of that main tree. The fairway gets quite wide here on number 8. But genius design here in its first version here at the Preserve by Kalaviska as this hole really tightens in. All OB on the left over there on hole number 9's fairway, all deep woods on the right. And a beautiful slope from right to left on this green, making it just that much more difficult for a backhanded, right-handed player to take advantage here. And let's go back to the tee, and Lizotte is lining up that roller, Jamie, that he just mentioned in yesterday's post round. Oh, he's got it big high. That's a lot of height. And it's going to be too flipped over. He's going to put himself down on the right side. It's going to be a tough angle from there, Jamie.
He took a shot there. That was him. We talking about trying to make a statement. That was him trying to impose the will. If he puts that down on the outer left side where the fairway turns away, all of a sudden has an easy up shot. He got plenty of distance, but didn't. I mean, that corner's still pinched.
As we see, Nikko is going to take the high turnover route, and this is going to be, should be right in the middle of the fairway for Locastro. Nice flight, good air. Now, Jamie, hole number 8 has conceded 3 eagles today, which is something we have not seen throughout this entire event. Now, I still think Lizotte is in a tough position because he's on the right side of the fairway. Yesterday, we caught up with Eagle McMahon in the fairway, and he was on the extreme left side with a fantastic angle. He still made a mistake and ended up bogeying here on 8.
He's eyeing this roller as well. Third tee shot here that he looks like he's going roller with in the first 8.
Oh, and I like this angle, Jamie. I love this angle. Can it just avoid the tall stuff on the left? Oh, he's going to do it. Oh, there's the tall grass. But still, 600 feet off the tee.
That's massive.
And inbounds, by the way.
Yeah, still short of the OB line.
I thought he had beat all the tall grass. I think that was wishful thinking on my side. Let's see what Heimburg's got for us.
Heimburg with a little outside lineup and an inside line. All right, that's a pretty good position there in the fairway for Calvin Heimburg. We're going to let him walk. Let's let the commercials talk. Come right back in a moment and see us on the Disc Golf Network.
Nice shot. Was that a Raider?
Yep. Good little bit of turn and then a nice strong fade. Hey man, I've been meaning to talk to you about your pre-shot routine. It's a bit excessive, don't you think?
You think so?
Yeah, I mean, in a tournament you only get 30 seconds.
Wait, really?
Yeah, really.
Oh. That bird just razzed me. I gotta restart.
Here's Simon yesterday. We showed this earlier. This is what he did to save his par during the second round.
Wow. Man, we were just talking about it in the break here in the booth, Jamie. What an incredible save that was for him. And now fast forwarding a day, 24 hours, Lizotte has put himself in position here as he's just one stroke behind the 2 not official leaders of the tournament as Colton
there
Montgomery.
It is. You're checking off your bingo boards.
Is officially in the clubhouse at 35 under par. Congratulations, Colton, with a 14 down here in the final round.
Keep an eye on Emerson Keith as well. He's only missed 2. Right now tracking a 16 or 17 down round himself.
So, Jamie, interestingly enough, Heimburg is back in in birdie land as he has to really take care here and just put himself in solid position off this second shot. He has to avoid that left side OB. Good ground play there for Heimburg. That is exactly what he needed to do. Should give himself a great look at the birdie. We'll see what Locastro has, but we know that McMahon and Lizotte are going to stay aggressive here on hole number 8. They want that eagle.
Nikko trying to figure out what he's going to do. Looks like he wants to take the corner there, trying to figure out exactly how much room he has against the slope.
So, knowing Nikko, playing a lot with him, he is thinking eagle right now. He's thinking, I got to do what I got to do here to gain these strokes. I think that's fool's gold here on hole number 8, as I think the prudent play for Locastro would be a position play very similar to what Heimburg just did and live to fight another day. An OB here on 8 would really not be a great thing and could lead to bogey. So let's see what Locastro has. I think the aggressive play and the last few missed putts is going to keep him wanting more.
He does go roller.
It's got a cut. That's going to go right towards that OB. And there it is, Jamie. I can't tell you how important it was for Locastro to just put that shot in bounds. And look at his reaction.
I think this is a moment where he's trying to make sure that he's the one setting the tone. And right now, 8 holes into this round, that's not what's materialized. There are too many missed putts in the early going for it to be right now it's Simon Lizotte's ship. And I think Calvin Heimburg was really smart, like you're saying, to put it on that corner and just say, okay, right now, momentum in your favor. I've still got a stroke, and I'm going to wait and see what you do.
Okay, so very well said, Jamie. Thank you. But let's look at what Lizotte has here. He's in horrible position. Yesterday, from a very similar position, he threw a terrible shot, went OB, to where he was eventually able to make that incredible 150-foot throw-in. But Lizotte, again, I think he just needs to lay up. Birdie is enough here on 8 for Lizotte. And McMahon is in much better position out to that left side. Let me frame it to you this way. Locastro just threw that roller. Had it rolled out and landed in bounds, he would have still been 100 feet away from the basket. What's the difference between a 200 and a 100-foot upshot? For this level of play, nothing. Except now he's going to be throwing his 4th versus throwing his 3rd. So he wasn't going to get the eagle anyways.
Yeah.
And that's why I say lay it up.
The out of position press coming back to bite Locastro. Birdie is great here. You're talking about Lizotte. He played 7 and 8 par yesterday. So he's already on pace to play 2 better over those 2 holes. Here's eagle second.
Oh, I like this angle. He's got it much more inside, Jamie.
Does it have?
Oh, he just hit the corner here on number 8. He's gone up into the woods. You can see just short of perfect there on hole number 8. Maybe he can find a little gap there in the trees and give himself an outside eagle look. But remember, just 24 hours ago from this position, Lizotte really made a huge error. I think just a nice control shot around the corner in position is the prudent play for Lizotte. Here he goes. He's made his decision. It looks like that control shot that we're talking about. Looks like a mid-range. Yes.
Wow.
Yes, that's a wonderful shot by Lizotte.
Simon Lizotte playing smart golf is a scary proposition on this card today.
I remember being in Lizotte's card a few years ago at the Ledgestone Insurance Open, and he ended up taking that victory down, beating out myself and Paul Macbeth. And he said, boy, that was just so boring. But I said, kid, you looked good doing it. So if you can continue to do that today, I think that Black Bear trophy could be in Lizotte's fingers. He just has to continue to trust the process and stay comfortable. Not loose, just comfortable.
Eagle McMahon in position to at least get a birdie. He's going to need to secure the birdie. Don't give away the birdie trying too hard to get the eagle there. He's currently tied for 12th at 29 under par. That's how close this battle is. You know the people in the clubhouse, guys like Colton, guys like Emerson. It's not going to be enough by the end of the day, but as some of these other scores start coming in at that level closer to that 40 under par mark, with every par that's taken by the lead card, they get a little bit more hope and a little bit more hope. Here's Heimburg's third.
Heimburg playing close to the OB, but he's in beautiful position. We don't see a lot of sidearms from Heimburg. Let's see if he can dial it in. Just a simple hyzer. Beautiful. These are the shots that they're going to have to make, especially once it gets a little tighter like it's getting. It's important that they, and see how far Locastro's back? This is a part of my point, is that he could have just laid it up.
Looks like Lizotte is going next.
Lizotte's going to have to take that right side. Oh, what a shot, Jamie. There we go. Lizotte is looking so strong. Heimburg in close for birdie as well. McMahon on the edge. Yeah, let's take a look at that again. Look at the control. It was that same orange disc he threw yesterday, Jamie, and just able to handle it beautifully. I love this green sloping from left to right, having to work those angles here. Now Locastro, this is going to be his fourth. It's going to leave him in a difficult sort of proposition, right? He needs to get this in close. He needs a par at best here just to keep pace with Lizotte and Heimburg.
Well executed forehand there by Locastro. He'll have that left for par.
What a beautiful championship Sunday here. This is what these players live for. They're getting a little bit of a taste of normalcy here at the preserve. And now Eagle has found his disc. We see that blue flag there, Jamie. So he's going to be just inside circle 2. But the big question is can he find an open line?
There's a couple steps in. This will be uncomfortable.
Gotta just be a layup here. Get it in close.
Just a great layup. Secures the birdie. McMahon trying to set a record for the most number of rollers thrown in a single championship round.
You know, certain courses call for more rollers than others, and I think the way this course is designed, it really is cool to see McMahon using the roller to his advantage. So that will be par for Locastro here. He'll stay at 32. This is a birdie there for Heimburg. And it'll be interesting to hear from Terry, right, Jamie, kind of what the feel is now amongst this group, especially with Lizotte now chasing down those leaders, bridging that 4-stroke gap with just one behind.
Yeah, all of a sudden, Simon Lizotte looks in control of this lead card. He's starting to set the pace. And look, Calvin Heimburg's at 3 down through 8. Nikko Locastro, 2 down through 8.
Mm-hmm.
Those are not the scores that are going to do it. I don't care how much of a lead you have at this point. You've got to get further under par as we're seeing more and more names bunch a little bit closer to the leader. Once again, Colton Montgomery sitting in the top spot right now. We don't expect that 35 under par is going to do it, But it's great to see him put that 14 down in the final round. Definitely going to jump up in the cash and in the stats, or the standings rather, for Pro Tour points and the like.
Yeah, nice round by Emerson Keith there. Barella was on a heater, but he did pick up a bogey, as Barella's had trouble on the back nine. He's played the front nine incredibly well, but the back nine's been tough. But really, here we're going to see Terry Miller.
All right, everyone. Terry Miller, the disc golf guy, checking back in with you after hole number 8. And I think one of the biggest stories that we've seen out here is some adjustments that have been made out here on hole number 8. This hole has proven to give struggles to most of our lead card at some point throughout the weekend. Today it looks like there was a little bit of fixing on that, maybe except for Nico's end. We also saw that our brand new partner, Bushnell, was being used. Eagle McMahon measured that his roller to get him up into the eagle position was more than 500 feet. So putting good use to all the new tools and the support that we're seeing out here on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. It looks like everyone is just about ready to get going again. The crowd is out here enjoying the action. Everyone's doing pretty good at their social distancing and taking it all in from afar. So great atmosphere out here. The winds are still light and variable, and we're going to get back to it. We'll see you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Terry. Hole 9, under 400 feet, good opportunity.
I know we haven't hit the turn quite yet, Jamie, but it certainly feels like these players are going to start to have to play a little bit better. Hole number 9, a very gettable, slightly downhill off the tee to a beautiful green with a slope away, playing at just 380 feet. It's all about distance control here and utilizing that fast, skippy green to their advantage. Here goes Lizotte. Ooh. God, another loose drive by Lizotte.
Looks like he slipped. And look at that.
I like it. I like it. He's behind the pin. He's in the sand. It's going to be an uphill 15-foot putt.
That was a gutty shot there. He started to slip as he rotated through and just put everything else that he had into it to get it close to the pin. If he had thrown that power on the line he normally throws it, he'd be way past.
Boy, and it's right around the middle part of this course that Lizotte starts to make a few loose shots. On day 1, it was on hole 10. Day 2, it was on hole number 8. So Lizotte getting lucky there, and if he can cash in that birdie, it'll be really a very fortunate birdie, even though it was a slip that led to that loose drive, still loose nonetheless. Now back to McMahon. Not out of it, but he needs to find some space here to peel back a couple shots.
This is the good line. You just play along the ridge on the right side. Let it filter in. Just like that.
What a beautiful view here. This is actually from across the creek over near the basket of 8, and you can see that big bunker that Lizotte is in. He's in bounds. Again, no golf greens or golf bunkers are out of bounds here at the Big Bear.
Heimburg next.
He's got it on a big pull stroke out to the right with a lot of angle.
Oh, wow. Baby. He just drops it on the green there.
Taking a little bit of a different approach there than McMahon, using the spike angle coming into the ground to avoid any skip. Locastro's still a huge factor in this tournament, but he has seemed to be a little out of sorts. You made the sort of, look, or, the comment that he was overthinking things.
He has all of these shots. It's just about execution right now. That's looking pretty good.
Little inside, carrying forward. All right, that's going to be a death putt look. Locastro was able to cash in on that yesterday.
All of the players looking good for a birdie here on hole number 9. We're going to be right back. You're watching the Disc Golf Network.
Hey, Chris, can I get a PA3?
Yes, sir. M4?
Welcome back here on the green and 9. Everybody looking to see where Simon went. They're going to be a little disappointed because he's a little closer than they'd hope. Nico's going to be out.
Nikko just a little closer than he was yesterday as he's, call it 25 feet, 27 feet maybe.
If he can sort of calm the racing thoughts here and put this dangerous putt in the basket for 2, this is going to go the right way. This is the kind of momentum he needs going into the back 9.
Wow.
Using every inch of the basket there, Nikko Locastro, and he knows it.
He does. I did like the sort of pump. He did the one single pump. It looked like his timing was a little better. He pulled it just a bit and was able to get it to hang on the right side. Here's Lizotte from the bunker again. For birdie, no OB.
Simon's looking solid.
And Jamie, I know it might seem like this is all kind of, for lack of a better term, par for the course for these guys. But these shots are all so important, as in just an hour and a half from now, we're going to see these 4 with a chance to win the tournament. But let's go over and take a look at Emerson Keith here, Jamie, on hole number 16.
Tied for the lead, 3 to play. Just cresting the hill on the skip. If he stayed close, that's going to be a good look. How about the man himself, course designer, host extraordinaire, Cale Leviska.
Cale is currently on an 8 under par round. Not as good as he would like, but again, all success.
Wow.
For, yeah, going way long here.
He just juiced that one. All right, let's get back to 10. Cale talked about in the intro how he named the creek that surrounds this beautiful green after his wife, Victoria.
Yeah, hole number 10. We've turned to the back 9 now. Again, the back 9 plays much easier. Slightly uphill to this flat green. The OB is really not an issue, although we did see Simon find the OB in the first round on the right side, but just 299 feet, sort of a very accurate look here for our competitors on number 10.
Taking a glance here at the leaderboard while we let the lead card get set up on the tee. As you can see, Keith and Montgomery, 35 under par. They're tied. Heimburg's moved back to 1 behind. Lizotte, Locastro, 2 back currently of that 35 number. If you're in the top 10, you're at least 30 under par. There's Drew Gibson from the Chase card making a little peek there. Jordan Castro as well. They're going to have to make something special happen on the back 9. There is the basket of 10. Remember, Missy Gannon saw that roll away. She was off to the left side of the green, hit the cage, rolled back. There's a little more slope on this green than it initially looks. Maybe why you see some people go to that left to right shaped shot, the right hand forehand. Simon, though, looks like he's going to just try to throw a good shot. He got away with one yesterday.
Yeah, he has not birdied this hole yet. And went OB, actually, in the first round. See if he makes the adjustment.
Oh, that's got to get down quick. He's got to get down quick. Oh, and he is inbounds, nestling against the cinder blocks there.
Yeah, he's just on the back side of that wall. That will be a just outside circle 1 putt there for Lizotte. Boy, he just does not have this hole. For some reason, there's just something about 299 feet with this orientation that he just can't grasp. And I think it's a little scar tissue just from the missed shot in the first round, trying to make the adjustment yesterday, almost going out of bounds again. But here's Eagle with the sidearm. I like this look on this hole. Uh-oh.
That's got to get up. Ooh, 1 down into the creek. McMahon, a little shaky. It's not that he's throwing bad shots. He's throwing 80% good shots when he needs 95 right now. The roller's almost working out, but just not quite. That forehand coming up short. Here's Heimburg.
Heimburg's left it off to the left as well, but it's nice and straight. So he's going to be well inbounds there. See the disc of Lizotte just up against the wall, and here's a little jockeying for position. This is an important drive for Locastro as well.
Yeah, doors wide open for Nikko here.
He's going to go with that full body sidearm just like we saw yesterday.
Putting this close adds some extra pressure to Heimburg and Lizotte to really think about that putt. McMahon starting to fall off the pace as we round to the back. Oh, Nikko he needs a prayer. Gets one. Does it stay up? Does it stay up? Does not look like he's going to stay up.
It's really tough to tell. I do think that he did hang on inbounds. You can hear the frustration in Nikko's voice. There might be
go over
an
to
OB
16.
line over there that we just can't quite see from our camera angle.
16. Hamas just outside circle. He's looking for a birdie. So we put him at 30 under. Another very strong putter. Back to 10, McMahon. Upshot to the green. Near perfect. Short work left for bogey. 16. Emerson currently tied for the lead. This would give him sole possession at 36 under par.
Emerson has the chance to get to 38 under par if he were to go birdie, birdie, eagle. Not sure with Emerson's distance if eagle is open on 18, but he needs to start with this one. A nice look there by Emerson Keith. He's really had a very strong day as we're going to see this putt again. He's had a strong weekend, but just had some of those kind of par stretches that have taken him out of the running here. But he's certainly putting on a strong one here to finish. It'd be interesting if he could post that 38 number and maybe something crazy happens come the back nine. But either way, he's had a wonderful day here on Sunday.
Yeah, he's really shown up ever since Worlds last year. He made his announcement that he's a force to be reckoned with, and he continues to prove that with each and every round thrown.
Inbounds here for Locastro. This will be for birdie. We heard that frustration, and what a beautiful camera angle it is. We see what Locastro has left.
Certainly understandable frustration. I believe he's taken more pars in the round today than he has all weekend long.
So there we go. That's going to be a par for Nikko. You can just see his body language. And look how much distance Lizotte has left. So can Lizotte find a birdie here outside the circle here on number 10 with Heimburg just inside the circle here?
Wow, hole number 10 has really confused Simon this weekend.
It really has. I mean, he had an opportunity there. He just floated that putt. It didn't have that normal snap that it usually has with his spin putt there. And now huge advantage for Heimburg, who's kind of just stuck with it over the last few holes and now has this to take a 2-stroke lead over his competitors here in the lead group.
This would push him up to a tie for second place. Heimburg's off the top yet again. I'm surprised. Hole 10 is not the hole that we expect to be the momentum killer from what we've seen. I mean, Simon was on 5 in a row, 6 of the last 7 up to this point.
Right. Yeah. 10's, it's not that difficult of a hole. I just think we're dealing with the pressure is all really starting to ratchet up here as we're getting, with only 8 holes left to play, Jamie. This is sort of anybody's game now.
All right, this was just a moment ago on 17. Your leader, Keith.
While that lead card is struggling, Jamie, this is Keith, who is the leader. Look at the control. He's going to be just on that left side. He's going to have to make that look.
All right, checking in with the Pro Tour standings as we're just past the halfway point of our lead card final round. You see Emerson Keith there in 5th, making a big jump with the 3rd place finish at the Dynamic Disc Open. Looks like he's in good position to add another bunch of points to that total. Eagle McMahon, as you see, 1 spot ahead of him, but not by too much as he's beginning to fall off. Drew Gibson, he's falling off the pace just a little bit as well. Keith also ahead of Philo Brathwaite. So he's in really good contention right now. He could jump up into a top 3 spot on the Disc Golf Pro Tour standings. Once again, we are only about halfway through the season. Still plenty of more opportunities throughout the summer and the fall to earn points on the 2020 iteration of the tour. If you have a moment and you have the time, go out and give us a shout out on social media. Hashtag DGPT. Let them know you're watching the Preserve Championship. Here's Lizotte on 11.
Hole number 11, one of the easiest par 4s at just 667 feet. What a drive by Lizotte. That's the best drive we've seen of any of our players. He'll have a long look as you see what he's going to have left to maybe throw that one in. The green light is open here on 11 for Lizotte. Jamie, I'm sitting back here watching this coverage, and my player's mind is going crazy. I just can't pinpoint what is going to happen. There's so much opportunity now. Before we started this round, I felt like I kind of knew the path to the finish line here. But boy, so much going on. I just cannot predict the finish on this one.
Locastro here, 33 under. He's got to get control of this flex. This one's fading. And you just see Locastro trying to make it happen. He's not in the flow like he was the first couple days. He's really looking to manufacture some shots here. And Lizotte looks to he's kicking into that next gear in very smooth fashion. McMahon has to start getting really aggressive.
He's going to go with the roller again. With the cut. This has got a nice bit of cut on it. Can it flip in time? Can it flip? He's asking for it to turn. It will not get over onto its top. Still an incredible drive there by
I mean, he is asking the disc to do things that are absolutely insane here in this final round. Let's go back to 17 a moment ago. Emerson Keith looking for a birdie on 17.
Just inside the circle. Remember, this is our leader of the tournament. And what a putt by Emerson Keith. That'll move him to 37 under. And I made a mistake calculation just a few seconds ago. Emerson Keith can get to 39 under par with an eagle on 18. And I think Emerson, I'm not sure if he's aware of the scores. He needs to go aggressive on 18. Birdie's not going to do it there. Eagle is an outside chance. But either way, what a round by Emerson Keith. Round of the day at 14 under with just one hole to play.
Yeah, big question for Emerson right now. If you go for the eagle, do you try to go the outside chance that something crazy happens? Because there still are a few cards out there on the course that can kind of get up to that number. You see Castro, Gibson, they're only through 12. They're at 32. And, of course, this whole lead card could still very easily eclipse that 39 under par mark. Here's Locastro. Wow. Great bounce out from the tree. Second time we've seen this happen.
Yeah, he's left well back, but again, the hole's just 667 feet. Probably about 200 feet here into the pin. Maybe a little bit more. Let's call it 220. Going to go with the sidearm. He's got it on a good line. A tap-in would do Nikko a great deal of favor right now, and that will give him that tap-in. Yeah, really, though, Jamie, Emerson Keith has to get this eagle. There's no, really, to me, there's no other option. He needs to get to 39 under par, and maybe he'll have a chance.
Here he is on 18.
You see it in the swing. And the lineup, he's gone full out here, Jamie. Oh, and he's put himself on the right side. That's a much better angle. He's not quite as far out there as our big dogs here in this event, but in good position to be aggressive on to the 18th green.
Look what Heimburg has to deal with. Just a little bit of frustration here from this tree in his lie. He's not very far away from the pin, though, courtesy of that very nice tee shot. He's in range for birdie. We're about 13 minutes away from your lead card. An FPO taking the course. Paige Pierce has built up her lead over the first two rounds. Missy Gannon, Paige Shue, and Catrina Allen right now locked in an intense battle to decide who's going to be on the podium. But hey, we were saying outside chances of catching the leader. But we've seen crazier things happen. We're seeing crazy things unfold. Here's Simon second.
What a run by Lizotte. It'll be a tap-in birdie.
That's got to be a little demoralizing for the opponents here. He's got bonus looks. Everybody should birdie this hole. But Lizotte, when you get those bonus eagle looks all of a sudden, you just look like you're threatening. Everybody on the green.
Calvin at 34, Simon at 34.
And then there's Paige Shue, 2018 world champion.
As well. What hole are they on? They're on 10. All three. Calvin, Simon, and Nikko are on 10.
Paige asking what's going on over on the MPO side. As much a fan of disc golf as she is a fierce competitor herself. We'll have Valerie Jenkins joining us in just a moment here. About 10 minutes from now, lead card FPO. In the meantime, stay tuned to UDisc Live. Back on 11, Heimburg for birdie.
Yeah, FTP at just 15 feet here on number 11. All the other three are in very, very close. And just we'll have tap-ins here on number 11. And so it's going to be what we would call a push, 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 push across the board here for our lead card. Still all the pressures on Heimburg's shoulders as he's got Lizotte and Locastro right behind him. McMahon still quite a ways back.
All right, rolling on to hole 12, going back to another shorty on this par 3.
Yep, 12 short again, 296. You got to go through the gap here, midway down the fairway. And the pin is right sort of perched up on a little elevated area with the lake right behind. We haven't seen any of our competitors to this point get back to that lake, Jamie, and that's partly due to this elevation where we see our little marker there indicating that slope, so the players come into that hill. And with the low sort of tight fairway, it's tough for them to be able to get all the way back to that OB.
Simon sizing it up.
So the story to me is becoming just a little bit more clear because really Heimburg had some breathing room back on the first tee. That breathing room is all gone because he has 2 players now within striking distance. And you got to hold off 2 guys of this caliber is going to be tough and a lot of fun for us here at home. Lizotte hitting early.
That's not good.
That's going to be just a par for Lizotte.
I mean, he is roughly 80, 85 feet from the pin right there. Does have a clear line to it, so don't count him out yet. Here's Heimburg. Heimburg not stepping through the open door there, both literally and figuratively. He's in the right side rough.
Yeah, sort of Heimburg in the position of the gazelle in the gazelle lion sort of scenario, right? He's being chased by a couple of lions here with Locastro and Lizotte just right behind him. Now Emerson Keith saying, hey, what about me? And he's out in perfect position on hole number 18. Take advantage. Locastro, what a shot. Looks beautiful. It's got to sit. Oh, see that uphill slope, Jamie, how that did that there for Locastro.
That's exactly what he needs to see. The shot he needed right now as the holes are starting to wane.
So tough to be in Heimburg's position, having these guys right on your tail. Oh, way too much hyzer there, but gets through quite a ways. He'll be inbounds, long birdie look. Jamie, let's swing right over to number 18 and take a look at Emmer Daddy in the fairway, the leader of the tournament.
He's looking to get up and down. An eagle here would do wonders for his outside chances.
Kind of a must at this point. Disc in air. He's made big putts over the last 2 holes. Kale calling for the big skip. And you hear Kale LaVisca there saying, let's go, dude. That's a standard LaVisca response. And Emerson Keith will be left with that putt, Jamie. Over the last 2 holes, we've seen Keith make circle edge putts, right? So he's feeling good with the putter. Can he put that in and put a little bit of pressure on those guys back on number 12?
He's been fun to watch lately. Let's go to Simon on 12.
Oh, there we go, baby. It is official now. Let's roll that Zuka replay. Simon Lizotte.
Look how cool he looks right now. He's not, it's like his heart rate hasn't even increased yet. I'm over here having a heart attack. Simon Lizotte, ladies and gentlemen, watch this again.
I mean, we got to call it 85 feet. You called it off the tee. Disc in air, just swings it in. Oh, my goodness. And now what does that do to Heimburg, right? Heimburg, excuse me, I'm just too excited.
What's this do to Eagle here? He almost puts it in from way outside. We may see some fireworks yet on this back 9. A little bit of a lackadaisical start for this lead card, but Simon's woken up at this point.
Now we see where Heimburg actually finished. He has quite a ways to go here. And boy, Simon Lizotte just did something special, and that could really change things up here. Let's see what Heimburg has. Oh, baby.
Not so fast, says Calvin Heimburg.
It is official. It is on like Donkey Kong. Here we go. Calvin Heimburg, cool and collected as always. Look, you can see the blue flag there. Let's call this a 50-foot putt for Heimburg.
He fixed that step through that he missed on the early, I think that was hole 4 or 5. Just makes good on it. That's the fastest I've ever seen Heimburg run.
I was going to say, a run from Heimburg? Come on now.
What is going on? Nikko suddenly feeling bad. He's like, what do I got to do? I just parked the hole.
Oh, man. Energy and excitement at the preserve. Let's take a look at number 13. 13 is a very gettable 360-foot par 3. And just think, Calvin Heimburg sort of controls his own destiny in a way. If he birdies out and eagles 18, there's no way anybody can beat him. But he's going to have to do the work. He's got to come out this gap, turns to the right, goes slightly uphill. Not much OB to worry about. But it's really the initial gap, Jamie. We've seen a couple of guys. We saw Eagle in the first round get caught up early. And here's Lizotte after the 85-foot birdie on 12. Oh, my goodness. Cool and calm on the right side, gets caught up there.
He's going to have another long look.
It's a game of chess from here on out, isn't it?
Heimburg's at 36.
Do you get the feeling, Jamie, that it's going to come down to who has the tee and who puts pressure on somebody first, right? Where they put themselves, all those types of things?
I think we're certainly going to see the players going to have to battle each other at some point, but they still have to get clear of Emerson Keith.
Mm-hmm.
Heimburg's going forehand, and it's looking good. He should not have too much of a problem there, though he is tucked up against the side. Let's go out to 18. Emerson Keith, this is real time. This is what he has left for Eagle. Wow, he more than cleared that bunker. He's backside staring back at it.
A must get for Keith. This would put him on a 16 under par round. Move to 39.
Oh, so solid.
Wow, what a putt by Emerson Keith. This dude, I am impressed with this dude. Look at the putt, Jamie. It never even left the chains. It barely got high enough to even leave the basket.
I like to call it the rocking chair style. Look, he brings it all the way back,
boom,
past his left side and just fires it in there.
The fist pump from Keith. Very impressive.
This was just a moment ago here. Eagle McMahon shot. All right. 1 second. We're going to get that Eagle McMahon replay ready. In just a moment, he's doing some great things, trying to not fall off the pace here. Simon Lizotte, we saw just a moment ago. He's going to have another long look, but the putter's warmed up right now. He knows what he's doing, and he's fully in control of this round. It looked like a Locastro-Heimburg battle. Locastro's right now just trying to hang on. He still is at 35. We don't want to count him out, but right now he's one back of Heimburg. He's tied with Lizotte, but the momentum certainly swinging in Simon's favor. Here's Eagle from just a moment ago while we watched Emerson Keith. This is Nikko.
Yeah, here's Nikko. Yep, with the sidearm out of the gap there. Beautiful position. And now Eagle McMahon going with the sidearm as well, coming out of the gap. Seems like sidearm is the best way to go here, putting himself in great position as well.
All right. Here is Paige Pierce, FPO. Lead card is working out on the course. We're going to say hi to Valerie Jenkins.
Up from Cold Spring, New York, Missy Gannon.
Missy Gannon up second. She's had a phenomenal last few days on the course. She's on the wrong side of some heartbreakers yesterday. She's got a lot of work to do, but the determination to make it happen. There's Heimburg's putt on the left as we see Gannon finds center fairway. Catrina Allen next up. She's just one back of Missy to start her round. All right, there's Catrina up the right side. Solid play there from Allen. See Nikko grabbing his birdie on the smaller picture-in-picture. And finally, Paige Shue. Paige Shue 11 back of the lead, 8 under par. A little bit of wind play there, small air bounce. She finds the fairway. All the players are off on this lead card in FPO. All right, we're going to let everybody get set up. We're going to head to commercial real quick. Don't go anywhere. The best is yet to come here on the Disc Golf Network. Welcome back on 14 with your lead card.
14, a beautiful hole here as we see Eagle taking a look down the fairway and looking at that pin 730 feet away. I love this tee shot, Jamie. The players are going to work that right side. We'll pull up the flyover. There's OB run down the entire left side. There's a cart path up there the players have to avoid, and they really need to work the right side. There's not a lot of angle here. They have to just sort of guide it down that right side, avoid the left, and put themselves just in position here to attack this green. And then the fairway sort of just straightens out completely, and it's a pure straight shot up to this basket, a little slope away behind the pin, so going long is no good. But this is a really, really crucial hole right now, as we've seen a little sort of striation here amongst our big three. We have Heimburg at 37, Locastro 36, Lizotte 35.
Emerson Keith currently leading in the clubhouse at 39 under par. With the way these guys are playing, it doesn't look like that score is going to hold. The Eagles thinking about something big here. What we've seen in the last few holes on this 9 through 12 stretch, think about this. On Friday, Simon Lizotte plays that 1 under par with a bogey, holes 9 through 12. Yesterday, cleans it up, 2 down, no bogeys. Today, Gets 3 out of 4 and had the look to get all 4 of them. So the trouble spot for Lizotte that we pointed out at the beginning of this round, he's cleaned it up quite well. Locastro there taking this moment just to cool off. He's still in this thing. He's looked a little shakier than he has the first 2 days. Certainly 15 under par is going to be a very tall task to match his score from rounds 1 and 2. But right now it's not about the round number. It's just about being the man at the top of the leaderboard when you tap out on 18. Now, I have to think that the reason these players are waiting is because they want to get really aggressive. There's not going to be just easy position plays here.
Yeah, it's kind of a danger, though, here on 14. That OB on the left comes in quite fast. But again, this is the chess game that I was talking about just a couple holes back. It's who's up first, who puts the pressure on who makes the first mistake here with just 5 holes to go.
Oh, he's got that pulled. Ooh, and it dropped pretty near the edge. Potentially going to have a step out there, but that's going to make a much more difficult upshot, giving away a little bit of that advantage. We saw Simon do something similar on the previous hole. Get the box, then throw it into the rough on the right.
We've yet to see anybody get up and down from that right side too, Jamie. Just because of the way the fairway is, you know, kind of trying to step out of the woods. It's a tough up and down here on 14.
Nikko trusting the flex. Going to work out this time.
Yep, you could hear it. Actually, what he said, he was playing that well back. So he's going to be left with 300 plus feet into this green. But nevertheless, he's safe, and that's important here on number 14 off of the tee.
McMahon looking like he's eyeing up the flip-up shot. Just like you're saying, brings in that danger on the left if he doesn't commit to it.
McMahon kind of stuck in no man's land as he's well back of the leaders. So he can just sort of kind of play free now, I would say.
Boom.
Asking, why are you so flippy? What a kick. And he went for it there. But like I said, he can play a little free now. Really, no real major concerns of winning the tournament. So have fun, enjoy yourself. This guy, on the other hand, every shot matters. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wow. Wow, Jamie.
Are you kidding me? Simon Lizotte. He's within 100 feet of the pin right there. Our camera operator thought, no way anybody's going to throw it past me, and Simon said, just watch. That is huge. Let's go over to 1 here. FPO on the course. Paige Pierce, your leader for birdie. That's a great putt there by Paige Pierce. I think we now have Valerie Jenkins. We could say hi. Good afternoon.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. And, of course, we catch up with Paige Pierce, just setting the bar yet again with a birdie to start off the round. I cannot wait to see what she has in store for us today. But the big storyline we want to follow, who is going to get that second place? Who is going to put pressure on Paige Pierce?
Catrina Allen certainly going to try. Here's her attempt for birdie. Got it. All right. Catrina Allen moves into a tie with Missy Gannon, who has a par look from circle 1. Paige Shue also putting for par back on that first hole. Simon Lizotte coming alive when he needs to here on the back 9.
You could hear it in my voice. I said, uh-oh. And it was because he started it on the far left of the fairway, but full-on trusted his disc to make its way to the right. And not only did he do that, Jamie, but he put it out there 600 feet off of the tee. You got to be kidding me. At that moment, what a shot. As Heimburg is caught up on the right, it's going to be a tough up and down. And Locastro left well back here. This is a 50-50 shot at best, as Locastro's deciding whether he's going to go sidearm or backhand.
Now look, Simon Lizotte's not the only player that can put a disc 600 feet away from where he threw it, but 600 feet on a narrow fairway is what the impressive part is. The golf line there, stretching it all the way out, giving him a huge advantage. We're going to bring the FPO card there on hole 2 into the small screen. I'm going to watch Nikko on the right.
This is a big opportunity for Nikko as well, as with Heimburg in trouble, putting it in close can put that pressure. He's going with the sidearm. I like it. It's got the distance. Oh, yeah.
Great shot there by Nikko Locastro. Catrina Allen should find the back left side of hole 2's green as well. Missy Gannon next to tee for the ladies. Heimburg for the men. Oh, look, once again, Calvin Heimburg. From this camera angle, you can't see it, but look where he's going to take his stance. He's actually okay. He's not that far in. His disc actually sitting there on the short grass.
Yeah, good point there, Jamie. But the thing, and it's very fortunate for him to be outside of the rough on the right, but he's going to have to go to the sidearm look. And again, this isn't something that we see from him that often, but he has a free swing here.
Going to the knee. We just saw Paige Shue get to the green on 2 as well. Putt on the way. Sidearm swing. Oh, look, just tracing the circle 1's edge line.
I mean, Calvin Heimburg, we saw it yesterday, getting the roll forward as he did on 18. Man, that's going to give him a chance right from the circle's edge, maybe just inside for his birdie.
Eagle not going to be so fortunate there. Somehow, Eagle has rolled back down into this lie, and if you just show me the shots of Heimburg and Eagle off the tee, I'd say Eagle has the better lie all day, but the golf gods have other ideas for Mr. McMahon right now. This is kind of the story of Eagle's round, frankly. So close and yet feeling so far away.
Yeah, absolutely. He did have his opportunities as we've gone through this final round, but he just didn't have that one moment that sort of connected him, as Lizotte was able to do it on holes 5, 6, and 7.
He's looking for some slide of his own. He's going to be left about 35 feet or so, just barely in circle 2. And not a mounded green, but a green that starts to slope away really quickly. Kale putting this target to where it looks like that tree from the perspective of the fairway that would be off left of this camera angle. Looks like it's right by the pin. But in fact, it's pretty far back there. Here's Lizotte. This is the second.
Impressive as it was, that is a planned layup here from Lizotte, and I would have fully supported that if I was his caddy, because he did all the work off the tee to make it easy. And I'll tell you, there's going to be some stress coming up. So if they can avoid that stress now, they're definitely going to bank some of those points as we go down the final stretch.
Such a clever moment there for Lizotte. He doesn't go first. He gets to see what the other players do off the tee. And even though he's not going to card the eagle, he's making the statement right now. It's easy for me. It's tough right here for this man. Eagle to save birdie. Very nicely done.
This is all cream on the cake here for Eagle.
One more time. Let's see this. Eagle just running away right behind airball or even a bad kick off of the metal. is no good, but he makes sure to tuck it just inside that left pocket. Vinny just a couple steps closer.
Still outside circle 1. Call it 38 feet.
He's missed the last couple of these high. Oh, and he didn't commit to that one at all.
Yeah, missing it low. You just mentioned it. The location of this pin with Kale placing it there, it doesn't give Vinny that free rein run to go for it. And that's going to be potentially a stroke loss to both Locastro, who's going to move into a tie with Heimburg. Again, still behind Keith, but, you know, with all due respect to Keith, these guys are jockeying for position as we come down the stretch.
Well, you can still expect 3 strokes potentially on the last 2 holes, which already sort of knocks them out of it. Let's bring the women in here on hole 3. Catrina Allen on the tee. Good little spin putt there from Locastro. Catrina finds the left side there. She'll have a look. Simon, easiest birdie we've seen all weekend on 14. And Heimburg, bit of disappointment there on this par 4. Getting more interesting. Let's go to 3, Missy Gannon.
Hole 2 was pretty interesting in itself. Looked like 3 of the card mates, besides Paige Shue, were going to get their easy birdies. Paige Shue steps up to her 50-footer and cashes it. So she said yesterday she is going all in today, playing aggressive, and there we go. Hole 2, she makes it happen.
Lead card is collectively 6 down through the first 2 holes. Here's Paige Shue. Got to get up to this part to slide. She's going to have a bit of a longer look as well. Hot scores so far from the women. MPO getting ready to tee off on 15. Only 4 holes left. Make sure you've got UDisc Live pulled up so you can pay attention to everything that's going on. Let's get back out to 15 right now. Nico's going to have the box. After an extremely slow start, he's now got the last 4, 5 of the last 6. He's 7 under for the day.
Number 15, one of the easier par 4s here at the Preserve, just over 700 feet. But really not much to worry about. The players will work sort of the center of the fairway, finish to the left side, and have just a chip into this green. Let's see if this tiny breeze affects our players whatsoever.
Nico's going to go off towards the left there. That's no problem.
I'm looking at those branches blowing in the wind there, Jamie, and wondering, is there a little bit of a headwind coming through this gap, which could leave our players further back, which would mean more technical upshots into this green?
Back-to-back 700-plus foot holes here on this stretch of the course. Eagle's been using the roller for distance today. No real room to work that here. This should be an air shot.
Yeah, the undulation in the fairway does not allow for the roller, but it does allow for the big boom.
Oh, you know the hat falls off. He's going deep. Going deep, but once again, kind of turning everything over. He's just got that extra juice today.
Yeah, it started all the way back on hole number 1 as he went to the right off the tee. Now here's Lizotte with a beautiful drive on the previous.
He's not in the lead, but he's in control right now. This is a line.
Oh, and he's left himself on the right side, Jamie, which is going to be a beautiful, unimpeded upshot towards this green. And now Heimburg.
This is where the pressure starts to mount on Calvin. Can he handle it and fend off both Locastro and Lizotte? That's a big shot. It's tracking towards behind See, he's in the shadow of the one tree there, so if there's any difficulty on the fairway, that's where it would be. Let's go to 3, Catrina Allen.
2 for 2 and putting for birdie here on 3.
Catrina Allen's found her putter all of a sudden.
And that's good to see. It's never too late to get your putting style back, and Catrina Allen is giving it everything she's got, off to a hot start for today. Paige Pierce is the last one left for birdie putt.
Yeah, Missy and Paige Shue just not getting close enough for the confident birdies. Ooh, another low left pocket tester right there, but Paige Pierce is also 3 through 3. Good start for her. This is Gannon to save par.
Missy had a far outside the circle putt for birdie, leaving it high, not getting any metal on it. So we want to see how those progress as we move on through the round.
All right, Terry Miller is standing by hole 15.
Hey everyone, Terry Miller, the disc golf guy, checking in here again. And what I really want to bring back to you guys is emotion. There's been plenty of it out here. We already know Nikko's arguably one of the most emotional players that we find on the course. Calvin, maybe the exact opposite. Well, we finally saw a smile from him when he hit the huge putt just a few holes ago. He had a really huge smile as he ran up to the basket to retrieve his disc. The other thing that I saw when I'm referencing the emotion, it's not just for Nikko's own shots. He's been very animated today watching the other players throw. I think back when Simon hit the putt a few holes ago, he simply turned away and said, wow. And I think he knows and realizes that these guys are out here, they're out there for blood, and everybody is battling, and at no point can he let his guard down. We also saw just a couple of holes, or I'm sorry, on the last hole, Simon Lizotte was talking about going for the green. He mentioned to his good friend Casey that he was going to give it everything he could to actually go for the green. You saw him execute the beautiful shot. Contrary to that, both Simon and Eagle threw it over toward the right side of the woods, and both times after it kicked back out, again, Nikko kind of looked away in disbelief. So he's got to keep those emotions in check, not only for what he's doing, but what he's seeing from the other players right now. Obviously, we're going to come down to these last few holes. It's still anybody's match, anybody's game here at the Preserve Championship. But let's keep in check those emotions. All right, let's get back to the action.
Nikko Locastro certainly playing with his heart on his sleeve. He's dangerous when he gets fired up. You just saw him reach the green there in 2. This is on 4, Paige Pierce.
This is a big booming par 4. It's going to take 2 big drives to get yourself in position for a birdie. With that wind picking up, could make it very interesting.
Starting to change the conditions out here. McMahon, second shot on 15.
McMahon will be left with that circle's edge putt, Jamie. And while we were hearing from Terry Miller, we saw the upshot from Nikko Locastro. Brought it in on the backside, bringing it in a very good position. So he's in position now to make birdie. Heimburg is right there in the center of our screens. He'll have a little baby hyzer into this green. And then Lizotte will have a very, he's going to take the sidearm. Nice decision here by Heimburg, and Lizotte will have an easier line to the pin. It's all lining up here, Jamie.
Heimburg's right there. Should be no issue to card the bird.
Lizotte is going to have a wonderful angle. Just a nice, that orange disc now. Thing finds the chains, doesn't it?
It certainly is magic. He's got a birdie. Well,
a birdie opportunity, but
say
still.
You don't want to get ahead of yourself.
No, not
but
at all.
Look, the way he's playing right now, it's just, he's making them from 20, 40, and 80 at this point. Only a few holes left. That's going to knot most of these players if everybody can make good on this. Let's bring in the scorecard here. Again, Keith's still up top, but we don't expect that to hold. Heimburg, Nikko looking to get to 38. Simon looking to get to 37. Drew Gibson trying to peek in on the outside there. He could get to 38 himself if he goes birdie eagle. Speaking of eagle.
Eagle for birdie.
Funny how that all works out.
Yeah, it does. There we go. Nice job there by Eagle McMahon. Again, this is all just really for Eagle personally, as he's kind of being left behind by his fellow card mates. But good insight by Terry. You know, that frustration by Locastro sort of, you know, feeling like the guy's getting a little bit lucky. But Nikko just needs to stay focused on hit at the task at hand. He has a great opportunity here to peg a tournament, you know, some place that he hasn't really been much lately, and it would be a great victory for the tour veteran.
It's looking more and more like we could see a playoff.
Don't use the P word, Jamie. Don't get me too excited.
Nate can't handle extra golf today.
Wouldn't that just be amazing? It's certainly lining up that way.
Well, there's certainly birdie opportunities. I mean, 16, 17, 18, all have been giving up birdies this weekend. 16's next up, and this is what it looks like.
Here we are. Number 16, 378 feet. Not much to talk about as far as the fairway. It's all about the green. The green is protected by a few trees and slopes away severely on almost all four sides. Ideally, you'd like to bring it in just to the right of that pine tree there, swing it into the pin, but we've seen quite a few of our competitors leave it off left, leaving themselves with an uphill look from over on the left side. Emerson Keith made roughly a 35-foot putt here on number 16, but as you mentioned, really 16, 17, 18. Can somebody go 4 under par, and who will it be, right? Can they go birdie, birdie, eagle? And who will that person be? If it's Locastro or Heimburg, they're going to be in a great position to win. If neither one of them can do it, can Lizotte do it? So a lot of pressure on really all three of these competitors right now.
Certainly, Lizotte has the best opportunity to threaten for the eagle on 18 if he may need to do it in order to get himself into that playoff. I mean, birdieing out for Locastro and Heimburg would set them up and pretty much leave Lizotte once again needing that eagle on 18 just to kind of pull that Indiana Jones, you know, slide under the closing door. He's done it 2 days in a row just to make the lead card. Can he make extra golf if that scenario ends up happening? All right, over to 4, Paige Pierce.
This is her second shot here. Cresting just over the hill. I think that had perfect distance. We'll see if she's landing inside the circle.
Looking nice and calm. The lead is 9. See her card mates out on the right side.
It's nice to see everyone seems calm. There's not a ton of energy happening right now with this group, but as the pressure ratchets up, I'm sure that'll change.
Relatively calm conditions still on the course today. A little more wind than we've seen all weekend. How does that affect what is normally a pick your spot and place it kind of hyzer? Sub 400. Everybody here on this card easily has this.
While we're cool and calm here in the booth, the insides of our 3 lead men here are just humming right now. The pressure is ratcheting up. And Nikko got it on a good line. How's the distance?
Nikko's got it in a great position there, finding just past pin high, low side of the green. For a right-handed putter, that's probably the best spot you can be. The inside miss sits at the top of the hill. Eagle probably going to go more of the spike line here.
Ooh, so we saw the wind coming off of the right, sort of coming off of the lake out there, kind of into the face. Got to work the wind here with this hyzer. Boy, this kid just throws such sky-high shots and able to curl it around. He's going to have, we've seen that putt, Jamie, about 4 times in the first 2 days from our groups here on the live coverage. Now, Lizotte, can he get something in close and put the pressure on Locastro and Heimburg?
Probably that same aiming point. Watch for him to attack that tree that's just right of the pin.
He's got it up there in Eagleville. All right, he's pegged it on the top of the hill, Jamie. It looks like he's got the tree to contend with, but either way, a great opportunity.
Inside of 20. Very makeable.
Now, it was back on day 1 that Heimburg cashed a 40-footer here on 16.
Heimburg's looking pretty good. Heimburg's looking really good.
Really good. Putting the pressure now back on Locastro's shoulder. Impressive stuff here on Championship Sunday at the Preserve. Let's take a look at it again. Cool and Calm is this guy's middle name. Look at it come in. Jamie takes the chip, roll right up to the basket. Park job, no worries for Heimburg. And it's going to be a putting contest with Locastro and Lizotte.
All right, this is your leaderboard as it stands. Once again, Heimburg and Locastro threatening to tie Emerson at 39. Lizotte, he needs to get to 38. That's not what he wanted to see from Heimburg. Drew Gibson did birdie the 17th. Take a look at that. He could jump up into 38 under par as well. Eagle McMahon trying to hang out, jump back into that top 5, but bit of a stretch there as it is coming down to likely Heimburg Locastro, outside chance Lizotte right now. That par back on 13 may really cost him. We're going to let everybody's walking right now. We're going to get you to a shot as soon as we have one lined up. Don't you worry. All right, let's get out to 16. Nico's just about ready. Basket's probably elevated about 5 feet from flat. Rise over about 24 long. This was the first putt he missed yesterday on this hole.
The emotion from Locastro, the fist pump, tells us everything that we need to know, doesn't it, Jamie?
He knows how bad that was. He had to have that one. There's no question. Oh, Eagle just cutting out right side. Just pushed it enough. Basket couldn't hold on to that one. It's been that kind of day for McMahon.
Huge putt by Locastro, though, man. He is humming back there right now. He is thinking, yes, I still have a chance to win this title. Eagle's going to have to still be out at this point. That was an aggressive-looking putt. And, as I was mentioning, for this, Eagle wants to win. You see the frustration as he throws down his birdie bag there. And now this is for par.
Ooh, he pushed that one too, and Basket said, I'll catch that one for you. You've had enough of a trial and tribulation kind of day.
Yeah. And anybody who's been at the caliber of that man right there knows what he's going through. He wants to be a part of this phenomenal battle we have here between 3 great players.
Lizotte with no problem with the branch. He's able to stand comfortably, knock that in.
Yeah, tree wasn't an issue at all. Now 17 is a tricky little hole. It's not that long, Jamie, but it's tight, right? 269 feet is all it is. But look at how tight it is. Just 12 feet across here, down the fairway, then it opens up. The big issue here, you got to get through the gap, but if you go long and to the right, you can make it out to the lake. We haven't seen anybody do it. We saw, I believe it was Jordan Castro maybe get close to there going long, but still a tricky little hole. And if they get caught up early, somebody could take the advantage there with that open door.
Certainly. Simon Lizotte has not played this hole very well at all. He has not really made the hallway clean either time, but he's still at times been the recipient of the benefit nonetheless. Look, everybody's got to get close. There's no... You want to be in circle one right now. Nothing short of that is really going to do.
Locastro with the tee here as we see the breeze just pick up right at this moment. This is a good opportunity for Locastro to put some pressure on his fellow card mates. Both Heimburg and Locastro have made it now up officially into that T1 position with Emerson Keith. Ooh, the branch hit for Locastro is going to leave him, Jamie, at 50 feet here on this elevated basket.
Oh, and he is steaming, and rightfully so. That leaf took everything off of the power. It didn't look like too terrible of a shot. He just didn't throw it. Nerves getting to him. How about Simon? Can he get this? Simon's got it.
Finally, Lizotte peers one through the gap. And that's all he'll have left to move himself to 29 under par. Excuse me, 39 under par. Sorry about that.
Heimburg here, he could get to 40 with a birdie. This would give him the outright lead.
Uh-oh.
Heimburg's pulled it.
There we go. That's the mistake we were talking about, Jamie. Those trees, Heimburg's left well back now. Locastro's got the 50-footer. Lizotte's got the easy, close-in birdie look. We could see three guys. In fact, we could see four guys at 39 under par with just one hole to play. So, don't go anywhere, folks. It's starting to get good. Got to wait all that time for it to get good.
It's just starting to get good. I've been on the edge of my seat all day, just trying not to get too excited. All right, one quick commercial break. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back on the Disc Golf Network. Here's Calvin, second shot on 17. He's got good footing.
Just a layup. I'm really surprised, and I'm glad we've brought in that score down at the bottom. We're seeing the hot scores, actually, is what we're seeing sort of at the bottom there. But to see Keith and Heimburg there at 39 under par, I am surprised that Emerson's score has held up as much as it has, but it really goes to show you how good his 16 under round was today. Emerson Keith is an absolutely impressive player.
Lead card pressure's getting to some of these guys. Eagle, why not bid here? All right, he's nice and close for par.
Will Nikko go for it, Jamie? Will he go for it?
Well, this is the big question, because if he misses badly, he's he has to put enough height on it that he could potentially find out of bounds if he runs too far along. Or does he wait one more hole? Looks like he's thinking about this exact same thing right now. Does he have more of an advantage putting on 17 or more of an advantage taking on Calvin and Simon on the long par 5 that's just ahead?
This could be Locastro, Jamie, taking his destiny into his own hands. If he makes this putt right here and Eagles 18, nobody can beat him in this championship. I think it's a must-go to control his own destiny. Nikko Locastro for birdie to move to 40 under par. Whoa, 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 whoa.
He doesn't like it.
No, I think he's going to move immediately to the layup. There's no way he would step up that quick if this was a go for. Yep, it's just the layup.
Just a little half run, yeah.
Wow. It got into his mind. That's the first time we've seen Nikko stand over a putt of that length. And sort of, you could tell, based on really his reaction, that he was thinking about it the entire time. I really do think that it would have been valuable for him to go for that look, that high sort of hyzer look would have still left him in good position to make the par had he missed.
Certainly, but he wasn't confident, and that's what that tells me, that he couldn't talk himself into it as much as he wanted to. And so now he's only left with this for par instead of maybe a 15-footer. All right, he says, I'll see you on the next hole.
Boy, the inner demons with Nikko playing a battle. The guy's still tied for first place. And there we go. Okay, it's official, Jamie. We have 4 players at 29 under par. This is going to be the tap-in for par. So 4 guys, 29.
39 under par for all of these guys.
Thanks, buddy.
Carry the 1.
Yeah. All right, 39 under par. Every time I do that, I mess it up. Anyways, let's get back to it. 39 under par, 1 hole to play. This is where I talked about the scoring separation on 18 becoming so important. Eagle is most likely a must here for our competitors. 930 feet. Most of our lead 3 in this group, Jamie, have put it up either in that bunker or on that golf green to the right there. Then you can see they have the open door to the green. The bunker short is actually an okay place to land, but it's a tough stance. You really want to get it up and over that bunker and right into the green complex. I am thinking we're going to see a couple very important putts here in about 10, 15 minutes.
As you saw, the landing zone just on that flyover, that's probably the minimum distance that you want to see any of these players to keep their eagle chances alive. And look, this hole's given up a lot of eagles, so just because you see one person threatening doesn't mean the others can't get there as well. This could be a pair of eagles or a trio of eagles forcing a playoff, but definitely pars are no good. If we go to a playoff, this will be the situation. The players are going to play hole 1 through 5, normal course style. Then they will cut back over to 18, repeat as necessary, sudden death as always. A little bit of a left to right, little tail, distance wind for the right-hand backhand.
We've seen Simon be very safe with his drives here. Does he go for more? Watching it with very close. Oh, Jamie, it dropped out of the air. I think he's in bounds. I think that he's in bounds. We see his reaction. Not a lot of sound from our crowd, but I think he's in bounds. But it's going to be a horrible run-up. He's on the side of the lake, sloping towards that water. Can he get enough to go to this pin in 2?
Wow. Simon was out of position.
Nikko's been extremely sort of safe with a lot of his tee shots today, putting himself much farther back than the rest of his competitors. Will he do the same and put more pressure on the second shot?
Oh, he's played for birdie both times in the first 2 rounds. Now he's forced to get more aggressive here. That'll be enough to give him the look. He's got the distance to reach in 2.
Now with Heimburg seeing what his competitors have done, he has an opportunity right now to put himself in a very strong position and give himself a great look to this green. He's had 2 phenomenal drives. He did put himself in the bunker yesterday. Still able to pick up the eagle. That's that traditional pull stroke we're going to get from Heimburg. Oh, he's got it on a beautiful line.
And he's sitting there just right. Little thin strip, right side of the golf green, or maybe just a little in front of it. Eagle. Extra big run up here.
Yeah. Eagle's going for the pin. Boom.
Eagle gonna find the bunker. If he's in the middle of it, the sand is pretty packed down, so it shouldn't be too bad. This is how hole 18 was played during the first 2 rounds. You could see at least a half stroke under par for both days. We've got 21 eagles in the first 2 rounds on this hole. So 22 eagles, excuse me. So playing is either the easiest or the second easiest hole on the weekend. Let's go out to, we have still walking on 18. These guys throw a really long way.
Well, as we see the back of Simon Lizotte here, the big question for me right now is, and that's running through his mind, is what is the footing going to be? We know he has enough distance to get to this green, even potentially from a standstill position. But as you see to the right there, Jamie, it's a fairly good slope down towards the water. And a lot of times when they make these man-made lakes, there's rocks down there, things like that. So who knows what his stance will be, but an unfortunate sort of wind break here for Lizotte, as it seemed to bring his disc down and not get that flight like the others did.
He certainly kept it on hyzer to make sure it didn't flip over and make the ultimate mistake outside to the water on the right. This is the biggest question that still remains. Will this keep him from threatening the eagle right now? He's still walking up. This is a far shot.
Yeah, he's definitely far up there. I kind of like this walk. It reminds me of walking down the 18th so many times with these players and the excitement of what is going to happen, what decision will Simon make. He is quite a ways up there. Look at, he's not too far from the golf green.
Yeah, so that's going to put, everything puts pressure. Like this is where you just figure out the last few moves of a chess match.
Oh, he's okay here. He's okay. It's just the tall grass, no real angle issues. Footing might be a little tricky just with the tall grass, but should be okay for Lizotte, excuse me, and we'll move over to Locastro.
And Locastro's the shortest of the 3.
A park job here will guarantee him, let's just say that this way. An eagle here will guarantee him a chance to either win or be in a playoff.
Yeah. Again, going back 1 hole ago, he chose to wait. He still controls his own destiny. Nobody made mistakes off the tee.
Nikko has done so much work to be at this position. It all comes down to this one throw. Going with the pure hyzer look. Disc in air. Look at this, Jamie. Look at that. It's not parked. We're not going to call that parked, but 20 feet for Locastro, and now all the pressure is on Lizotte and Heimburg. Amazing shot by the Tour veteran.
Wow, the nerviest 20-footer on deck for Locastro. Simon has just got to make sure that he delivers this disc properly. He's running uphill, which can easily cause you to sky it, get that nose up. He's got to commit and get forward.
Got it out to the right. Is he going to get the skip? Nope, he's not going to get that skip. He's going to be left well outside circle number 2, Jamie. And you're right. I think that uphill run-up definitely affected him there. He put a lot of hyzer on that disc. And with that left to right headwind cross, or excuse me, tail cross, it did not allow the disc to come across. Can Heimburg somehow find a way to get inside Locastro and shift the pressure to Locastro's hand?
This is the perfect position to do so right here.
Can he get inside of Locastro? He parked it yesterday. Oh.
Heimburg's found the bunker.
Yes, he's short. And while I was mentioning over the flyover, while that's a decent spot to be, it looked like he hit high in the bunker, and now footing will become an issue. Advantage Locastro.
My goodness, right now, Nikko, after everything he's been through this round, he suddenly has this one last chance. One good putt could seal it for him. He's going to have the advantage. The other two will have to go first. Meanwhile, Eagle McMahon, he's just running the pin. He's going to find himself with a nice short look for his namesake. That could bump him to 36 under par. Nikko, once again, important to note, he has not eagled this hole yet this weekend. It's been a bunch of birdies. In fact, the first couple days when he shot those 15 downs, he was really playing birdie position on the final hole. Forced to go for it. Best shot of the group. I mean, does Simon have enough magic in the putter to make something happen? It's already happened a couple of times in the last 24, 36 hours here.
Yeah, I wouldn't put anything past Simon Lizotte. I also wouldn't put anything past Calvin Heimburg. He's a deathly killer putter, right? And so is Lizotte, certainly from distance with the spin. Nikko has shown some nerves on these shorter putts, all the way back to hole number 1, missing a short putt for birdie. So there's going to be a lot of pressure. Nikko will certainly be the last to putt. The big question is, will it be for the win or will it be for the playoff, right? Because if one of our other two guys nails these putts, then all of a sudden everything shifts over. And I'll tell you this, it has been a while since we have seen some action like this. This is a three-way battle between three very well-known players who all have a lot to gain as far as confidence is concerned, right? And doesn't it seem like Nikko has the most to lose because he just hasn't been here that much lately? Lizotte certainly could use a big win, and Heimburg just trying to continue to be dominant.
All right, this is what it all comes down to here. Let's go to Lizotte. He's lining this up. He's not that far out. He's just at that circle 2 flag. Call it 65 feet for Eagle. Oh, he's floated it.
Okay, so
Calvin's only about
Chapter 1,
48 feet here. This is the putt he struggled with today specifically. Basket slightly elevated, a little bit of a rise in his way. We saw him miss one on 3 that's not too dissimilar from this.
Him checking the wind just in his mind. Castro watching on with some hawk eyes here. He knows what's coming up. All right.
Just short.
So no magic in the putt of the first two men. Will this be? It goes all the way back to Friday, Jamie. Nikko Locastro with that 15 under par, and here it is. His opportunity to become a champion here in 2020 and get back to where he has been so familiar over the last 11 years.
For 41 under par, for the eagle on the last hole, for the win. Nikko Locastro is your 2020 Preserve Champion. My goodness, what a hard-fought victory for Locastro. Pair of 15 downs. He said after the round yesterday it wasn't good enough to separate. He wants it as much as anybody. His career is storied, and this is just yet another winning chapter for Locastro.
Isn't it an interesting comment by Locastro thinking he's tied and that he might have still some play left in him, but he is the champion.
Are we sure? There we go, did I win that?
Listen in here.
Oh, what?
Oh, love you, baby. Love you guys. Kale, give me the bear, dude. Take this thing, dude. Come on. All right, I'm jumping in the pond.
We need you for 30 seconds right now with Terry, right here.
Hold up, buddy. Hold up. Come on in.
Jumping.
Yeah, all right. You stay there. You stay there.
Oh, Nikko Locastro, he wants to make the pond jump another tradition.
Let me hang out here by the bear.
The emotion here.
Nikko
We're going to wrangle him
Thank
here
you.
for an interview with Terry Miller.
Good plan, man. This means so much to me. You guys have no idea.
Nikko
You just can't
Locastro,
help yourself.
massive win, an eagle
The
to win
ladies
it on
are
the
watching
final
this
hole.
right
Oh my God.
Let's listen in
No
here.
one
Terry
grinds
Miller's got
harder
Nikko.
than you do. Every week in and week out. What does this mean to you?
It means everything to me. You guys have no idea. All I do is think about this moment and just how good it can feel. And you know, I was playing with the best players in the world today, shot for shot, and I was really just thinking about my friend Robo that had a stroke recently, and he called me this morning. He said he's gonna be with me out here, and I was thinking about my grandmother and, you know, just what it would mean for my family, and, you know, I want to make my family proud, and, you know, all my friends and supporters out there. It's an amazing feeling. This is the best feeling I've had in a long, long time. I'm very satisfied in this very moment. I'm here at watching my dreams come true. This is it. This is what I live for right here, right now.
You talk about how much it means to you, and no one plays with more emotion than you do. And a few times even out on the course, you saw things that were maybe some good breaks for the other players, and you kept rolling with it. Is that a fair statement?
Absolutely. I just kept believing in myself, and I kept telling myself I'm going to be there on the last hole, and I'm going to have a chance to win. And that's the mindset I had from the very beginning.
So you got to the final hole, but did you not know there was a four-way tie for first?
I wasn't even thinking about it, honest to God. All I could think about was putting the Frisbee inside the basket and not letting any other thought enter my mind.
You've traveled the world with Cale LaVisca. We're here on the property playing this course for the first time ever. How does that feel to get the win?
It's amazing to see my friend's dreams come true out here as well. I know he's worked really hard on this property with all the local support, and I feel like everybody's got Cale's back in the whole state of Minnesota, and I see this entire property flourishing, and I wouldn't ever miss this event again. This is it's amazing just to be out here. My girlfriend Ariana, she came out here to support me. There's all my friends back home. Got to give everybody a shout out that ever believed in me. Everybody that stuck with me from the beginning. It's hard to put all my emotions into words right now, but I'm extremely thankful and grateful for where I'm at right now in my life, for all the disc golfers out there in the world. You have to believe in yourself, never stop, continue to believe in yourself to the very end, work hard for everything. That's what I've been doing. That's all I do. So I go to the disc golf course and keep grinding and believing in that eventually I'll be on top again, and this is truly what I live for right here.
The Preserve Championship winner, Nikko Locastro.
Thank you guys. Going in the pond, dude.
Ryan,
Hey,
Nikko, hold up. Can you just verify? Check that real quick, and then you're ready.
Dude,
Get your card done first.
Got it, bro.
Love you, bro. Oh my goodness, the emotion flowing out of Nikko Locastro. He plays with his heart on his sleeve.
Let's get it right.
They're all right. I double checked.
This is correct.
Double,
against you,
triple
Disc.
check.
Yeah.
This is correct against you, Disc, as well.
Even.
There we go. Let's let Nikko get his card, and then he obviously looks like he's going to go for a swim.
If there's a pond there, he's going to find a way to jump into it. Yet another tradition being set here on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. Initial reactions here to Nikko's round and just the way he battled from start to finish. He said it right there.
Yeah, I am very familiar with Nikko Locastro, been in a lot of close battles with him. And as today was going on, I mentioned it a few times what this would mean for him. Let's go ahead and take the watch of Nikko go into the lake. Enjoy it, young man.
There he goes. When you eagle the final hole to win the tournament, I mean, so well deserved there for Nikko. Let's break down just a little bit of what he did. We'll, of course, do a lot more of this in the Bevel breakdown. We know we do have FPO coverage to get you back out to in just a moment, but we do need to talk about just a little bit. Nikko, 4 out of the last 4 Circle 1X putts, including that eagle putt there on 18. So crucial. When we saw the putter leave him momentarily during the second round, we saw him start to stumble, not quite look steady. He was frustrated with himself in the middle when he got those consecutive pars. But when it counted, he put the disc into the basket.
Yeah, as I was mentioning, I know this young man very, very well. And he really does. What he was in that interview is Nikko Locastro. It's tough for me to even react too much, Jamie, because this guy didn't even know that he was going to win the tournament with that putt. He was just so focused and so locked in. It's been a long time coming for Nikko Locastro. He's been in so many battles. He's put himself in so many positions. And you know what? His trophy case is certainly full as well. And it just goes to show you, no matter how many tournaments you win, the next one is always the most important, and this is something Nikko's been waiting for quite a long time. It didn't seem like he was going to win it early on, but he stuck with it, made a few putts, and yeah, so happy for Nikko Locastro. Congratulations, dude. And yeah, nothing more else to say really, but congrats.
We'll let him collect his thoughts for a little bit while we get to some women's coverage, and we'll be back for the Bevel breakdown at the conclusion of the Preserve Championship. So much more to talk about as well. Simon Lizotte, Calvin Heimburg there till the end. Emerson Keith making a run. Lots of storylines out in Clearwater on Sunday. For now, we're going to reset. I'm going to swap Nate for Val, and we're going to get back out to the course to watch all the rest of the ladies try to take down Paige Pierce. We'll be right back. You're watching the Disc Golf Network.
Actually getting to help design a disc the way that you want it to fly is, you know, I feel like I'm on top of the world. With the FX, it fits a spot in between the F and the H. I wanted something that was torque resistant and it had a little bit of finish on the end. It's a very usable disc all around.
My name is Cale Laviska from St. Paul, Minnesota. The owner and designer of the AIRBORN Disc Golf Preserve, both the Lynx and the Timberwolf, and now the Black Bear Championship course. Just absolutely fell in love with the property. You know, we're right here on the Mississippi River. There's so much wildlife and nature here. Have you ever seen anything like this? They just swam out of the water. You know, having family and friends and so many people up here working with me on this place and making it all of ours, it's just, it's a pretty special thing. Wow, that was cool. You know, the way things have gone this year, putting in all this work and then seeing like all the best players in the world enjoying themselves and smiling and throwing bombs out here, it's been like, it's been a surreal day. I've always just been, you know, in love with the outdoors, so, you know, naming this place the Preserve, because to us this is like a wildlife sanctuary. Well, it might not technically be one, you know, it's something that's so important to us. The people who appreciate the outdoors are just in love with this place as much as I am. I think a lot of people when they walk up to this hole are just kind of just blown away at the majesty of it. This is my wife's creek I named after, Victoria's Creek, and now you can see it's like dried out. When the river was high out here in the springtime, this pond was literally halfway up that wall right here. We were jumping off it. Now we have the running joke that it's now Victoria's ditch, so. I wanted to create a course that doesn't need to put out artificial out of bounds out there because the land itself is the challenge. Shaping shots through this fairway is just something different than just throwing big old wide open bombers. Like, you have to be precise but also throw with distance, and that's what a lot of this course is. This is such an amazing canvas, you know, I just make sure I didn't mess it up. Let's make history. It's Sunday at the Preserve Championship on the Disc Golf Network.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to final round coverage of the 2020 Preserve Championship out in Clearwater, Minnesota. Jamie Thomas and now four-time world champion Valerie Jenkins joining me here in the booth. And I know our adrenaline's still pumping here after we just saw that finish in MPO, but there is still a lot of great play left out on the course from the ladies.
Yeah, that was so extremely exciting, and being in those positions in my past, I can feel the energy and the emotion from a player like Nikko Locastro. He wanted that so bad, and that was amazing to see him take that down. And we've got some exciting things going on here, but Paige Pierce, I mean, that's the main storyline. She just took her first par of the day, Jamie, here on hole 7. Otherwise, straight birdies to start off today's round.
Wow. Certainly not leaving the door open for any of the fellow competitors. You could see that Catrina Allen still one back to Missy Gannon. They're 3 down for the round. Sarah Hokum also making a nice move. Paige Shue kind of pulling an Eagle McMahon here, falling off the pace a little bit as we get to the long par 5/8.
Catrina Allen was looking so great to start this round. She was 4 for the first 4. She ended up throwing in the water OB on hole 6. Ends up taking a par on hole 7. So kind of cooled off just a bit. Let's see if she can get it back on track in the next few holes.
She's going with the roller here on 8. She likes that play, though all 3 days she's kind of played it against that hillside. Found herself bounced out to the left edge of the fairway.
Exactly. We saw a roller from her. Her second roller on the shot went out of bounds. So see if she can change up that game plan. Flip it over a little bit more.
Paige here with a nice little shot. Just a little baby flex. Going to find the way. Interesting, Val. We think that the ladies were watching the finish of the MPO division, watching the live stream here, tuning in on their phones just as they saw Nikko out on the 18th green. So shout out to all of them for tuning in for just a moment. We seem to do this graphic a lot here, Paige versus the field, but once again with an 11-stroke lead, this is how she's doing it. She's birdied over half the holes she's seen. Once again, really getting it done on the putting green there. Those are some good percentage points from those zones.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing I've seen from this weekend. It's how many holes that Paige Pierce has birdied. She's made very few errors on this course, and if they are errors, they're usually pars. So she's been playing just lights out. Yesterday, 50-50. She birdied half the holes. Today, she's at 86% of birdies on the holes she's played so far. So Paige Pierce is setting herself up and setting her own goals today with such a commanding lead. She's got to find something else to fight for, and really digging deep today to shoot the most impressive round she can. And I can't wait to see what she's got for us.
Well, both of her first 2 rounds were over 1,000 rated by the PDGA. 10-10 for her 55 on Friday, 10-04 for her 56 yesterday. So there is a new pace being set, though. Look at Missy Gannon. She has just played so many rounds over her rating in the recent stretch. Paige Shue played about her rating on Friday. 30 points over yesterday, making that jump onto the lead card. Here's her second.
Paige Shue said in her interview yesterday that she's going to play aggressive. She knows she needs to play aggressive up against a field like this, and if she wants to make up those strokes, she knows she has to put a little bit more behind it, maybe risking some shots she might not have otherwise in the past. So it should be pretty exciting. These players know that every single hole out here is birdieable for them. So I love seeing the aggressive play. We know Missy Gannon, she's really stepped up her game on the aggressive lines too.
Certainly. Here's her second. Feeding it very nicely to the pinch point where the OB comes in. Just off screen right there. We're going to look for Catrina Allen to throw next. She's finding her roller out there. Prime position to make the corner, as you can see right here. Lots of chalk bags this weekend.
Yes, it is a warm one out there, but I think the breeze we've got today is cooling things off just a little bit. But nice to see the players using those grip bags, getting a nice firm grip behind their throws. An air shot today, making a little bit of an adjustment, but okay, it is safely inbounds. I thought it was risking that left-hand side. Once we get closer to the basket, the tall grass is out of bounds. Catrina Allen will be safe on her second today.
Speaking of grip bags, I spy a grip bag with a familiar name on it on the back of Paige Pierce right there.
Pretty cool for me to see a 5-time world champion sporting my signature grip bag.
Ultimate sign of respect. Right there. All right. Alyssa Van Lenen knows how to get in the right place for the shot. Paige ends up right near her.
Yeah, is this part of the game plan? I'll just wait way up on the fairway. You just aim for me and you'll be in a good spot.
Yeah. Sitting right there at the edge of the old cart path, which I am guessing over the years is going to slowly be taken back over by this disc golf course. We heard Kale Leviska talking about how he calls it the preserve very intentionally, trying to create a competition grade facility that is in harmony with nature, as we try our best to do in this sport.
Gotta go.
Big. Let's bring in the leaderboard here so we can get a pretty clear picture of the scenario. Once again, Paige Pierce out in front. Nothing more to really say about that. Gannon Allen still locked in that battle for second. Holcomb, she's 3 down today. She's making a good run in her first action since the season restart. Paige Shue struggling. Kona Panis playing to even as well. How about Rebecca Cox sitting there right in 7th place? She's 6 down through 13 holes. She's on a bit of a heater herself.
It's great to see. And I mean, just looking at Paige Pierce's score right now, sitting at 6 under par for the round. She finished round 2 at 10 under, round 1 at 9 under. I mean, she's just 3 and 4 off that pace and not even halfway through the course.
Paige Shue swinging it in. Oh, just getting denied there at the corner. You mentioned a minute ago Paige Shue talking about what she needs to do on Sunday. Here she is in her own words.
I don't think I'm out of it. 11 strokes sounds like a lot, but all of the holes are birdieable, and I know I can reach every single one of them. So I'm gunning for first, right? I'm tired of settling. I'm tired of being like, okay, just hold your position. If I want to grow as a player, I need to be pushing. So trying to birdie everything tomorrow. I'm just going to full send it.
Full send.
Yeah.
Not a bad strategy.
I love hearing a player like Paige kind of just getting her mindset, and I just love that game plan. You know, it makes you want to get behind her and just cheer her on. Go for it, Paige.
She certainly has today, paying for it a little bit. How about Missy Gannon going for the green? She's going to be in a good spot. She has feasted on putts from this distance both this weekend and last, so you like her chances from the low side of the green there.
Missy has such a confident putt. Yesterday we saw her having to step up to a lot of putts outside the circle time and time again in pressure situations. And yesterday they just weren't dropping for her, or maybe they were dropping a little too much and maybe rolling away. But today I hope to see her getting inside the circle, setting herself up for better putts, especially as the pressure continues on through the round.
Yeah, this is going to be the big battle we're going to watch this afternoon. Gannon and Allen, who's going to claim second place. Third place is pretty far back at this point. Catrina's going to be a little closer. One tree to contend with here. Let's take a look at what's at stake for each of these players. This is where all of our leading ladies are in their tour points, as well as their position. These are the top four, so maybe not a whole lot of jockeying that's going to go on. We expect Paige Pierce to go on ahead and continue her win streak, but definitely the result of the Allen-Gannon matchup will reflect also in the standings. Here's Pierce's third.
Far on the right-hand side. Going to choose a sidearm. Ooh, she's taking the inside route. Oh, and I like that. She's going to be on the hillside slope.
Level with the pin. Great setup for her style of putt.
We've got some chances for birdie here on this par 5. Few outside looks, few inside looks. It really all comes down to putting. Who is going to feel the most confident and who is going to take those opportunities when they get them?
Well, in a reversal of what has been happening over the past 5 or 6 rounds on tour, the advantage right now goes to Catrina Allen on the putting green, who has not missed from C1X. She is currently 5 for 5 in the first 7 holes. Missy Gannon is 1 for, she's 50% C1X putting. She has made 1, and then it says missed 2, but she did just can that outside the circle putt for birdie. And I know you're saying, how does 1 out of 3 make 50%? I'm just reading the stat card at this point. Confused me too. Here's Paige Shue.
And even though that looked like a little bit of run, I think Paige Shue is taking a book out of the other Paige's game plan, and she does like that step up instead of nice lofty upshot, choosing the putt style to get her underneath the basket.
It's very interesting to see when players are kind of put out of their comfort zones or maybe at a distance they're not quite comfortable with. This is Missy Gannon. This would be for back-to-back Circle 2 birdies.
Oh, and I thought that was good to go. She had such a great line on it, and I thought plenty of height, but just hit short. But no harm, no foul on that side slope. You could risk the roll away, but she's just right there.
Yeah, still on target. That's the most important thing. This plays out anything like what we saw moments ago. It's going to be a battle to the end, at least for second place. Paige to increase her lead.
Wow. If that's not a statement to see one step inside the circle and just to be so confident.
I mean, look at this putt right here. She is, like you said, one step inside the circle. Looks very confident. The putt's so good, it literally sticks in the interwoven chains. You don't see that very often. Catrina to continue her perfect putting day. All of the sudden, Catrina Allen shaking off all of the nerves. She looks steady over the putt, and she's just put him dead center.
Isn't that just so interesting? I mean, one day the putter feels foreign in your hand, and you're not able to make putts, and you don't even know what it's like to do the putting stroke. And then another day, 100% making everything. I mean, that's the game of disc golf. From one day to the next, you just don't know how you're going to feel on the course and how those putts are going to drop. But Catrina Allen is doing really well from the green today.
All right, from the long dog par 5 to a very reachable par 3 here on 9.
Yeah, it seems to be there's a few holes out here that look similar to this. They're very gettable par 3s, right around 300 feet with a slight slope just behind the basket. So it's all about judging that correct distance, making sure you're checking up just short of the basket, hopefully skipping a little bit toward it, but a lot of death putts if you're landing short.
The lead for Paige Pierce is now 12. Catrina has tied Missy. It's going to be a battle all the way. Sarah Hokum's up in 4th as well. We're going to let the players get set. Bring you back to the course in just a moment.
And great to see Missy Gannon sitting in the second place right now, tied with Catrina, setting up a little bit different than last weekend, where Missy Gannon was full on second place, maybe even gunning for Paige Pierce. But now she has Catrina Allen, very experienced veteran in the game. I think this is going to add to the pressure, and so it's going to be really interesting to see the experience of Missy Gannon, to see how she's able to handle this situation. If she's able to just stick with it and keep Catrina on pace, this is going to be really interesting to see how Missy Gannon just continues that hot streak.
Yeah, different scenario than last week in the sense that Missy was on the chase card and made her run up into second, while Paige Shue and Catrina Allen were kind of mired in that battle on the last 6 holes. But now, front and center, everybody can see what she's doing. You can play a little more of that chess match in the final round.
That's right. And Missy Gannon, hopefully she's feeling comfortable on these lead cards because her game is on point. And it's nice to see her on the lead cards the last 2 weekends.
Paige Pierce has not, I think she's thrown to the same spot all 3 rounds.
No, she's throwing a slower mid-range disc, but just not getting that pop that she needs to get that disc to flip up.
Might even be a putter. Here's Catrina. She's used the right side. Will continue to do so. Just riding the rails down there into the bunker, but shouldn't be a problem. She's made the putt from there before.
Yeah, yesterday she saved a pretty big putt down there in that ravine in the bunker.
If I'm not mistaken, she did make birdie from a similar position on Friday as well. Here's Gannon. This one's a little inside. Needs to get down. Oh, look at the forward roll.
Ooh, a lot of action on that one. Left-hand side of the green, putting back toward that bunker we saw Catrina land in.
You can see Paige Shue's full send has cost her a couple of bogeys on the card. But again, right now, this is just opportunity to practice that game plan. Just stay aggressive and see what happens at this point, because the win, it's not going to happen when you're 19 strokes out. 17 strokes. I can't do math right now. Who knows?
It's a lot of strokes.
Nikko didn't know what he was winning. I don't know what these strokes are. Let's bounce ahead here. I believe we have Kona Panis on 10.
Another birdieable hole here on 10, around 300 feet. A little bit of elevation gain and over water. Does this have the height to make it? Oh, and just barely. She's going to be inside the circle.
Better look than yesterday. She found the right side OB Simon style on moving day.
Yeah, and her scorecard right now is looking similar to her first 2 rounds. A lot of pars. She's got a birdie in there, and she's got a bogey. So she's sitting at even for today's round and tied for 5th place.
All right, we're going to go to commercial real quick while the lead card gets set up on 9. Come back and see what happens in just a moment. You're watching the Disc Golf Network. Back on the green of 9, Paige Pierce just outside circle 2 for birdie. Just inside circle 2, excuse me. Oh, getting the rollaway treatment here. You're not done yet, says hole 9.
Take a look at the death putt here for Missy Gannon. She had mentioned she has never been more confident in her game than she is right now. She's going to need that confidence to go for this putt.
Oh, just forcing it a little bit.
You can tell, I mean, it's nice to be confident in those putts when you know you're going to hit the basket. So that's huge.
Yeah, it just looks like a little more of a quick rhythm than we see. She has a great long extension on her putt and just allows it to kind of float to the chains with good speed. Just kind of getting a little quick with the arm, jamming it into the cage there. It can happen on the final round. I mean, once again, she's in the position where she's the only non-world champion on this card. Just Paige to save par.
Nice.
Great angle there to show the danger behind. Pierce avoids it. Avoids the blemish, keeps par.
I love to see Paige just continue to play the aggressive play. I mean, she was outside the circle, that death putt. She gets the roll away, but still is able to cash it in and get a par. So she really, at this point, she's got nothing to lose. Might as well go for it. Continue to go as low as you can. But she's still able to make those putts, so that's awesome to see. But look at what Catrina's got herself into for her birdie putt. Tough footing.
Gonna go to the straddle here to try to help out. Put your feet more on an even surface. This to go to 15 down and 1 ahead of Missy. Catrina Allen looks like she never had putting problems all weekend all of a sudden.
Pretty incredible. And in that position, that straddle stance she was in, it was all arm for her. And that's tough to have that right tempo to hit the line, especially on the elevated basket.
There's Shue after pitching up to take her par. And Gannon there underneath the basket as well. She's going to do the same thing. Rolling right along to hole 10. Victoria's Creek.
Hole 10, another par 3. We just saw the chase card playing this one. It's attackable. Players need to get it online. They need to land inside the circle, and they need to birdie this to stay in the action. We know Missy Gannon's going to be gunning for this. Catrina Allen, she's got a little bit of an edge over her right now with that 2 birdies in a row on the last 2 holes. So hole 10, I expect to see some park jobs.
Yeah, shout out to Holly Finley there, who you're going to see on the leaderboard. She's 3 down through 10, but that's a bogey-free 3 down. She did just birdie the hole we flew over moments ago. Rebecca Cox still working. She's got a 6 under par, tied with Holly there. Ricciati and Murch sitting there at 1 under par as well. Let's go out to 11. Sarah Hokum on the tee.
Sitting at 4 down for today's round. Had a little trouble on hole 2, but otherwise has picked it up since then.
She hasn't been able to stay out of the right side all weekend on this fairway. Does so there, though.
Nice change up. She's going to be in the center of the fairway. And from where she is, sets up really nicely for another sidearm to the basket.
Here is Holly Finley, who we just mentioned. Look at this rip from Holly Finley finding center cut.
Good distance from Holly. That's nice to see.
Not something she's traditionally known for, but something she's been working on the last few years. Kona here, however, is known for distance. Expect a big drive out of this shot here.
Cranking it over on the right-hand side. Maybe that fought through, but it's going to make a tricky second shot.
Yeah, not where you want to be on the 11th. They say with great power comes great responsibility. As you hear them talking about where and if there is OB over there. Looks like we're getting ready for hole 10. Allen, the only player to birdie the last hole, despite everybody having an opportunity. Her advantage is 1. She's going to let the chase card kind of get a little further away. No reason to play right up on them. Start the back 9.
See the banners waving just a little bit in the distance. With the wind picking up, makes a hole like this a little more difficult. We talked about how the course is playing relatively easy for the players. But with a little wind picking up, an elevation gain on this hole, players really need to make sure that they're on line. Otherwise, they could risk going out of bounds.
Yeah, we've really seen this hole play a lot more tricky than it looks. That slope, that just slight slope from right to left from the perspective of the tee, just creating some problems for some players here. Catrina did a nice job yesterday on this shot.
Pretty extreme angle on that disc, but it's slow flying and straight flying. She's going to be around circle's edge, about 25 feet.
Another opportunity to test the putt. Pierce going to pull out the same disc she just threw on the previous hole. This one about 30 feet shorter.
She got some turn on that one. And if that was sailing any more right, that could have gone out of bounds, but she gets saved by the tree, kicks her back to the basket. Champ love, Jamie.
She's had that a few times this weekend. She's just playing a different course than everybody else right now.
Sometimes you need a little help to keep on pace.
I don't think Paige Pierce needs any help this weekend. That's what Missy Gannon's thinking right now. She's got this high. Going to find herself in a similar position to where she was yesterday. It's going to be a putt off for Allen and Gannon once again in this battle for second place. Paige Shue in that Eagle McMahon position. Just go for broke. Have some fun. Show us something. Showing us a quality line right here.
Beautiful shot and CTP for Paige Shue here on hole 10.
Man, one day, really hope to play this course. This hole just looks beautiful. Really excellent job out here getting this course ready to play. I think we may be able to jump over to 11. Here's Kona Panis trying to find her drive. Get a good mark.
And that's trouble. I was hoping she was able to pop out. But, yeah, if she can get her foot behind this, give herself the reach out, maybe she'll get distance on the second shot. Okay.
It's never good when you have to pull off a handful of discs and then go hunting for your lie.
Oh, wow. Not even gonna give it a little bit of a run or get any more distance off of that. Just choosing just to pitch out.
Yeah, I applaud the pitch out mentality, but that's still a decent ways from the pin. I mean, this is still a full-blown rip for her to get up there to try to save par.
Yeah, exactly. You know, on a hole like this, par 4, every shot you need to gain distance to make the next shot a little bit easier. And a pitch out like that is now setting her up for this shot, which is, yeah, she's going to have to throw it absolutely perfect to be inside the circle.
All right, I believe we have Missy Gannon on 10. Let's bring her in. This is for birdie. Oh, again, just a bit short.
And a bit short on the drive, again leaving her outside the circle, forcing herself to make or go for putts like that.
Oh, yeah, here's where Paige Pierce kicked to. Comfortable distance for her.
And that little pop, that little bit of height underneath the disc, and as soon as she releases it, you can just see how flat the putter is, and it flies on that line the entire way. Paige Pierce really has those outside circle putts down this weekend.
Killer mentality there, and we've seen her get overly aggressive on putts from the Circle 2 ring, cost her some strokes, allow some other players to get close in years past and tournaments past, but when she's dialed from Circle 2, it's a weapon that she just bludgeons her opponents with. Here's Catrina for birdie.
Wow. Catrina Allen continues that perfect putting streak. I was a little unsure here seeing the way she's taking her time and setting up, but releases it on that hyzer line and right in the basket.
All right, here is Paige Pierce, Circle 2 putting from yesterday. This is what she was able to do. I mean, count it. 1, 2. Should be a third one right here on 17. Look at this.
This one was about 70 to 80 feet outside for her birdie putt. And to look back on that in the interview after the round, Paige was a little disappointed that she kept having to save herself. She said today on this third round that she wanted to put those shots inside the circle, you know, make up those up shots, do a little bit better dialing it in. But she's still having to make that putter work today.
I hope I can have one day where I'm disappointed in making 3 of those putts in a single round. Let's go and look at 11. We see the chase card working on this right now. Lead card approaching.
Yeah, so hole 11, it's a big distance shot off the tee. You can see the woods on the right and left. Here's the landing zone coming up right in the middle of the fairway where we saw Sarah Hokum land. Here's a second shot as we kind of work that angle to the right. You can go this outside route, or you can go inside if you're a little bit too tight off of the tee. But this is a par 4, and 2 great shots will get you inside the circle.
There it is. I see the Valerie Jenkins signature right there.
What, on the jerky bag, or?
Is that your favorite flavor as well? The preferred snack on the course? Did you have a preferred snack on the course? What did you like to eat when you get long, hot days and backups?
I was in almonds, smoked almonds. That always got me through.
Ooh.
Or gummy bears, any kind of sugary treat.
Stop it.
Yeah.
Right now, all of you are lucky at home that I don't have gummy bears or smoked almonds here in the booth, because I would eat both of those things until there's nothing left as well. Good snacking habits. Snack tips from the 4-time world champion. 5-time world champion repping your bag. That's pretty awesome.
We're going to have to find out what that disc is that Paige is pulling out. Beautiful tie-dye job on it, but that has been her go-to distance driver on the course this weekend.
Certainly have seen it. She's only benched it a couple of times in favor of a sort of violet, purpley kind of colored disc. Ahead on the green here. Ooh, big flyby there on the green of 11. Seeing who that is back there is might have been Ellen Widboom. Let's see who Sarah Hokum, Kona Panis, and Holly Finley are playing with.
Exactly, Ellen Widboom. Here is Sarah Hokum. This will be for her birdie.
She's made one from this range on the weekend, would like to double up here. Oh, maybe just a little wobble there out of her hand, but it looked pretty good. Grady Shue looking on. Grady in the tree. They're supporting Paige. Everybody just finding some shade right now. Probably a pretty good play. We've noticed that the lead card has become a little fatigued, you know, when we get around to that whole 12, 13, 14 range. So, good job here. Stay snacked up, stay hydrated. Here's Widboom for par. Boomer, as she's known. Ellen is one of the regular crew you can see out at Winthrop University for the USDGC. Saw her out there mowing the fairways ahead of the championship, just rocking the Z-turn or the zero-turn mower. Just another example of how even when you're at the top of the sport, there's still an attitude of giving back and helping to grow the game. Kona to save bogey. Oh. That looked like a left side miss.
So tough to adjust after completely missing the basket. We saw Kona have those putting woes in last weekend's tournament. We know she put in time on the practice green.
Oh, and just pulling that one right a little bit. This is good experience for the young player out of Colorado.
And that's frustrating for Kona as she'll card a triple bogey on hole 11.
Hand-eye coordination. That's what you're going to need in order to make those putts. But like we're talking about, Kona, just those moments, she's going to learn and she's going to grow. She talked about it in an interview we did before this event started. This is just about getting better and really learning what it takes to put the nerves down and just put it in the chains.
You get knocked down, doesn't matter how many times, as long as you get back up, keep on trying. And Kona's going to keep on fighting with that putt. And eventually it'll get on pace. She'll get it back. Just ask Catrina Allen.
This is what such a good point there. That is, Catrina's round today is what it looks like when no matter how many times you get knocked down, you just get up one more. She still hasn't missed from Circle 1X today. She likes this disc for flip-up shots. She also likes it for rollers.
That's the thing. You got to keep it at such an extreme angle. We know that disc is severely understable, so she's got to release it a little more hyzer. But she's going to be on the right-hand side, probably throwing that disc again for her second shot.
Paige Pierce next.
Oh, I like this. If it can stable out, All right, she is way up there down the fairway on the right-hand side. Those are those trees typically players are having to throw their second shots around. Looks like Paige will just have a jump putt.
Yeah, the right side gets a lot less scary once you get past the kind of bald hillside that we saw her fly right past. Here's Paige Shue. Oh, she kicked out. Robbed of quite a bit of distance there, but does find flat footing outside of the rough. See what Missy does. We've seen her use the left side of this fairway in days past.
Missy Gannon's in such a good position right now in third place. 2 behind Catrina, but a good space above Paige Shue. She just needs to keep gunning forward.
All right, back to 12. Let's see Kona here off the tee. Ooh, that's not a nice kick at the very end. Tried to hyzer inside.
That was too straight and too nice. She needed a little bit more stability of that disc to skip up underneath the basket.
Here's what we're looking like. Situation not changing too much. Catrina has increased her lead to 2 over Missy Gannon right now. Holcomb besting Paige Shue by 1 currently. Kona Panis and Holly Fenley battling right there, right around the 6th and 7th place marker. Rebecca Cox falling off the pace a little bit. She's now 4 down through 16, but has so far earned her way into the top 10 with the way she's played today.
If Paige Pierce is able to birdie hole 10 here, she will have tied her round from yesterday.
Wow.
If that doesn't tell you something. I mean, yesterday we saw the lead card from about hole 11 here till about hole 14. A lot of pars. People, they just started to slow down. You could tell the energy was just a little dreary. Expect the players today to kind of step it up, know that that kind of low point might happen, and hopefully take advantage, because there still are great chances to birdie in the next 4 holes.
Certainly, and though the battle for second place here, it doesn't have quite the same personality contrast that we saw between Heimburg and Locastro earlier, but Catrina Allen's probably more on that Calvin Heimburg side of things. There's not a whole lot of emotion that she plays with. She's always got the game face on. You don't really see the smile until the end of the round and the score is turned in. Missy Gannon, you can tell a little more of what she's thinking. Even during the putting struggles of this final round, she still had a smile on her face, which is great to see. But no doubt right now, in this brawl, Catrina Allen has the upper hand.
If Missy Gannon can get these up shots and these drives inside the circle, I think that could really change up her round.
She's going to take that right side on that you were talking about. She kind of needed to trust the hyzer a little bit with that frisbee. She's still going to be well outside looking for a birdie. Where Catrina is in the fairway is going to leave her a few options.
There we go. I was thinking, yeah, I think she's a little more right than where she set her bag down.
She's got a couple of discs in her hand here. Going to figure out what she wants to do. Not opting for that understable driver we just saw her tee off with.
This is a huge shot to throw a turnover the entire way. And she's still going to have at least 300, 320 feet. Working with that angle, maybe 350. Cuts it in a little too early. Saw the circle 2 flag flashing.
Wow. She might have had that if she could have gotten just a little bit further outside there.
Yeah, and that's so tough. You're trying to get the distance behind the disc, but at the same time, making sure you got to turn it over the entire way. So just really tough angle she was in.
Speaking of tough angles, Paige Pierce, she's going to deal with a situation right here as well. I thought certainly she got far enough up that the right side wouldn't be too bad, but going to be required to put a technical shot down if she wants to look at birdie. You like the big putter Annie here?
Yeah, if I was Paige Pierce, I'd be throwing my putter on every hole. I think it is smart to be going with a slower speed disc. She's got the power to reach it with a putter. So let's see if she can get the angle down.
Well, she switches to the putters that she likes to putt with rather than the one she usually throws off the tee for a little more turn, and she finds herself stymied by that same tree. Wow, just one tree in the fairway leading to the pin, and it is doing a great job of being a lone guardian. But a beautiful fairway nonetheless. Love the elevated pin right there on the stump.
I think it's great that they made this an elevated basket. It just adds to the difficulty. On a hole, maybe you're struggling down the fairway and you're not getting your shots in line. Now you're left with an outside the circle putt, and you put it up on an elevation, it just makes it even more difficult. You got to put all the power behind it to reach the basket, and if you airball it, you're going 20 feet beyond. We could see something similar to what Kona just did. Makes it difficult.
Look at Paige Pierce trying to find, or Paige Shue, excuse me, trying to find where her disc is, getting a little help from her card mates and caddy. And she may suddenly, we can see her right in the grass there, that kind of dark blue purplish disc. You see the basket just through the gap, bright in the sunlight. What is Paige Shue going to do right here?
She's in a battle with Sarah Hokum, who's on the chase card. And in another camera angle, we just saw her park the basket on hole 13. Oh, look at that little sneaker route.
Wow, she talked about getting aggressive. I'd call that aggressive.
That's so awesome. More awesome when you can actually hit the line, but great that she's able to find that route on the right-hand side.
Wow, kicked so bad that it was good. Finding her way onto the green in 2, looking for a birdie. Here's what Gannon has to deal with. Quite a bit outside, probably no real reason to run this, only 2 strokes back. She might anyway, let's just see.
I just don't know her setup well enough to know if this is really going to be a run or not. Oh yeah, that's a run. And a metal hit. She got some height under that this time.
And I like the smile at the end. No matter what the result, she keeps smiling and just keeps throwing those things at the chains.
Wow. Yep, there's that confidence again. And
oh, here's why. Because Paige is a similar distance, and she wants to say, hey, watch this. Oh.
Man, I mean, on a course like this, it's so awesome to see these players going for these humongous putts. You know, there's a lot of holes that there's no out of bounds near them, so there's not a lot of risk there. And these confident putters can run at it from any distance.
Catrina's laying up. And we've seen her do this when she's not comfortable. She's just decided to lay up and not risk it. This pays dividends now.
I was going to say, get in as soon as I let go.
Yeah. We're going to see Paige have a little bit more work to do. Catrina Allen knows how it goes. When you're running for putts, it's likely you got a tester putt to come back, and today she's not willing to risk that.
Yeah, tour points implications on the line. She knows it's a season-long battle. She's probably not going to win this, but she could still try to win the war.
Wow, 20-footer at least, elevated basket. Paige Pierce continues to be unstoppable on the putting green.
Yeah, she's not sinking them for birdie. She's cleaning them up for par. Here's Shue. Look at this birdie. Easy peasy.
Missy Gannon hitting metal, just bouncing to this position here for par.
She's got that. No stress. Catrina is just under the basket here. All right. Our lead card is through 11, and Terry Miller is greenside.
Terry Miller, the disc golf guy, checking in here on hole number 11, and there's a few things that I just wanted to touch on that I'm seeing out here since catching up with the women. For starters, we've got to kind of keep our eye on that bottom of the lead card and the top of that chase card. And what I mean by that is Sarah Hokum has now eclipsed past Paige Shue, who's on this lead card. Paige is sitting right around even the last time I looked. I know it's very close, and Sarah has gotten past her. Why that matters is because Sarah Hokum is very well known for not checking her scorecard. So she does have her caddy. Robin is out here, and I know that they've kind of had conversations throughout the last few years that when it comes down to a crucial moment or a very specific situation that he may inform her of the scores, but she is actually quite notorious for not checking the scores or worrying about them throughout the entire round. Now again, we've got 4 or 5 holes to play, but when we get to the end of the round, he may have her in a position where he tells her, hey, you just need a par here or a birdie or whatever the case might be. They'll probably have that conversation as the round wears on. Of course, this great battle now we're seeing between Kat and Missy. Things remain very close here. Kat with the layup there, not taking any chances on the short putts. That's something I've seen. Also, noticed out here, it's very calm. There is still a very light wind that's out here, but not too much in terms of distractions or any of the spectators. Those have really calmed down. I know day one, it was full-blown rowdy out here. That's not the case right now. It feels like a peaceful Sunday afternoon, and Paige Pierce, you'd think she's just trying to walk this in, but instead it looks like she's going to keep her foot on the gas, and we'll see where she's going to finish out. That's all I've got from out here on hole number 11. Thank you guys for joining us. We're going to kick it back to the booth and the action out here for your final round.
Thank you, Terry. We've seen 3 of the 4 players throw so far. I apologize, everybody. I thought Paige Shue was putting for birdie. I must have missed something there. That is for par, as you saw Catrina Allen lead off the group. So pars abound on hole 11 for this card. Missy Gannon last tee.
And these players are going to be lucky if they're able to get their pars on this one. Nobody made it down the gap.
All right, we heard Terry talk about how Paige still has her foot on the gas. This is her mentality going into the final round.
Yeah, just to try to birdie as many holes as possible. And like I said, I think that I can birdie almost all of them, but you know, only a few people have ever shot a perfect round. So I know that that's like unobtainable, really. You're gonna make some mistakes, but there's more holes out there that I can birdie, and you know, some of the holes today or like hole 14, for example, I haven't even got one close to good on that hole, so I'm looking at a couple holes that I've just had a couple errant shots on to try to improve on tomorrow.
Couple people. Well, I think only one person has shot the perfect round, and he's done it twice. He's not in the field, but Paige Pierce certainly does have the ability to make anything she looks at. Let's look at Sarah Hokum ahead here on 13 for par. Just putting it right in low.
Battle is on. Sarah Hokum is all smiles because she's shooting a 4 down for today's round. She's at 9 down total. So she's catching up to almost doubling what her total was when she started.
Paige Shue, 1 stroke back currently. Once again, hung up on the right side, trying to find a way into this green. Should just be a little turnover.
And for as short as this hole is, it's really given these players a lot of trouble. Oh, and beautiful upshot there from Paige Shue.
Yeah, this is a huge scramble opportunity. Look, she's to a knee, low ceiling. Just trusts it right here all the way into the pin.
And with the battle going on between her and Hokum, that was a crucial upshot she needed to make without even knowing it.
Here's Catrina's second. Outside left of the pin, gonna just slide the forehand. Wow. Good little kick there from the course. I mean, that doesn't, what did she even hit that stopped that?
I don't know, but she's going to be thanking it. There is out of bounds just beyond the basket, and with a little bit of a dirt patch, that could have went sailing so easily.
That might be one of those mythical iron leaves that we've heard so much about over the years.
Missy Gannon's here on the right-hand side, and with Catrina Allen's putter just underneath the basket, Missy needs to match it. She's going to continue on pace, battling with Catrina. She's going to need to step it up right now. Here's the chance to do it.
She's going to go to the forehand. She's got to punch it out. The left side was all that was accessible there, so that's pretty good.
Inside the circle, we know she's confident with those, but that's still a tester putt.
I think this is a Paige Pierce tester putt the way she's been going this weekend.
No reason to lay up at this point. Paige Pierce is so far outside. I think she stayed safe, but great to see her just continue to run. She knows that all these holes are gettable out here, and today she's really making a move on it. Sitting at 8 down, just 1 off of her round 2 score, 2 off of her round 1 score.
They're going to have to start making her play with her hand tied behind her back or something. She is just out here setting records. Remember back at the Memorial earlier this season, highest rated tournament ever in the FPO division. Meanwhile, Gannon for par. It's not off by much. It's just not quite as sharp as we're used to seeing.
And here's the thing. She hasn't had many of those putts in today's round. Everything else has been outside the circle, trying to do those jump putts, putting so much power behind it. She doesn't really have that routine or kind of that feel for those shorter putts. And she is just missing out on strokes right now.
Paige is going for par. And we should see Catrina Allen. She can still keep her 2-stroke lead with this putt.
Wow.
Good tap in there for Catrina. This was just a moment ago on 14. Here's Sarah Hokum. Lining up the sidearm here. If she can get this kicked over, but not too much, it shapes very nicely for the forehand line.
And we've seen a lot of backhand throwers going out of bounds there on the left-hand side. On the right-hand side, all safe. Sarah Hokum doesn't even need to worry about any of that. She's right in the center of the fairway.
All right, lead card's back on 13, Val. Just the gapper and then a right turn.
And another hole that I've seen many of the players have some issues on getting inside the circle. With that low ceiling and kind of tight tunnel shot right off the tee, players just haven't been able to get the turn that they need to approach the basket. We've seen a lot of straight shots. Let's see if they can make some adjustments today. I expect this to be in their wheelhouse at 360 feet. Oh, and that's low. It's not going to have the distance to get there.
She had the line right, distance wrong. She's going to be well outside of circle 2. Given the way she's played, we would expect a layup. Paige missed wide left on this hole yesterday. Just didn't turn it over. What a great shank.
What do they say? There's more air than trees, and Paige Pierce is able to find a gap there on the left-hand side. Again, left-hand side of the fairway. She'll have another huge jump putt, which I expect her to go for.
Yeah, why not? I think she's doing it on purpose at this point, just setting us up for some long looks. Highlight reel Pierce in full effect. Here's Shue.
Nice.
That's how you're supposed to throw it, but again, could use a little more height.
Missy Gannon just not feeling it just yet today. Things are not coming as easily as they have.
This is one where she really would like to take a birdie. Let's get back to 2 back with 5 to play.
Taking the Paige Pierce route.
What is this Paige gap that they have found here? Okay, hold on. Let's see this one more time from 5-time herself. This is the gap that she created that Missy decides to follow her through. What happens here, Val?
Oh, you just get lucky. My goodness. Paige Pierce is way off on the left-hand side. Not enough height under that to flip it up.
All right, let's go out to 14 here. This is Holcomb's second shot.
Center of the fairway.
Ooh, just fighting with the hillside there. That's going to be a tough, long look for birdie there.
We can see the leaves blowing on the fairway, so there is some movement in the air. Going to make it a little bit more difficult, especially in those tricky sloped greens, to be aggressive and run for it.
Looks like she wavered between running straight at it and trying to float it in on the hyzer side.
But man, Missy's going to have another tester putt. We can see the circle painted there on the ground. She's near circle's edge. Today, this weekend, we've seen Missy just outside, having to make big putts. You know, that's kind of what sets up these great putters. They're not close to the basket. They're forced to make big putts one after another. And Missy Gannon her strength is in her putter. And today, she's leaving them outside, but she's not able to make that putter work. And so now we're seeing that kind of weakness of not being so accurate with her upshots really coming to light. That putter's not saving her.
Not at all. Here's Paige Shue. She wants to try to save this birdie. Get back to square with Sarah Holcomb. That's going to fall a little bit short. And in the interim, we saw Catrina Allen lay up, which is really a veteran move at this point. She knows that it's really only a 2-person race for second. And she knows that if Missy's going to keep leaving herself testers, all you've got to do, just let her continue to pressure herself. You just put it right up and under because you're in a good position. You're not going to lose anything here.
Paige Pierce, 75 feet outside. Looking to make another highlight reel. Right on line, a little low. That'll be a tap-in par for her.
Hole 13 has been a bit of a struggle bus for the FPO lead card, both today and yesterday. A little bit surprising, though. You know, you have to respect the gap off at the tee, of course, but still, 360-foot hole when you have the ante distance or the big forehand. 330 to get inside the circle. Missy's backside right, trying to save par.
There we go. Missy Gannon stepping back up with the putter. That's going to help build that confidence that she's been lacking and struggling a little bit here on the putting green today.
Yeah, she gets the result there, but still probably not the confidence she'd like. Here's Holcomb's third, 1 hole ahead on 14. Just going to keep it close.
Yep, and that's Holcomb's game. She's a safety player. She knows her strengths and her weaknesses, and she knows when to lay up. And she is that player that kind of sets the bar and doesn't force anything unless she has to. And just hearing from Terry, Sarah's not one to check the scores, but we'll check them right here. We'll see as we head down the stretch to see if her caddy lets her in on where she's standing.
Yeah, currently 1 ahead of Paige Shue, but she's had to do a lion's share of work to get there. 4 under par, representing very strong there for the world champion Holcomb. Battle for second place starting to get away from Missy Gannon. Only 5 to play for our lead card. Paige Pierce, of course, still way out ahead. And then, unfortunately, we see Kona Panis there. She's starting to fall back. She's 5 over for the day. Whitboom making a move. She's staying in that same spot, 2 under par. All right, we just saw the chase card on this hole, number 14. Very dangerous tee shot.
Exactly. We've seen a lot of players go out of bounds here on the left-hand side. Hope they can make the adjustments here today, even through the wind. But cart path and left is out of bounds. Right-hand side is nice and safe. Set yourself up in the middle on your drive, and you'll have a look at a nice, clean upshot toward the basket. Again, sets up on a little bit of a knoll with a drop-off behind. So as we're heading down the stretch, you might see a player like Catrina continue to lay up if she's not inside the circle.
Certainly, she's used the hyzer flip down the right side as her main shot of choice in rounds past here. We've seen it work out for a lot of players. You're saying just don't play with the left side. Keep it further right.
I think the safest shot is pumping it out there on the hyzer line, riding the woods, and then landing it safely in the middle.
Kind of like that?
Yeah. She's got a lot more distance on it than maybe I would push, but she is safely in the middle of the fairway.
Yeah, bonus, she makes it back to left of center. That opens up both the forehand and backhand approach to the green.
Paige is looking for some energy right now.
There's a lot of boom sauce on that one. Just needs to hook in.
That is huge.
Right.
Massive drive.
Yeah, you're seeing the edge of that old golf green just creeping into the bottom part of the frame there. You know you've got some distance when you see that. Shue's chance to be aggressive. That's going to work. Little right side.
She'll be in a good position. Yeah, and on the right side, you are just kind of tucked in a little bit too tight to have a hyzer approach to the basket. You want to be in the middle or maybe on the left-hand side, but either way, she's safe.
Gannon's got to watch the height on this one. She got a little high on this earlier in the week. That's a good drift there.
Nicely done. She's going to have a lot of room to work with for her approach.
Good drives from all of our lead card competitors so far. 4.5 holes left to play. Stick around all the way through till the end of FPO. And for the Bevel Breakdown coming up soon, we're going to be right back. It's the Disc Golf Network.
Today, we'll be talking about the Nuke. The Nuke is a wide-rimmed, fast, maximum distance driver. When throwing on a wide open course with the nuke, I'm using it to unleash maximum backhand distance potential. Due to its slim profile and wide rim, the nuke also fits really well in the hand when throwing sidearms. If I'm looking to throw down some boom sauce, I'm going with the nuke. You can pick one up at discraft.com or your local disc golf retailer.
Welcome back to the fairway of 14. Paige Shue seeing what she's left with. Like you mentioned just before the break, this is going to be a tough backhand approach. Just a real thin line to ride.
And I always think it's so difficult to throw the direct shot, especially in a situation like this where distance is so key on the upshot. Wow. Quick to approach and just dials it in. Maybe a little short, but man, what a good pop on that straight line.
I thought that was supposed to be difficult. Paige Shue sure making that one look easy.
And she does have such great strength in those straightforward shots. You see a lot of players using angles to land themselves back in the middle of the fairway, but Paige Shue just has a straight line on her drives. Works well in the woods.
Certainly does. Catrina Allen here. She's going to line up the backhand.
And so this is what I expect to see out of those distance shots. Using a hyzer and just dropping it in, but a little too wide for Catrina. She's going to be far on the right-hand side and a little disappointed with how far she left that out.
Yeah, still playing very well. 6 down with 1 bogey. We saw 9 is the mark to get 1,000 rated rounds, so that's still in play for her. Gannon's going to try to earn one of those crucial 3 that she needs back. Oh, she's going to make the same mistake.
Wow, and you can just see the little elevator bounce. The wind is affecting the disc as they approach the green. It's going to be a putting contest. I think Catrina is going to be out first. So that's the first situation we've seen. Well, Catrina is going to be putting first.
Yeah. Oh, Paige is deep in the woods here. Look, we're going to try to follow her into the jungle. Wow. I'm just impressed that the camera's getting back through this right now with all its gear. This is what you pay for, ladies and gentlemen. Those extra angles.
Yeah. Getting the inside look on what players have to deal with when they throw deep in the shoal.
Yeah, there's the river down there, too. It actually thins out. There's kind of a line of trees that separates hole 14 from the banks of the Mississippi. And Paige has punched deeper than we've pretty much seen anybody all weekend.
And what happened here? I think she must have hit the side hill and gotten a roll. I thought she was near the edge, but she is so far deep in there. Might just be a pitch out.
The right side of 14 has certainly been an enigma this week. We saw Heimburg and McMahon earlier in some pretty confusing positions given what their tee shots were shaped like. We talk about right along the banks of the Mississippi. Paige Pierce is somewhere along these banks looking for her shot. Gorgeous.
And you know these players have had so much fun playing the course through the weekend, but after their rounds, being able to enjoy beautiful views like this. Heard players going swimming in the Mississippi, or I was just thinking Nikko going swimming in the ponds here.
Hey.
So much to do, so much fun to be had.
Hey, if your disc stay dry enough, then eventually you can jump in and get wet. Well, Mississippi River trivia here while Paige gets set up. Do you know how long it takes for one droplet of water to make its way all the way down the Mississippi to the Gulf of Mexico? I'll give you the answer after Paige throws.
Guess it depends on where you start.
At the beginning.
Oh, okay.
All the way down.
I think you left that out.
Oh. Impossible to Answer Trivia by Jamie Thomas.
Wow, great pitch out from Paige Pierce. She is going to be 10 feet for her tap in. Wow,
What?
for a birdie.
Suddenly. Let's watch this one more time. We saw Paige Shue have a similar kind of lie just 2 holes ago. You got to go to a knee, backhand, just full commit to the ante. Look at this flex out.
Exactly. Yeah, not just a straight shot. She's using a full flight to turn it over and get enough distance on it. But accuracy, so accurate.
All right, are you ready? How long it takes 1 drop of water to travel the entire length of the Mississippi? Roughly 90 days. Right about 3 months. So the water that is flowing past these players just off the fairway there will not reach the Gulf of Mexico until we are approaching the Women's Nationals and the USDGC in October. Pretty interesting to think about.
Very interesting.
Look at this. Once again, trying to figure out where everybody's lie is.
Wow, so that was, I think, another side hill landing and rolling into the woods.
You know who knows where her lie is? Sarah Holcomb here on 15. This is an easy one to find. Nice and center in the fairway. I believe this is her 3rd shot on the par 4.
Yikes, she must have had some issues off of the tee to be sitting here for her 3rd shot. It's typically where we see players throwing their approaches from.
Yeah, just a little bit of soggy footing, too, on the run-up. Currently 1 ahead of Paige Shue. This is not a hole you want to see a bogey on.
The basket sitting just behind that guardian leafy tree on the left of our screen. Oh, I like it.
Gapped it nicely. Sitting on the hillside, Sarah Holcomb underneath the basket for par.
Pinned it, Jamie. Wow. Good save from Sarah Holcomb. Here's Catrina Allen, speaking of saves. This is way outside.
She's confident in this one. She's going to go for it. Oh, maybe. Little rustle down by the ankles. Just tough to get the momentum forward on that. She'll clean up easy par.
She knew that she had to go for it because here is Missy Gannon with the chance to make up a stroke on Catrina. Catrina didn't want to make it that easy. But Missy Gannon, here's your chance. Not easy either.
Yeah, you can see the elevation she's going to deal with here. Last few putts have missed low. This one's got to get enough in the air. Get it to chain height.
Oh, yeah, Jamie. Stepping up exactly when she needs to. Missy Gannon is back on track. Big smile. She is running after Catrina Allen. There's no letting up now.
Great clutch stick there. She's going to card a well-earned birdie.
You know how nervous she must have been standing over that putt. That's huge.
Paige Shue a little high on the shorty, but she gets her birdie as well on 14.
There we go. She's tied with Sarah Holcomb right now.
All right. Pierce going to have this left for birdie somehow. It just doesn't seem fair. All right. Good birdie there, Paige. One more time. Let's see Missy Gannon's putt. This is fantastic.
Wow. And look at how high she has to get it up to get it in. And she does just that. As I mentioned, so nervous she must have been, knowing that Catrina Allen kind of opened the door for her to gain a stroke back. Going to be exciting down the next few holes.
4 to play. The differential is 2 in the battle for second. 15 is the next obstacle in front of them.
So here's the hole we saw Holcomb playing from the center of the fairway. Starts off with a tricky shot off the tee, a little bit of elevation. We got some trees that come into play. Here's the nice flat landing area we want to see the players at. And there's that guardian tree we were speaking of. The basket is just tucked behind it, making it a little bit of a blind shot on the approach. But as we get closer to the basket, we can see, again, placed on a slope, so making it tricky for our competitors to go for putts that are outside the circle.
0% birdies by the stat graphic on this hole. Playing is the 4th hardest for the ladies. That's a little bit surprising.
And I think this hillside right off of the tee, I think that just kind of gets in the player's mindset and maybe takes a little bit of distance off of that initial tee shot.
Paige gonna ride it just over the berm there. Long flex out.
So interesting. She did this yesterday. She landed on the right-hand side, and to me, that looks like a shank. To me, the placement shot is up on the flat and up to the left, but Paige is setting herself up on the right-hand side to attack it for a more open second shot. So maybe she's going to change up those statistics right quick with that different game plan.
Trading the guardian tree for distance. Shue with the more traditional play here. Just get down to the flat for good footing. She does so.
Missy Gannon has really brought back that confidence we've seen in previous rounds. She is not letting up.
Ooh, flirting with the left side there, but still nice and clean getting out into the fairway. She'll have the opportunity to take the route that Holcomb took moments ago or stick with the backhand hyzer. Catrina's kind of done the same thing in rounds past. I'd expect her to have a similar game plan to Missy here. Yep, just gonna find similar spots to two of her other competitors. All right, we've been talking about the battle for second place. It's more for just the than just the payout and the pride. It's also for the points. Here's your Disc Golf Pro Tour point standings. Right now, Catrina Allen and Missy Gannon battling for that third place spot right there. As you can see, Catrina Allen hasn't finished worse than 5th so far this year. That's huge. Now we can see here's what will happen. Now Gannon is 33 back of Allen. This is what happens. How many points you get for placing. I got that sentence out. 100 points for first place there, 85 for second, 75 for third. So still, they're kind of stuck in the same spots right now, not going to move up, but you could take about a third of the lead away with a great performance. 216, here's Holcomb.
And I was trying to look up to see where Holcomb was on that leaderboard, but if she maintains this position, she could creep herself back into the top 10 of the Disc Golf Pro Tour standings. But she changed up her game plan on today's hole.
Yeah, not going with the backhand there. Probably going to be the furthest away she has been all weekend. Here's Boomer going to go forehand. Does it flex enough? Got a big flex on it.
Oh, that's our game plan. It's all about the flex sidearm shots. So fun to watch.
Big sidearm there from Ellen Widboom. Shue, middle of the fairway, second shot. Line's good. Does she have the distance?
Ooh, and there's that guardian tree, so she is short and outside circle 2. There's the thing. You get enough distance behind this, and you've got that hillside to kind of be your backstop. So it doesn't matter. If you're coming in hot, that'll likely slow you down.
So you like to see a little bit lower line of attack here on this second.
Yeah, let's see if Missy has the distance to reach this. It is 700 feet. So it's going to require 2 350-foot drives.
Here's that lower line, but she does have it turned over. Like you said, no problem putting it right into the hillside there, but she's going to be well out right, potentially contending with some trees there. You can see the circle 2 flag, call that 70 feet. Advantage Allen.
Advantage Allen, absolutely. And if she can set herself up maybe just below the basket, she's going to have a better chance to run for that birdie putt. Missy Gannon is on a side hill. Going to have the slope to think about.
Oh, this is looking good.
That's exactly what Catrina needed.
Could have asked for a little bit more flip up if we're being greedy with it, but she is going to have a stress-free run at a putt that should sit if it doesn't go in. And of course, Paige Pierce, furthest off the tee, as she typically is. She's going to be over here. Let's move to Holcomb real quick. Second shot on 16.
Interesting. This is the farthest that she's been outside on this hole all weekend long. She threw backhand the previous 2 rounds and was just short of the basket, but right on line. Today choosing the sidearm and not quite as accurate. Isn't that funny?
Yeah, watch out, world. Sarah Holcomb's backhand is getting more dangerous by the round. She's already a contender at most tournaments she enters without really having a stable, reliable backhand game, but now that she's begun to add that to her repertoire, watch out.
And look at the distance Paige was able to get off that drive. She's at least 400 feet from the tee, so about 300 feet to go.
She's leaving it a bit short there, too. That's about where she made the putt from yesterday, maybe even a step or 2 closer. Again, circle 2 highlight reel from Paige Pierce. That's just the game plan right now because nobody else is within 10.
Crazy to see everybody outside the circle here today. We're going to have, I believe, Paige Shue to start us off. Missy Gannon up next. Catrina, then Paige. It's outside the circle putting contest here on 15.
Who's got the long putter working right now? We're going to let them get set up. We're going to be right back after these short messages.
Disc golf is a relatively young sport, but its popularity makes it one of the fastest growing pastimes in the world. The PDGA is a not-for-profit, worldwide player organization dedicated to promoting the sport. Like a long drive off the tee, disc golf is soaring. So don't just be a witness to disc golf's explosive growth, be a part of it. Join the PDGA.
Welcome back to the green of 15. Shue and Gannon laid up. Didn't really give it too much of a run there. Nothing to show. Catrina Allen, Paige Pierce. Here's some circle 2 highlights. I'm trying to ring it up. Good bid there for Allen. Sits softly on the hillside.
With 2 strokes over Missy Gannon. If Catrina Allen was able to make that putt, that would have been a little bit of a closure, a little more comfortable leading into the next 3 holes.
Ooh. worst sound in the world. Oh, the face she made right there. She still wants that. Doesn't matter how far ahead she is.
Amazing. Yeah, and with 3 holes to go, Paige Pierce is at 9 under. I mean, she's clearly the one that is going to take down this tournament. If she's able to finish the round, that is, she will take this tournament. It's all up to figuring out who is going to sit in position for 2nd place, who's going to get 3rd place, and there's still a battle going on for 4th place for Paige Shue and Sarah Hokum.
Payouts, points, prestige, still on the line for 4 of the ladies in the top 5. Paige Pierce has this thing wrapped up at this point. But hole 16, still good opportunities to birdie. Coming up ahead, also good opportunity to swing as the mounded green creates a good bit of challenge.
Another one that we've seen players just not dial in quite enough. Hole 16, 378 feet, so it's still a pump off the tee. You got to get enough distance behind it, but it's all about the players hitting the correct line. And we've seen players kind of sawing it off a little short, ending up short, and not being able to run for that birdie putt. So we need the players to be on point with their lines.
All right, keep that in mind. This is ahead on 17, the hallway shot. Kona Panis piping it. Here is Sarah Hokum in a tie with Paige Shue. Hokum on a string of 6 straight pars. Shue has bested Hokum by 1 stroke on the back 9 so far.
So smooth. What great release, and dialed in that distance just perfectly. That's going to be Sarah Hokum underneath the basket for her birdie putt.
That's a classic Hokum forehand if I've ever seen one.
And let's see if Ellen can match what she did yesterday. She got a hole-in-one, folks.
Ooh, gave it the height, but didn't quite give it the turn.
Yeah, maybe not that route. There's a lot of pressure when you're up on the hole that you'd aced previously. There's so much pressure, but she's outside the gap.
Oh, Holly Finley trying to bend it away from the left side, gets hung up there. The hallway hang-ups still happening on 17. Back to 16. Shadows continue to get longer. Just past 6:30 local time in Minnesota. A mere formality for Paige Pierce yet again on tour. 3 out of the 4 Pro Tour events she's entered. She has walked down the last few holes with a pretty significant lead. Infinite Disc there, one of the tour partners.
And with Paige just having such dominance in the field, we've heard the inspiration that the other players have gotten. I mean, even though there's such a large gap between Paige Pierce and the rest of the field, you can hear how fired up Paige Shue was going into this round. You heard how fired up Missy Gannon was, and how she looks up to Paige as a mentor. It's amazing to see these competitors. They know the level that Paige Pierce is at, but that just allows them to strive for greatness, to strive to be what Paige Pierce has become.
A little bit of a slip there off the tee for Pierce. Probably going to end up just a smidge short. She may be far left enough to have that look she did yesterday.
And she cashed it from there. She was able to a little route through the trees. That was crazy.
Paige Shue. Just going to be the edge of her distance range. She's got to get all of this one.
Remember, Paige Shue, Sarah Hokum, they're tied right now.
It's a pretty good look there. Might have a little running jumper from Shue to try to grab a birdie on 16. Gannon has the power to get pin high.
3 holes left. 2 strokes to make up on Catrina Allen.
I like this line. It's got to flex a little.
Hook up.
What is happening? I thought that was going to flex for sure. I mean, she's found roughly pin high, maybe a little bit short. If she'd gotten a little skip back, she'd be in good position. But now, once again, this could be the door shutter here. No. Catrina going extremely wide right. Is there a wind out there that we're not seeing? Both of those last two shots.
Big shank of Catrina's hand. That's going to be a tough upshot from where she is.
Yeah, she still has a lot of work to do. Here's Hokum for birdie on 17. Sarah Hokum goes to 10 under par with that.
That seems to be the biggest putt she's made all day, and a perfect time to make that with Paige Shue sitting outside the circle. This is so crucial that Sarah Hokum made this big birdie putt.
Great putt there. Got nice and high. Getting forward in the stance. All right, back to 16. Catrina Allen's going to be way out there to the left. Still going to be approaching the disc there. And with Sarah Hokum moving to 10 under par, after starting with that bogey on hole number 2, she has played very clean from hole 3 until present.
Yeah, exactly. And on this back 9, she's only carded the 2 birdies so far, so a little bit of slow mid back 9 here, but able to pick it back up.
Oh, wow. Look how close Catrina Allen was to finding water that I didn't think existed on this hole.
Didn't even know there was out of bounds on this hole, but just goes to show anything can happen with these players.
Yeah, this is interesting. This is not super easy footing. There's not going to be any ability to run up here.
Oh my gosh, it's crazy to just even think. What if Catrina would have went out of bounds? How that would have really swung the scoreboard for Missy Gannon. But she's safe. Missy Gannon still could have an opportunity here, but she is outside circle too.
Yeah, Catrina Allen just looking in control today. No parts of her game are getting away from her. She's putting down a great score. Second hottest round in FPO behind Paige Pierce. If Missy Gannon makes this, I quit. Because this is low ceiling, uphill. This is an extremely difficult putt.
She's a good putter. I might say, take it back, Jamie.
Ooh. I won't quit commentating. I'll quit playing. How about that? Because I certainly wouldn't be able to manufacture that shot. And I love it. I just love seeing the smile. It doesn't matter, make or miss, whatever. I'm going to fight again next hole. I'm going to make more of these in the long run. Shue laying up. A little bit of curious there. Yeah, that's not a full send. She's one back. Maybe she doesn't know.
Yeah, it's not the most aggressive go for it out of Paige Shue. Maybe she needs to be reminded from her caddy. Go aggressive. Don't leave anything out there. That could have been the stroke difference between her and Sarah Hokum.
She may need a more aggressive caddy. Grady Shue, not known for being super aggressive himself.
Hey-yo. Yikes. We're going to take a look at that. A misfire. A few errors that Paige Pierce has had just to prove that she's human. Going to set herself up for a tester putt back at the basket.
It's the one trick of hole 16. Long looks turn into just as long, if not longer, looks. quality par save attempt here.
Oh my. Jamie, you just cannot stop her. I was thinking, all right, she just released. It was a little off. Maybe that would have rattled her, but no. Stepping up to that par putt outside the circle and cashing it. Paige Pierce continuing the style on her scorecard.
Very well played there by Pierce. Par for Shue, par for Allen, and for Gannon as well. Really, really short. You know what else is really short? Hole 17 is also really short.
It is a very short hole, under 300 feet, but this technical tunnel shot really makes it difficult. We saw the chase card having some issues getting out the gap, but once you do, if you have a clean shot, you're going to be putting for birdie. We see players not having a ton of issues once they're out. It is on an elevated basket, so that can make it a little tricky. We'll see who has their accurate shots on point today.
All right. Paige Pierce, she loves Circle 2 putting. We've seen it all afternoon. Here she is in her own words.
Circle 2 is where I find like the most happiness. I feel like when you make those long putts and you know, it's really just tunnel vision, and it's you and it's the basket. Everybody else is behind you. The cameras can't see your face. You know, you're just looking at the chains and zoning in on the chains. And then when you watch it go in, you have that whole moment, or those moments to yourself to go, you know, do whatever. And I just hype myself up on the way to the basket. And yeah, those are the moments that I play for.
Well, certainly those moments are the ones we've been looking forward to see, because she is walking this one in right now. The battle right now is for second. Catrina Allen still with a two-stroke advantage. Battle for fourth starting to shade Sarah Holcomb's way as she presses to one stroke over Paige Shue. Back on 17, Pierce is ready.
Speaking of tunnel vision. Oh, not getting lucky today. She's had a few of those close call max shots and outside the gap.
I don't think she's made the hallway clean all weekend. It seems like compared to the other feats she's pulling off, that would be one of the easier things she could do, but 17's got her number. Here's Paige Shue. She finds the left side, gets kicked out right. Shouldn't be too much of a problem.
A little friendlier on the left-hand side. With the spin of the disc from a right-handed thrower, you're going to get a little more forward momentum.
Birdie by Sarah Holcomb ahead on the 18th would pretty much seal fourth and relegate Shue to fifth. Gannon still eyeing second.
Well, that's a lofty throw, but right on line.
She's inside circle.
Can Catrina Allen step up and follow suit? It's like a chess match right now. Here's the bar. Can you match it?
Half the time, Catrina has been in circle one with birdie or better on the table. Little harm, no foul. Let's bounce out to 18. This was just a moment ago. Sarah Holcomb's second on the par 5 finishing hole.
With Paige Shue having to make up her strokes to get a par on the hole. We'll see how aggressive Sarah Holcomb gets on this. She finishes par, and Paige Shue pars. Sarah Holcomb will take home that fourth place trophy.
Not so convinced that she's close enough to go over the water with that shot there. She's kind of in maybe territory. How much do you have left in the tank at the end of 3 long rounds of a layout that's over 9,100 feet?
All right. Is Paige Pierce running this one?
I mean, why not at this point? We'll call it a layup.
That takes so much strength to putt from that distance. That is just incredible to see.
Yeah, Paige Shue outside of her comfort zone for the running jumper.
Wow, and just shows how difficult this hole can be. Leader card, and only one player made it out of the gap clean. Here's Catrina Allen. She's really setting this one up.
Bringing in Sarah Hokum into the picture-in-picture. Katrina's laid up. Hokum kind of looks like she's in a layup spot as well, switching discs here.
Wow, Jamie, and this is very short. You mentioned that typically we want to see the players in that sand trap or beyond going for their third shot over the water. Yep, there's a little layup to get herself in that spot.
Oh, wow. So par in danger potentially for Sarah Hokum here. Gannon wants a birdie on 17.
Yes. You just know with the extension like that, as soon as you release, this is what Paige was talking about. As soon as you release, you know it's in. And that moment right there is for Missy Gannon. That was absolutely huge.
Huge putt is right.
One back of Catrina Allen going into hole 18.
Paige stays clean. Has not bogeyed since the first round.
Sitting at 9 down for the round. She went for eagle in the previous 2 rounds. She could set the hot round if she's able to do that today.
She could get to 30 under par, averaging 10 with an eagle on the final hole. Catrina Allen, she is going to pick up a par 3 on 17. Still one ahead of Gannon. She's battled for it. She's besting Missy by 2 so far today. The Hokum and Shue battle just got a little bit more interesting as well. If Paige Shue commits one more time to the full send mentality, we could see her jump back up and tie for 4th. This is the hole she'll have to do it on, the big blue whale, the par 5 18th.
Starts off with a big shot over the water in the landing zone here on the left-hand side. We see most of the FPO players shooting up to land and set up right there on top of the hill with that sand trap, shooting down and over the water here on the second, that'll be their third shot, over this last sand trap, over the hill. This is aggressive line. We know that Paige Pierce goes for the eagle on a hole like this. The aggressive line for the other players is being in this position that we see right here for Kona. If you're aggressive, you're going to go for the basket.
Oh, just slipping a little bit there. She's got that nose up. Is it long enough? Questionable. That's the one problem with that bunker right there. It can really take off distance on the rotation.
And Kona's actually in a battle that we haven't even spoke of yet. She's in a battle with Holly Finley. Right now, those two are tied for 6th place. So lots of little battles going on. Well, Paige Pierce is in a battle with her own mind today.
Here's Paige Shue figuring out what the scenario is.
You know she's checking U-disc, Jamie.
Grady just keeping her loose. Not think about it too much. Here is the big question, though. What does Sarah Hokum do? This is her 4th shot. She's from the bunker. She's got to get over the bunker, not only that she's in, but across the blind pond, and still that high-walled bunker protecting the basket on the far side.
Sarah has to park this. If Paige Shue plays this according to her game plan, she'll walk away with maybe a birdie attempt, but at least a par. If Sarah Hokum doesn't park this, she might be in trouble.
Good turn on it. Oh, look at it get battered down.
That just fell out of the sky. I think it went over, but I'm not sure if she got enough distance.
Really a little confused. I think she's confused as well. I don't know what to tell you. We're seeing wind speed of right around 9 miles an hour on our indicator, but 9-mile-an-hour wind doesn't usually do that. Let's see what Missy does.
That'll be a good thing to take note as we see the lead card approaching toward the basket.
Blowing a little bit of a header cross left to right. That's a great angle to ride that wind.
Ooh, and just into the short grass. Doesn't make too much of an issue here. The second shot for Missy Gannon will just be a layup, so she doesn't need full distance run up.
Again, advantage Allen.
Going to Boomtown, Jamie. Ooh, Paige Pierce is way up the fairway, and again, just inside on that short grass. The thing here, Paige Pierce wants to go for that next shot, so that tall grass will come into play on her run up.
We saw it happen earlier with Simon Lizotte, that sloped bank of the lake. Can make things extremely difficult. Uh-oh, Paige Shue in trouble. What is happening out here on hole 18? We're seeing all of these shots just get slammed straight down.
Here's the problem with checking the scores on the final hole. It adds to the pressure that Paige Shue just had on the tee pad. She knows she just got to throw it over. She knows she has to play this hole to the best of her ability. She checked the scores. She added pressure, and she's now out of bounds.
Wind shifting a little more to a tail there. Catrina Allen getting it nice and high up into the sky and putting it on the flat side. Remember, the season doesn't end here. We've had a great stretch of 2 tournament weekends back to back, but we will return to action at the Discraft Great Lakes Open towards the end of the month, July 24th through 26th. Look at the beautiful summer footage out in Michigan, Milford to be exact.
Wow, these are some beautiful sights that these players get to see along their travels, and we've seen some amazing hot golf through the weekend, and I expect to see that continue at the Great Lakes Open. I'm excited for it in a few weeks.
Here is Sarah Hokum. She will be excited to get this tournament in the books, first one back, and get out to Michigan as well. That's a valiant bid from that spot right there.
Yeah, that was right on line, and I'm not sure she could even see the basket from where she was. That'll be a drop-in par for Sarah Hokum.
She'll certainly like the result as she figures out what happened right now. Hot scores this weekend. Remember just a couple of years ago, the summer of 2018, Paul Macbeth set the 18 down perfect with an asterisk. The 1 par, 1 eagle performance at the Toboggan Course in Milford, Michigan. Getting a Sports Center highlight package.
Which color are you looking for?
Adding just another trophy to his case. It's Paige Shue trying to recover her disc.
I believe there is a drop zone for any shot that goes out of bounds.
Drop zone only applies to tee shots. So regardless of whether Paige did touch the inbounds area, we think we'd see her go to the drop zone, but it's possible that she looks like she's taken the lie there.
Want to read those rules again?
Rules and notes says out of bounds pond, out of bounds concrete cart path, on or across. Drop zone for tee shots only. It doesn't say they must go to the drop zone, so not completely clear language on the caddy book.
And even though she is getting the distance here, the footing, it's not worth it to be throwing from down there.
Yeah, you're sort of, looking at a tough scenario because you're either way back at the drop zone which is essentially like playing its own par 5. It has to be over 800 feet from the drop zone to the basket. But this is, you can see there she's checking, making sure she can rotate through properly.
And see, there's where that uneven, unsteady footing really comes into play. She's just not able to place her shot where she needed to be, way short of that second landing zone that you would ideally see right now here in the screen in that sand trap. She's going to have a lot of distance.
That is Sarah Hokum there, her tapping in after pretty good run. Let's go back to Catrina. We know Hokum's in for bogey. Catrina can set herself up nicely here. Excuse me, that's Hokum for par. Thank you. Oh, and Catrina's yet again found the sand trap.
Yeah, she hasn't had good footing on that third shot at all this weekend, but she's been able to make it work regardless. But here's Missy. Again, one stroke back of Catrina. Let's see if she can put herself in a better footing position, maybe at the top of the hill, so she can see the basket.
Ooh, low release there. That's not good. Couldn't quite get to the slick part of the old defunct golf green. Again, advantage Allen. Shue and Hokum battle is essentially decided. Oh, Sarah Hokum, they did just change her UDisc score. She did bogey. Guess it was tough for us to tell, but looks like no, she doesn't have an OB marker there.
It was that 3 shots to get up this first part of the fairway.
Okay, so outside chance, but Paige Shue, I mean, she's going to have a lot of work left to do. Paige Pierce, your leader. Just a pitch. Got some good footing there.
Make it easy. No need to lose any discs. You've already won the tournament. Choosing the layup and the victory walk into the green here on 18. Paige Pierce, another outstanding performance.
Catrina checking the situation on her phone. All she has to do is tie Missy, and she will retain outright second place.
So with that changeup, Paige Shue needs to par this hole to tie Sarah Hokum, who is now in the clubhouse with -4 for the round, -9 total.
And Paige Shue, according to UDisc, says on the fairway after 2 throws, but she was out of bounds off the tee, we believe. We'll wait to see how it all shakes out. She was laid up in good position there. We suspect she's throwing her 5th. UDisc says she's throwing her 4th.
And that is so important.
Yeah.
Hopefully we'll hear the exact ruling on what her drive was, because that 1 stroke makes all the difference between a tie or 5th place.
Yeah, I mean, if she's paying attention to the scores, then she has to go for the next shot. Gannon here can kind of opt. She can pick her spot. How aggressive does she want to get? Looks like she's going to go over regardless.
All or nothing. All or nothing right now for Missy Gannon. She's got to get under the basket. Turns it over again.
Makes it safe to the other side.
She's going to have to run that.
Yeah. Just all Catrina has to do is really just leave it high over the pond. Don't let whatever mystical vortex that's bringing these last shots down, don't let that affect the shot. Keep it high. Deep of the pin is better than short. She's going to have soft sand to deal with.
Yesterday, she slipped on the sand, threw into the lake, right in the middle of it. Let's see if she can change up today. Oh, yeah, big change up. Cranks it over with no chance of it going in the water today. That's what she needed to do.
Exactly. Sitting just a little bit past pin deep outside circle 1. Up and down. Secures her second place here at the Preserve Championship. She did all the damage early. She has not taken a birdie since hole 10. But it's been all she needed to do. Frankly, as Missy Gannon kind of stumbled, took that bogey on 12. Paige Pierce, all alone out in first.
Wow. That is the cherry on top of an incredible weekend Sunday.
Paige Pierce once again just dominating the field. That is going to secure her probably, in all likelihood, her third 1,000 rated round out of the 3 played here in Clearwater. And just what else can you say? Nobody is in her class right now. Shue's fourth. Looking good. Looking short. I thought it looked good.
I mean, that is just incredible. I got to go back to Paige's shot. I mean, she chooses to lay up. She doesn't go for it today, but she lays up perfectly underneath the basket for a drop-in birdie. That will put her at 10 down to shoot 2 10 downs and a 9 down. I mean, it's incredible to see a player like Paige continue to strive to be better. She knows that she can birdie every hole out here, and today she was gunning for it right off the bat. Cooled off a little there, but it doesn't matter for Paige Pierce. She is going to win this tournament with such an incredible performance.
Yeah, kind of just coasting in the final round. I mean, she did cool off on the back 9. She's only 2 down for the back as opposed to a 7 down on the front. A little bit opposite of what we're used to seeing. The evidence we've seen throughout the weekend is the back 9 plays a little further under par. But nevertheless, an extremely impressive performance, not missing a single putt today from inside circle 1 and having a whole bunch of looks from circle 2.
Missy Gannon. She needs to run this. This is her last chance to make up a stroke on Catrina. Catrina is well outside circle 2.
Oh, and she's pitched that one long.
She went for it. Unfortunately, not the best run I've ever seen. She's way past the basket. Still a tester coming back. Catrina Allen at this point just needs to lay it up under the pin, and she's got second place.
Looks like she's going to do just that. Not taking much time at all. She's putting it right there. What a performance by Catrina Allen today as well. I mean, talk about Paige Pierce, and we will certainly give her all of her due accolades in the Bevel breakdown coming up right after these rounds conclude here. But Catrina Allen really showed some mettle with the putter as well, getting herself into getting herself all the way into second place. Paige Shue over here for par. Just leaving it a little bit right.
So there we go. When she drops in this bogey, if everything is correct and accurate on UDisc, Sarah Hokum will take the solo 4th place finish, dropping Paige Shue down into 5th place.
Nine down, 10 down, 9 down. Incredibly impressive work, which is basically par for the course from Paige Pierce. Missy Gannon, just one to think about on the ride home here. This is for good feelings. Oh, the heartbreaker. Left side can't hold it. And the dust settling over Clearwater. hard-fought battle for all of our competitors here. Not much left. No real drama. Not as much drama as we expected down to the 18th hole, but the drama certainly dissipated at this point. Paige Pierce is going to just casually strut her way to a 12-stroke margin of victory. Catrina Allen here, 16 under par. She finishes on a run of 8 straight pars. Only 1 bogey on her scorecard today.
And 100% C1X putting. Biggest accomplishment, I would say, for Catrina Allen.
Missy Gannon following Sarah Hokum's lead, going birdie bogey to finish, and here is your champion. Just a formality. Paige Pierce, 29 under par, pushing that lead to 13 strokes. Another birdie, bogey-free performance. Tons of birdie. Definitely not birdie-free out here.
On behalf of
Let's
the
hear
Disc Golf
Tour
Pro
Director
Tour,
Jeff Spring.
Airborne Disc Golf, I'd like to present the first annual Preserve Championship presented by Prodigy champion, Paige Pierce.
This is crazy. This is the trophy?
That's the trophy. You'll get your name engraved on that.
Wow, that's awesome.
You just got to strap it along inside your band, no problem.
Yeah.
All right, Paige, incredible performance. Come on over if you guys. Yeah,
Okay.
incredible performance. Congratulations, first
Thank
of
you
all.
very much.
How does it
Thank
feel?
you. Great. It feels awesome. Yeah.
So you haven't had a blemish on any scorecard all the way. Well, have to go all the way back to round number 1. Do you remember?
Hole 7.
Hole 7.
Yeah.
Okay, you're familiar.
Yep.
That was the last time you took a bogey. You've played flawless golf almost since then. What were some of the keys to success out here?
Honestly, putting, I didn't miss a circle 1 putt either round 2 or round 3, and I'm not sure about round 1. I missed one on hole 4. But yeah, I putted really, really well this weekend, and even inside circle 2. So when I wasn't getting my approaches close enough, I was hitting some long putts.
Yeah, for a moment on hole 16, you had gone deep. You were very aggressive with your birdie opportunity.
Yeah.
You went way deep, and then you made the comebacker. What's it like to have such confidence in your putt?
Oh, it feels amazing. It feels amazing. I mean, the whole point of the game is to get the disc into the basket. That's the best part. And so yeah, it's been great to have a good putting weekend and just feel really confident on the green.
You're the number 1 rated woman in the world already, but when we come to a course like this, does that set up even better for someone with your skill set?
I don't know if like my ranking has much to do with the course like this or anything like that. I feel confident off the tee, and I feel confident with my putting right now. So yeah, I think the confidence is pretty hard to beat.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to beat you when you're leading almost every statistic out there in terms of driving the farthest and making the most putts.
Yeah.
It's been absolutely incredible. You've now really dominated these last 2 weekends. It seems like the off-season 2.0 treated you all right. What's it like? What kind of statement does that send when you've come out here and had such huge margins of victory over the last 2 weekends?
Yeah, I mean, and Memorial as well. I think that a lot of people just thought that something was wrong with me after Waco, and you know, I'm so sick of hearing that. It's like I don't actually care what happened at Waco. I've been playing super well all year long, and I feel really confident in my disc and really supported, and I think that's just the key to success.
All right. Well, an incredible weekend. Please thank any sponsors or fans out there that are
watching. Yeah,
watching.
thank you guys. Everyone that's still watching, that means you wanted to watch the FPO division. So thank you guys so much for still tuning in. Shout out to the Disc Golf Network for bringing you guys this coverage. If you haven't signed up yet, do that. I know you guys want to watch more than round 3. So sign up so you can watch round 1 and 2. And we'll see you guys. Where's the next one? Silver Cup. I'll be at the Silver Cup next weekend in Manitowoc, Wisconsin. So check on UDisc for that, and hopefully I'll see you somewhere on the road sometime soon. Thanks to Discraft, OTB, Thunderbird, Keen, and Whale Sacks. Thank you guys. And grip equipment. Look at this bag. Thanks, Val, for commentating. Congrats on the Hall of Fame.
Your champion, Paige Pierce. Congratulations.
Thank you.
What do you need me here for at this point? She knows all her stats. She knows who's still watching. She knows the Disc Golf Network subscribers. Paige Pierce doing it all, both on and off the course. Pretty cool shout out there, too.
That was awesome. And I mean, you can't help but cheer for a champion like Paige Pierce. I mean, to see an incredible player like that, and, you know, we kind of push it aside. Oh yeah, she's in such a lead. Again, Paige Pierce is winning by a billion, but she is out there to perform to the best of her abilities, and it's literally splitting hairs because she barely left anything out there, but she remembers the putts she didn't make, and she's continuing to improve on her own personal game. Amazing, amazing play.
Incredible. Sometimes it is hard. Par for the course for her is so far above everybody else. It's kind of like there's the MPO, the PPO, and then the FPO divisions at times out on tour. But don't worry, we are going to break down exactly what Paige and Val are talking about. We're going to talk about the keys to her spectacular victory out here at the Preserve Championship. We're going to invite Nate back into the studio and do the bevel breakdown, so stick with us. We'll break it all down, MPO and FPO, in just a moment.
What do you think, flatness and stiffness on this?
Somewhat flat, neutral stiffness. This is a good disc right here.
Purple and orange. Got it. 2 more.
Danny, this is a sick one.
Dude, I gotta get through all these today.
Cheers to a good day, gentlemen.
Cheers.
Ooh.
Yeah,
that's good.
It's a hard day.
It's great.
You got a PA3?
Hey Chris, can I get a PA3?
Yes, sir. M4? M4.
Welcome back in. You know what time it is. We're going to do the bevel breakdown. Jamie Thomas, Nate Doss, Valerie Jenkins here in studio. Let's get them cracked and talk about some disc golf here.
Wow.
Woo.
Cheers.
Party time. Cheers. First cheers
it.
of the day. We made it to the end of the weekend, and what a weekend it was in Clearwater. As always, we're going to start with FPO first. They just came off the course. Val, first reaction, Paige Pierce, once again, greater than 10-stroke margin of victory. Probably, we're going to check here in a minute when the scores get uploaded, but probably yet another 1,000 rated round. Just an unstoppable machine of winning right now.
Yeah, and it is incredible to see. And even a change from last week in Emporia. She had such a huge lead in the first round, built on it in the second round. In the third round, she kind of fell a little flat. She didn't have that motivation that we saw in the previous 2 rounds, or that push or that drive. And today and this weekend, she had set a goal for herself, and regardless of what had happened with the rest of the field, she just kept pushing forward and trying to do better and trying to improve upon each round that she played. So that was the biggest change up I think I saw in her game. But otherwise, I mean, she is just unstoppable. I mean, people ask if I'm going to come out on tour. I would be scared if I was in the FPO division right now. I mean, even if I tried my hardest, I don't think I could be where Paige Pierce is right now. I mean, even in my most dominant years, I wasn't playing that good. She is something we've never seen before.
Wow, very high praise there. Good to know, though, she's wearing you on her back, so she's got that inspiration to look up to.
Vicariously, I'm along for the ride.
Right, there you go. Look, Nate, we heard Paige talk about it. She hadn't missed a Circle 1X putt since I think she said hole 4 of the first round. She only missed one scramble opportunity, which was her lone bogey, hole 7 of the first round. These are unreal numbers that we're seeing right now.
Yeah, not only that, just how cool and calm she is. She obviously understands the situation. You could tell how much some of the talk about Waco affected her. She mentioned it in her post round here on Sunday, and I think that when you have a player like Paige Pierce, any fuel that's added to that fire is really unfortunate for the rest of the field. I mean, I know when I personally, and I was never at Paige's level as far as just pure play, even a little fuel that got added to my fire, I definitely played at another level too. So when you have something to prove, and somebody like Paige, I think from a 10,000-foot view, doesn't have anything to prove, but in her mind she does, that's when we start to see some of these really incredible performances. And back-to-back weekends, something really, really special from Paige Pierce.
Something to bring up, actually. It's interesting that she mentions that in her final round interview, especially because she just won Dynamic Disc Open. So Waco is 2 tournaments in the rear view, but she's still trying to find that thing, like you're talking about, that chip on her shoulder, that will to play and to keep the pedal to the metal in the 3rd round. Do we read anything into her comments about the Waco tournament and her performance there, or is that just like, this is the bulletin board that she needs to have because right now nobody's within 10 strokes?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, that was the moment that we kind of doubted Paige. I mean, Waco, it's an interesting course, wide open, it's windy, it's very tightly wooded. It's a challenging course on all levels. But Paige Pierce, the main thing, I think it's still so fresh on her mind, that was the last tournament they played, and then 10 weeks hiatus from the sport. She left it out there that, I'm not sure how Paige's game is right now. Maybe she's not on point. Maybe she's not the best in the world. Those doubts were running through her mind all those weeks, and to bam, come out in Emporio with such a commanding dominance. Bam, come out again the second tournament. It fueled the fire for sure.
Yeah.
Well, whatever we have to do on the media side to keep fueling the fire, I may just have to keep stoking it because I want to keep seeing play like this.
Exactly.
Is there anything else to add to the dog pile of accolades for her performance? There are some other battles to talk about in FPO, but I mean, I kind of think she said it all. The putting was there, the driving was there, the focus was there through all 3 rounds. Let's break down some of these other battles. FPO was very a tighter race, a little more down the ballot, where we had a battle for second place between Missy Gannon and Catrina Allen. We also had that battle that shaped up on the back 9 between Paige Shue and Sarah Hokum. And Catrina Allen, I think, once again, didn't outshine Paige Pierce, but in the same way we talked about Missy Gannon last week, Catrina Allen really showed up in the final round and showed us something, even when it was out of reach, and I'm impressed by that.
Right, and I think it was just a matter of 2 strokes, I guess, in the finish there, but Catrina Allen, she again had issues on the putting green in the previous 2 rounds. Definitely made up for it today with 100% for
huge.
every putt that she was looking at, whether it was at circle's edge or inside the circle. Missy Gannon, however, she'd be at circle's edge and beyond many of the times, putting pressure on those outside the circle looks. So it all came down to putting and who was putting better. And in the end, Catrina Allen stepped up, and that made all the difference.
Putting such a mental part of the game. Obviously, we all know that. But Catrina Allen, look, she went 9 for 9 from C1X today. It wasn't like she just had a couple here and there and she mainly got away with it. She routinely had to put the disc in the basket. 9 C1X attempts, came away with all 9 of them. How about that reversal?
Yeah, it was. You could tell right from the first hole. I mean, she just started making putts. It was like putt, 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 and then some of the bigger ones. And, she started to get a little pump from the crowd. And yeah, you could definitely, kind of see it in her eyes. She wanted that second place, and she went out and got it for sure. Even sort of making the mistake that she made yesterday, throwing her second shot into the bunker on 18. Missy was in the short grass, but making the adjustment there, putting it nice, safely in bounds, and just taking her par there on 18 was, I think, the prudent play for Kat, and ultimately she can take away a very positive weekend. Even though she had the putting woes, she finished with the good putting there in the final round.
Certainly some bulletin board material for her as well. I mean, she knows that we're talking about it on the live. Everybody is seeing it. 10,000 subscribers, by the way. Cheers to that.
For sure.
Cheers to all 10,000 of you. Boom. Hold on.
There
Get
you
in
go.
there. All right.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's fantastic. And we thank each and every one of you for being a part of this. We're really kind of changing the game here and excited about it. But look, bulletin board material nonetheless, because the audience is growing and they see her missing these putts that you just can't miss. But let's reverse that. So she comes in today, decides that's not going to be the case in the final round. How much does that affect a player like Missy Gannon, who is still gaining valuable experience on these lead cards?
I mean, Missy Gannon, I'm sure she knew she had to step up to the plate regardless. Catrina was going to be on a mission, and Catrina Allen has such great experience. Even if Catrina wasn't putting great today, she still has such great accuracy on her upshots, on her drives. So she could have very easily just parked everything, dropped in those birdies, dropped in those pars. So I'm sure Missy had that mindset going into it. I need to go for it. I need to give it everything I got. And I think Missy put up a great performance. Again, building that confidence, building the experience of being on these leader cards is really showing off. And it's awesome to see because a lot of players in these kind of rookie positions making their way to leader card for the very first times, you know, you don't want to put all your money on that player. Usually the pressure makes the player fall, or, you know, yeah, that great round in the first round, but then second round, you're on the leader card, you see that player start to drop. Missy Gannon's been there, and she's been consistent every time.
Certainly by the time we get around to the start of the 2021 season, nobody's going to be able to doubt her resume. She is doing a great job of putting some quality finishes on paper here in 2020. To put some numbers to the stats, we're talking about she was 51% C1X putting in the final round. She missed 4 putts inside of C1X. She missed a total of 2 in the previous 2 rounds combined. So, you know, outside of that, that's the main difference. That's what kept her out of second place today. Really quickly, let's turn our attention here to the battle for 4th place between Paige Shue and Sarah Hokom. It really shouldn't have been a battle for Paige Shue. I mean, she said she was going to go full send when she came out. She finds herself on the wrong side of, I believe it's a 4-stroke differential. Yeah, Sarah Hokom 4 down for the day. Paige Shue back to even. Even kind of just struggling trying to get home on 18 and just kind of finish it out. Is there anything to read into in the Shue Hokom battle that we saw?
Well, yes and no. I mean, Sarah had a nice round. She played from the chase card, so she was sort of able to just kind of be within her own little world. It was going to be tough for Shue to go up against somebody who's coming from behind. You're not really seeing what they're doing. Yeah, I think ultimately, I think it was still a good weekend for Shue and for Hokom. Definitely the last couple of days for both those two players. But really, you look at Missy Gannon sort of bookended by world champions, right? And of this whole field, she was the one who put herself in there, not just this weekend, but also last weekend. So she's definitely gaining more confidence. But, you know, you got 2 world champs in front of her, 2 world champs behind her. And who knows, maybe she'll be a world champ one of these days too. But yeah, you know, Hokom and Shue, I think you can really see there's a big separation there. So kind of the class of the division, these top 5 ladies for sure.
Val, let's give you some numbers here. Sarah Hokom, she's 968 rated. That's top 5 in the world in FPO. She actually did not play a single round to her rating. Coming the closest today with the 4-down performance, 961 rated, about a stroke off of what we expect to see her shoot. So that should put her at about 15 down for the tournament overall. Paige Shue, 949 rated. She played the second round to 978, a bit above her rating, fell back to a 927 in the final round. Give Sarah Hokom a bit of a grade here. It's her first, on one hand, it's her first tournament back since the restart. She missed last weekend, and she finishes in 4th place. On the other hand, 2 of 3 rounds underneath the rating. Anything to read into there?
Giving her a grade, I'd probably give her a B. Yeah. I think it was solid. I mean, that's what we see out of Sarah Hokum, that consistency in the round, not a lot of ups, not a lot of downs, just maintaining. And if Sarah's in the position where she's making a lot of errors, that's when she drops down. But not the most aggressive player out there, so she takes the birdies when she gets the chance to. So I think that was a great performance from her this weekend after, we didn't see her last weekend in Emporia. So it's nice to see her back, and I think she should be proud of that performance.
Certainly not the most aggressive player on tour, but she was second in parked percentage at 15% and third in Circle 1 in regulation. So still getting some opportunities and making the most of them, finding a top 5 finish there. Paige Shue, as we said, finishes in 5th, and, that's when you look at the rest of the division, that's kind of where you expect. You expect Shue, Hokum, Allen, Pierce. Those are the world champions in the top 5. Missy Gannon has been a force to be reckoned with as of late, and sort of everybody else still kind of playing catch-up, but making strides to get back to tour form out in Clearwater. Let's move over to the MPO division. Nikko Locastro, my goodness, all of a sudden, here he is, 15 down early on the first day, and he had to watch all of the other scores come in. Then he had to go up against Calvin Heimburg and James Conrad, a lot of other really great decorated players in the second round. He held his own, and it came down to the final hole here on Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, one of the best things was actually the post-round interview from Nikko on day 1. I caught it right as we were kind of getting the studio set up. He was already getting finished. We were getting ready for our live show. And he was very kind of calm and then also complimentary, realizing that there was a lot of great players at the tournament and a fairly scoreable course. He just kind of stuck with it. And he did it kind of in a Nikko way. You got to remember, even in this group, while the names Heimburg, Lizotte, and McMahon are all sort of fresh in our minds, Nikko Locastro was really the class of that group if we just look at a pure sort of victory standpoint. I mean, this guy, ever since 2010 it was, or 11, we were talking when he took that Memorial Championship.
2009 Memorial
2009, that's right. He took down the Memorial Championship, sort of burst onto the scene, won 3 Player of the Year awards from the PDGA. He's still the class of that group that he played with today. Maybe not in recent times, but he just stuck with it. He allowed the frustration to sort of come through him. And at the end of the day, he found himself in an opportunity to win. And, history's all there now. So,
definitely. I mean, Val, we've seen Nikko time and time again over the years. The putts that he's supposed to make, he gets in his head. When there's just nothing in front of him but his mind and the basket, the mind sometimes gets in the way. And kind of funny enough, a point we could talk about, he didn't know he was putting for the win today. He thought he was putting to force a playoff. So, what do you read into that? That not only did we see him succeed where he's failed in recent memory, obviously, he still has a very decorated career, but also that he didn't truly know the situation and the pressure that was on him in that moment.
No, it's crazy to think, but you could just tell how focused he actually was. What did he say? I just knew I had to get the Frisbee into the basket.
Yeah.
And literally keeping it as simple as that, knowing he had to just lay out his best round possible. And yeah, to hear that excitement as soon as he found out that he won, I mean, that was incredible. You know that just like Paige Pierce kind of milling over what happened in Waco and just stewing on it for weeks and weeks, Nikko's been stewing on those close calls for years. He has now made a name for himself in the last couple of years, kind of up and down and struggling a little bit. Today's win was huge for him and pretty an emotional speech. I mean, to hear that little inspirational talk that he gave everybody, don't give up, keep fighting for it. And I mean, he deserves to celebrate today.
Yeah, such a unique character. I have no idea if they intended for the jump in the lake to be the tradition that carries over to this course, but guess what? It is now. If you win out here, you better jump. You better go head first into the blue whale because
Is Paige Pierce doing backstrokes right now? I think we're missing it.
She's doing laps up and down.
Here's the thing, too, about the Nikko thing. It's really not a course that fits his game, right? compared to the other guys. I mean, Heimburg was way out there for a while. Eagle just couldn't figure it out, and Simon was dropping some bombs towards the end of the round. But he stuck with it, and in reality, the shorter tee shot there on 18 put him in a great position, right? He stepped up, made the shot, 20-footer. Right now, the other two guys got to throw. The pressure hit them hard. They both made huge mistakes. I mean, Simon was out of position, but Heimburg was in perfect position and leaves at 40 short in the sand. It was just the pressure, and Nikko was able to inadvertently put that pressure on those two very early on. And then to make the putt, he embraces with his girlfriend. She says, "Did you win?" And he goes, "No, I didn't win. I'm in the playoff." And I'm like, what? I mean, I get it. Trust me, there's not scoreboards out there like on the PGA Tour. But he didn't even know that this had happened. And then it was just perfect for the cameras for him to hear that he did win. And the reaction was just so pure. And I know the feeling, because when I won in 2017 at the GMC, it had been a few years for me too. And looking back on it now, it was one of the best moments of my life. And I think Nikko will most likely remember this one for a very long time. I got to say it. For me, doing this job, probably, if not the best moment I've seen on camera, in the top 5 for sure.
You could definitely tell just how much it means to him. He wants it so much more. And sometimes that does spill over into negative emotions and negative energy on the course. But I don't think anybody has ever doubted how much he just wants to win. And he believes he can be at the top. And again, just like Paige Pierce, playing with the chip on the shoulder really helped propel Locastro to the win this weekend. I'd like to ask both of you for your reactions to this question. Who is this a bigger disappointment to not come out on top for Calvin Heimburg or for Simon Lizotte? Like you said, Nate, I think the course does set up better for a player like Simon, but Calvin Heimburg is also coming off of, I mean, we say it all the time, he's got 2 national tours and a Disc Golf Pro Tour since the beginning of 2019. Who is this a bigger disappointment for?
I'm going to go with Calvin. I think yesterday, I chose Calvin to continue his dominance. He shot incredible yesterday, but he sounded so confident in that post-round interview of, yeah, I'm just going to do that again, and I'm going to win the tournament. He's so fresh in the mindset. To say those words out loud, you don't know the game of disc golf just yet. That really shows that he needs to have a few of these, like, fall back, fall short, not winning the tournament to kind of have that fire to bring it back even stronger next time. Because if he thinks this game is easy and it's going to come effortlessly, he's got to think again, because we see players like Nikko coming back strong. Simon, yep, just short today, but Simon's had plenty of opportunities. But Calvin, I think he's still building on those experiences. Had a few wins right off the bat, built that confidence so high, but I think he's going to be in it for the long run, but still, he's earning his keep.
Yeah, we're always learning, right? It doesn't matter how long you've been playing. Paige Pierce is still learning out there, even after all those titles. For me, it's hard for me. I really don't look at it as a disappointment for really any of them, because these guys got to get out and compete without Paul McBeth in the field. And while we would have certainly loved to see Paul in there, and you always, for me personally, once Paul became Paul, I didn't want to play a tournament without him, basically, because, you just want to take on the best. You want to have Wysocki there, you got to have McBeth there, and you got to have the class of the division. But these guys are the class of the division, right? And so they got to do this without Paul. Paul's at home watching, and I think it was a success across the board because they got in a tight battle. How often do we see 3 guys in contention to win a tournament come down the 18th? It doesn't happen really that often. We usually we end up talking about 1 or 2 people towards the end. So I really felt like it was kind of a positive for all of them. Lizotte gave himself a great opportunity. He played well when those other 2 weren't, and that's how he was able to bridge that gap. Calvin picked up the bogey. Nikko was on a par streak. Lizotte birdied all the holes throughout that and put himself in a position and made some great throws towards the end, birdieing hole number 17 to put himself into that tie. And that just reminds me about 17, the decision for Nikko to basically lay it up. Wow. I mean, so many moments throughout the whole round. But I think Simon did a great job in bridging that gap and at least making himself a factor come down the 18th.
Yeah, certainly a human highlight reel. I mean, he had 2 throws north of 90 feet, 2 throw-ins north of 90 feet, one to save par, another to grab an improbable birdie. And we talked about that middle stretch, those middle 4 holes between 9 and 12, where he just consistently got better each and every day, and that's what gave him a chance to be there at the very end. So I know a lot of Simon fans, they kind of see him, they watch his vlogs, they see him do these ridiculous things all the time, and they just go, hey, when are you going to win? And you know, I don't think you can take anything away from what he did this weekend.
No way.
It was just Nikko wanted it more than anybody else. I'm still surprised at 17 how an aggressive player like Nikko, we saw him sit and perseverate over that putt for plenty of time, completely change discs, and then say, I got you on the next hole. That's how it all worked out.
Yep, indeed.
We should give a couple shout-outs to the rest of the top 10 in MPO. We were very focused on the 3-way battle towards the end. Emerson Keith doing a lot these last 2 weeks. I mean, he found himself just outside of the podium, finishing in solo 4th place, but he played every single round over his rating, including a 1080 performance today on the final round. Drew Gibson came in 5th. We saw him on the feature card the first day. He kind of bounced back after he shot a pair of 52s in the first 2 rounds, capped it off with a 50 in the final. James Conrad, your U.S. champion, tying with Eagle McMahon. You got Colton Montgomery, who won at Waco, tying with Jordan Castro. And then to round out the top 10, Anthony Barella, who won at the Silver Series event. So a lot of great opportunities, a lot of people punching their tickets to Rock Hill, a lot of people getting some more points on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. We have a couple-week break until we see them again at D-Glow, another course that can give up some very, very low scores. Any sort of expectations or things we think we'll see for either division in this 2-week break?
I don't know. It might be that next little break that we see players putting in a little bit more practice. We got a little downtime, but I don't know. What we heard Paige, she's going to play in the Silver Series next weekend, so she's going to keep on pace, continue to get better, but I just continue. I'll be amazed to see Paige continue on with dominance. The other rest of the entire FPO division is on pace, wanting to hunt her down, and that is going to be their goal for the rest of the season. So hope to see Paige continue to kill it and continue to raise the bar for the FPO division.
Let me ask you one question real quick. Do you think Missy Gannon breaks through this year? Is it a 2020 thing or a 2021 thing if you had to place a bet?
I think she's got all the skills to win one of these tournaments. So it's just a matter of setting the pace, continuing that great play, and she's got those putts under pressure. And I think that is the key to get those championships, to get a title. And so I think she's got nerves of steel, and she's continued to grow that experience.
All right, Nate, expectations, a couple-week break till we come back to Milford.
Yeah, I mean, who knows if it's a couple-week break for all of our players, but it certainly is for us. And I know it's coming at kind of the right time because we've kind of got back at it now. Couple weeks, we hit up D-Glow. Obviously, we know how that course plays, tons of elevation. Macbeth has played very well there, obviously shooting the 18 down. But we'll see Macbeth come back, I'm assuming. I haven't looked at the list yet, but I'm assuming Paul will come back and play at his company's flagship event. And we'll get Paul back on the tour. We'll also have these guys with a little bit more experience, feeling a little bit stronger, set it now back into the flow, right? So predictions-wise, there's really not much to talk about. We just got to kind of wait and see. But definitely, I think looking at that top 10, and isn't this what makes the FPO so great? These are all names that we know relatively, an Emerson Keith, Drew Gibson, Conrad, McMahon, Montgomery, and Castro. It's anybody's game. There's a couple of guys, right? There's one guy right now that's kind of head and shoulders above everybody else, but none of these guys believe that, right? And that's the key. They have to believe that they can beat Paul and really just get into battles with him, just similar to this. So hopefully we can see a little bit more of that. They're all starting to believe more that they can win. And it's going to be fun because Paul is never going to stop. He's never going to quit. He's always going to be getting better. He's always going to be working on his game, but so are all these guys too. So, yeah, I think my projection is tune in because you're going to see a lot of great disc golf come D-Glow.
Super spicy take there from Mr. Doss. All right, I want to give one final cheers before we sign off to Kale Laviska. We also, this is also in spirit of the whole production crew. We thank everybody in Milwaukee, everybody on the ground in Clearwater. Kale Laviska finishes tied for 12th at the tournament he hosted. So,
there you go.
Way to go, sir. Tip of the drink to you. Tasty Bevel Brewing. Shameless plug. All right, we're off for a couple weeks. We can't wait to be back with you at July 24th through 26th. That's the Discraft Great Lakes Open up in Milford, Michigan. Until then, for Valerie Jenkins, Nate Doss, I'm Jamie Thomas signing off from the Bevel Breakdown. We'll see you again soon.
Wait, I won?